Good morning, everybody. Hi, this is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. I hope everybody had a good weekend and a good Easter. I did not make it to church. I shouldn't say I have had, it's gone now, but I had a headache for 3 days. It started Friday and it went all the way through to yesterday. But it is gone now. Finally, I woke up without a headache. I don't know what caused it. It was driving me crazy. But today, I just hurt everywhere else. Today, I'm in fibroflare, so I am on my heating pad. But I am here to bring you the Phil Spector trial. And we are on Dr. Lynn Harold. Harold? Is that her name? We are on Dr. Lynn Harold's testimony. This is her cross, and Linda Kinney Bodden is doing her cross examination. So let's go ahead and get started with that.
What are questions in session?
All right, all parties, jurors, alternates, and the witness are present as heretofore, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Dr. Harold.
Good afternoon.
Now, you have your whole file in front of you, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and about how many pages would you say that is? Ballpark.
at 449,
That's pretty exact, not ballpark, huh?
we are required to stamp each page
Right.
before we give it to the district attorney.
Okay, and and you have a number of written reports in that file, correct?
Yes,
And you also have a number of pages dealing with draft reports, right?
yes,
And you also have another number of pages of notes, or bench notes, or lab notes, or notes on work that you did, right?
yes.
Could you tell us where in those written reports you say the smear on the left hand of Lana Clarkson was possibly Phil Spector attempting to put the gun in her hand?
I don't say that in the notes. I was asked if that was a mechanism that could have caused the smear in court, and I answered yes, that is one mechanism that could have caused it.
Well, let's take this separately. You don't have a report on that for over 4 years, right?
Yes,
You don't have any notes on that for over 4 years, right?
yes,
And the first time you're asked that question, that you discussed it with Mr. Jackson, is in court, right?
yes,
Okay. And in fact, you say you did testify in front of the grand jury.
yes,
And you testified in front of the grand jury in September 2004.
yes,
And in front of the grand jury, you actually discussed that smear with the prosecutor who was presenting the case.
I believe that I testified that there was a smear in her hand.
And do you remember being asked to describe generally what you saw in the photographs that showed blood blood on the victim's hands or wrists? Do you remember that?
Yes,
And do you remember answering, there was one hand, my recollection is the left area, an area of smeared blood. Again, that would be something like a contact transfer, maybe a bloody hand touching a bloody surface and transferring the blood. You remember that?
yes,
And do you remember being asked now, were you able to conclude anything from what you saw on the photographs based on what they showed? Do you remember being asked that?
Being able to include anything?
Let me repeat it. Do you remember being asked the question, counsel page 678 of the grand jury testimony? Now, able to conclude anything from what you saw on the photographs based on what they showed? Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
And do you remember giving the answer? Well, something had to have contacted the one hand or wrist area where there was smeared blood, and that was either a bloody object, such as a hand touching it, touching Lana Clarkson's hand and smearing blood.
That's not how you do that. She's improperly doing that. You're supposed to ask, if I show you your testimony or transcript, will that... I can't even think this morning. Jeez. Brain fog. Oh my goodness. She's doing it wrong.
Or there could have been a drop or a spatter there that was still liquid and somebody touched it and smeared it. Beyond that, there is not much more you can conclude. Do you remember answering that question that way?
Yes.
In that question, do you say that there was a attempt with the gun in the hand of Lana Clarkson?
No, and I don't believe I said that during this testimony. I believe I made it clear that there are a number of mechanisms that could result in that bloodstain pattern. And I was asked if that was one of the mechanisms that would give the end result of that appearance, and the answer is yes, that's a possibility.
Are you trying to say it is your, that is what caused that smear?
I believe that it clear that I 100% certainty tell you the mechanism that created that pattern. I can tell you that there are several mechanisms that could give you the end result of that appearance, but I cannot select among those possibilities based on what this case shows as evidence.
So there's no confusion. You are not concluding, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that Phil Spector attempted to put the gun in the left hand of Lana Clarkson.
No, I did not.
And in fact, you are aware, because you have read various portions of the file, that the 911 reports indicate that somebody confirmed that Lana Clarkson was dead at 5:56 a.m. in the morning, right?
Yes.
And you are aware, because you have read the file, that the Alhambra police officers, specifically a Brian Cardello, actually felt Lana Clarkson's wrist for a pulse, aren't you?
Yes.
And you are aware that indeed he also reported that she was cold, correct?
I don't know that.
But you were aware that he touched her wrist, correct?
Yes.
And you were aware also that there was a paramedic that came to the scene at 6-something in the morning, right?
I was aware that there was a paramedic at the scene. I don't know the exact time.
Okay.
I know
And
it was in the morning sometime.
because you said that you read all the reports in this area, you were also aware that he gave an interview to the police department or the police or the DA's office that said when he saw Lana Clarkson, her chin was resting on her chest, right?
I I would have to refresh my memory. I read a report written by his information at the time, but I don't know the exact words that were in there. I can review it.
Well, you are aware that there had been movement of Miss Clarkson's body by law enforcement or paramedics, right?
Sustained, you can.
You are aware that there's nothing that you can determine what the exact position of Lana Clarkson's body was before law enforcement got to the scene.
Please ask that again.
Right. You were aware that Lana Clarkson's body had been touched by paramedics, right?
Yes.
And do you know all aspects of the touching?
Based on what I read in that report, I was aware that there was a paramedic who touched her head and moved it from the left to about the center and back again. And I was aware that there was a paramedic that touched her wrist, feeling for a pulse.
Okay. And the smears that you saw on the left wrist, the picture that Mr. Jackson showed you,
Objection, that misstates the testimony.
the smear that you saw on the left wrist that you testified to, correct?
Objection, that misstates the testimony. It wasn't her wrist.
Thank you, sustained.
Did you look at a picture where there was a smear in the left hand area of Lana Clarkson?
Yes.
Okay. And you stated that you saw
To be two smeared areas, I cannot tell you whether it's one smear into the palm with two parts visible in the picture or if it's just two parts.
That's what I was getting at. You can't say that it's actually two smears or whether it's one smear that's extended because you can't see well enough into that picture.
Correct.
Now, a number of times in your testimony, you use the word consistent with.
Yes.
Remember that? Consistent with means that it's a possibility, right?
When severe weather threatens, stay alert with Storm Shield.
Circumstances, and there's nothing that excludes that as a possibility.
Okay.
In reference to which particular statement, you'd have to tell me which one you're referring to.
Well, we'll have time to get into all that,
Okay.
but you did use that terminology a number of times during your direct testimony.
Probably did use that term.
And when just generically, when something is consistent with, it could mean that other things are consistent with the same possibility.
Yes.
Okay. And consistent with, correct me if I'm wrong, is different than whether or not something is scientifically proven within a reasonable degree of certainty.
Not always. It depends on the context it's used in.
So when somebody asks you a question, whether something is consistent with, it may have some meaning one time and some meaning another time.
Yes.
All right, and we're going to have to go back to your testimony. We'll discuss that, I'm sure, but on Monday. Now, you were also aware, because you read the reports, that there were a number of Alhambra police officers that tackled Mr. Spector in the hallway of his home on February 3rd, 2003.
I'm objecting to use the word tackle.
Only as to the phrase, you can go into the area, but just, you'll have to find a way to rephrase it.
Well, let me replace the word tackle with push Mr. Spector onto the ground with a ballistic shield.
Yes and no. I was aware that there was some kind of a scuffle. I was not aware of what extent that involved. I was aware that there was some kind of a shield on the ground in the photographs, in some of the photographs. And I was aware that there were taser wires in some of the photographs, but I never spoke at length to anyone that was involved in that particular part of this case.
And so you anticipated my next question. You never spoke at length with those officers, right?
Never even talked to the officers once.
So you don't know what the parameters were with regard to Mr. Spector being knocked to the ground, do you?
No, I do not.
And you don't know what the parameters were with regard to whether or not Ms. Clarkson's body was jostled in any way during that, do you?
No.
And you don't know what the parameters with regard to whether or not the gun was accidentally kicked during that time, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, I know that you started out and you spoke about your credentials, and Dr. Harold, we respect those credentials. But one of the things I noticed you did mention, and congratulate you for the paper that you won the award for. I wish that we could all do that. But that paper did not have anything to do with blood stain pattern analysis, did it?
No, actually it was a yes and no. It was not on bloodstain pattern analysis specifically, but it was on histology and body tissue identification, and blood is one of the 7 basic body tissues.
And you're required to keep a copy of your credentialing on file in your laboratory because that's one of the requirements of the American Society of Crime Lab Directors, correct?
We keep CVs in a standard format at the lab.
And in fact, in the CV that you have, that you keep at the lab and the one you filed in 2005, right after the analysis in this case, it reports that that paper referred to gastric contents and histology, right?
No. The one paper was on gastric contents, which is in part histology because it's the microscopic identification of tissue. When you eat meat, for example, you're eating skeletal muscle. Or plant material. I have skills in botanical areas. Was specifically on body tissues and what their cellular components were for the purposes of going on and doing DNA typing.
And in fact, in your CV that you keep on file for the accreditation for the crime lab directors, do you put in there that you had 2 presentations at CAC semi-annual seminar on gastric contents and histology, 1990?
Yeah, they're just general titles.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in that title, it doesn't mention blood pattern analysis at all, does it?
No, it was not on bloodstain pattern analysis.
And the other presentation you had at the California Association of Criminalists in 1994 was on buried body case review, correct?
Yes.
And that was not on bloodstain pattern analysis.
No.
And you've presented on hair analysis in the past. You've done presentations on hair analysis.
Yes.
All right. And with regard to your presentations, there is not one.
You can be an expert in more than one area. Is this where she's going with this? Because she's written papers in other areas besides blood? Jeez, woman.
One on bloodstain pattern analysis specific to that area, is there?
No, not at this time.
And in fact, the principal duties that you report at the criminal lab, the sheriff's department lab, is to conduct crime field investigations and lab analysis of physical evidence in specialized areas of physical trace evidence, right?
That's among them, yes.
And special education analysis of physical included botanicals, right?
Yes.
Histology
Yes.
and gastric contents.
Yes.
And you have service also in the blood alcohol testing section, right?
Yes.
Now, before 2005, the course that you took to interpret blood stain pattern analysis was one given by one Herbert McDonald.
Yes.
And that was taken, what, 1982 or 1983?
1983 was my first class.
Okay. And you did not take an advanced class until the calendar year.
I took a class called Advanced Bloodstain Pattern Analysis.
See, this is what you do when you don't have anything good to impeach the witness. You attack their credibility. So that's what she's trying to do with this one.
I have had several short courses in between. On my CV, it's a general CV that does not list every little workshop or course we've been in. In part, I went to the advanced bloodstain pattern class because I'm responsible for assisting and training our newer personnel in that area. So I went to see other teaching techniques. It's also an opportunity for continuing education and to interact with other agencies. Important for us to be in any kind of seeing the way they do things that may be different than ours. There may be better techniques, there may be worse techniques, and to interact on case materials so that we're not always inbred in how we teach and train.
The only connection,
Yes, I did.
okay? And that advanced course, November 2006, was given by Stuart James, who's seated right here, correct?
Yes, and
Paul Kish.
and Paul Kish.
And then you got a copy of their book on bloodstain pattern analysis, right?
Do I? Oh, yes.
Okay. And by the time you took that course from Mr. James and Mr. Kish, you knew that Mr. James and Mr. Kish had been hired by Mr. Spector to review the work you had done on this case, did you not?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And that was at the time had the advanced pattern analysis, or did you do any further reports or opinions from December 2006 where you did further interpretation of what the bloodstain pattern analysis told you as you talked to Mr. Jackson?
No.
Now, one of the things that you learned in that course is that you should be conservative before you actually place anybody in a scene of a crime, right?
I didn't actually learn that at the course. I already knew that.
Okay, and that you should not be saying things that are not supported further than what the bloodstain pattern analysis can tell you.
Yes.
Right? Right. Now, one of the things you also talked about, and one of the things that was continuing on in your education, was the issue of a backspatter. You know about backspatter.
Yes.
All right. Have you ever been a member, because you did talk to us about the scientific working group of the FBI, have you ever been a member of the scientific working group of the FBI that is dealing, as we sit here today, with bloodstain pattern analysis?
No, I'm not an active member on SWIG stain, as it's known. Quite frankly, I am paid to work, and there's only so much time in a day, and so I am involved in SWIG MAT, not in SWIG stain. I am aware of their work because some of their work draft form is online. As we do with our group, they put out their proposed work in draft form, and so I am aware of what they're doing, but I'm not sitting there doing it.
And you are aware, because you're aware of what you're doing, that both Mr. James and Mr. Kish are members.
The Facebook group is not working right now. I had it working, but I wanted to have questions, and the questions weren't working, so then I just scrapped the whole thing. So I'm going to have to start over. But yes, you can put the pictures in the Facebook group when I get the Facebook group working again. But yes, because we all want to see them. But I have to work on the Facebook group. Shadow. You don't need that door open.
Members of this working group, correct?
Am I aware of SWIG stain because they are members
No,
of
are you aware that they are members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation Working Group on bloodstain pattern
it?
analysis?
Yes, yes.
And you are not?
No.
right? And in fact, you have a number of areas in the laboratory that you have to cover
Yes,
in terms of your analysis, right?
yes.
And could you estimate what percentage of your working time is spent specifically on blood stain pattern analysis?
It's a tough question to answer. Well, let's say in the past year, I probably reviewed about 5 cases. However, once you have an understanding pattern analysis, when I had my first 1983, I found that it is something you basically use on every case you look at, whether you're doing a field investigation or looking at items in the laboratory to determine what can be probative or not. You're actually applying those principles one way or the other with every case you're looking at.
Or when you're now analyzing the histology of the gastric contents, how are you applying blood stain pattern?
Involved.
And of those 5 cases, how many of those 5 cases
It's all your fault, Shadow. You broke StreamYard.
cases from during your career about blood stain pattern analysis also, correct?
I haven't counted them. I've probably do,
How many have you had?
well, times 20 years,
Is it your testimony that you have had 100 cases?
in which I've looked at blood stain patterns for possible interpretations.
Yes.
Yes.
And how many of those cases have been for gun spatter, gunshot?
I don't keep a record. I would say that a lot of them are because
I'm sorry.
because we do have a lot of gunshot type deaths in Los Angeles County.
Would it be fair to say that with your primary duties, your primary time is not in examining cases of gunshot backspatter?
No, I would have to say that it is one of the more common areas of all the things that I could be analyzing. And in part, that's because not everyone at our agency is trained. So that is frequent that they will come to one of several of us that are, even when they're from a different section of the laboratory.
And my question to you that I want to get an answer to, though, is how much of your time is examining backspatter for gunshot wounds versus all the other duties that you have?
We don't keep track of the time. I would say it is not a minor part.
Well,
And it's
you've-
not the major part. It's somewhere in between.
Well, in between, how much?
Objection, this has been asked and answered.
I think she's given the answer because she doesn't keep records. She's approximated the best that she can.
Do you do fiber analysis?
Yes,
Do you do hair analysis? Do you
yes,
do shoe print analysis?
yes,
Gastric content analysis?
yes,
Histology?
yes.
And about how many cases have you had in those areas over the past year?
We don't keep records that way. I really can't answer that. I come to work, I work 40 hours a week, and it's, spread out among those things.
And on those cases, done blood stain pattern analysis from gunshot wounds. Have you examined clothing items?
Yes.
And have you examined clothing items for the impact spatter present?
Yes.
And how many cases have you ever concluded that clothing items for impact spatter has been consistent with gunshot back spatter?
Actually, of the 3 or 4 that I've looked at in the past year, all 3, let me count them. 3 of them involved situations in which there was a spouse that was killed, ended up dead due to gunshot wound, and we were looking at the clothing to determine whether the other spouse was involved or not. We had blowback on the clothing of the surviving spouse on all 3, but we had different circumstances with each case. So 2 of the cases, actually no conclusion could be drawn because the person who was shot was not instantly dead and in fact was aspirating blood, which can, based on the story of the surviving spouse and the position and the type of spatter that was seen, was possibly due to the aspiration from the gunshot.
I know her name is Linda, but that just struck me as funny. You know the video with the little kid talking to his mom. He's like, "Listen, Linda."
Victim.
All right. So my question to you was, in how many cases you have examined clothing stains were consistent with gunshot back spatter? That's all I want to know.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. At this point, it's irrelevant. The witness has answered the best she could. It sounded like he was very responsive to counsel's question. She's just repeating the question.
Are you able to give any further answer other than the one you previously gave? Is any more accurate?
No.
All right.
Isn't it common to locate fragments of tissue intermixed with?
Depends on what the case is. And
Quit taking the audio away.
Well, let me respond it then. Isn't
blood
it?
and blood is tissue. By the way, blood is one of the 7 basic tissues. It is not defined.
In back spatter cases, have you ever examined blood-stained clothing where the deceased gunshot was intraoral?
No. I've examined other headshots, but not intraoral that I can recall over the years.
Now, are you aware that most blood-stained pattern analysts generally do cases of inflicting wounds involving intraoral gunshot?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant what most people do and also assumes facts not in evidence.
If she's aware of it, she can answer that. It does make an assumption that is not in evidence, but are you aware of such a hypothesis, if you will?
I don't actually know what, please repeat the question.
Well, let me rephrase it. You have reviewed the literature, you said, with regard to gunshot wounds and back spatter, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in reviewing that literature, isn't it true that the literature does not generally include intraoral gunshot wounds?
No. The literature does include intraoral gunshot wounds.
Could you give me the names of any articles that you have specifically read that discusses intraoral gunshot wounds?
I think there's a misunderstanding. I could be wrong. Are you asking for intraoral gunshot wounds as it regards either a back spatter?
Yes.
That you were leaving out the second part.
I apologize.
When you add the second part in, are you aware of any articles that deal with, is it inter or intra?
Intra.
Intraoral gunshot wounds that also deals with back spatter?
Yes, actually, you did present a paper to Dr. Pena by Betz, B-E-T-Z, that talks about gunshot wounds to the head and talks about temporal. Some of the wounds are temporal. They claim some of them are intraoral.
Okay.
A couple in the chest, for example.
Despite the article from Betz, which we'll get into on Monday, with regard to the article from Betz, had you independently reviewed, besides what was given to Dr. Pena through the defense, any articles on blood spatter and back spatter dealing with intraoral gunshot wounds?
No, in general, those kinds of articles that I believe you're referring to are laboratory studies that are done to investigate or define principles that may be applied to headshots, which are difficult to replicate for the reason that you can't recreate a head that has a brain and has the blood vessels in it. So I've reviewed laboratory studies on gunshot wounds to head-like objects or gunshot wounds to things like saturated and bound up sponges, things that we can do in the laboratory.
And you are aware then from reviewing those articles that the traditional back spatter pattern that is utilized in gunshot back cases is different than that dealing with an intraoral wound, are you not?
No, it's not different.
Is that your testimony that it's not different?
The pattern you have in a scene is the pattern you have.
Isn't it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead and finish your answer.
And in this case, there is an intraoral gunshot wound. The resulting pattern at the crime scene is the pattern that was involved in this case, in which the intraoral gunshot wound was the bloodletting event followed by her bleeding.
Isn't it true, Dr. Harrell, that fact that intraoral is an explosion pattern and not a traditional back spatter pattern?
Objection, that seems facts, not evidence.
She's asking if that is true. That proposition is true. I'll allow, again, if it doesn't prove the evidence, it's worthless. I'll allow the question to be.
No.
Do you know what the pressures are in the mouth from an intraoral gunshot wound?
You can actually never know what those pressures are. In a sense, it's totally irrelevant because the pressures are what they were, and you have the resulting pattern that is available at the scene, and it is what it is.
Nancy, she is the lead criminalist from the LA lab. So she knows her stuff, and this lawyer is trying to discredit her as best she can, and she's not doing it. And my Easter was fine. We watched The Passion of the Christ because Travis hadn't seen it yet, and I made us a very un-Easter meal because I was craving it. I made baked potatoes with taco meat and sour cream cheese and salsa. It was really good. And then I finished watching Lord of the Rings. I watched Lord of the Rings this weekend and Diamond Painted, and that was pretty much it. Because I had that headache, so I didn't go to church. The headache was like, it would get worse, and then it'd be almost gone, and then it'd be worse. And so it was like, I feel good for a little while, and then I feel bad, and then good, and then it was weird. I had a weird weekend, but it wasn't horrible. It was not horrible, but it wasn't the best either. It was so good. Travis didn't put salsa on his. He's not crazy about salsa, but that was what made it good. That was like the best. I could have just eat the baked potato with the salsa on it, but I had to have my protein, so it was really good. Actually, I might do that for lunch today because we have the taco meat left over. I'm almost out of salsa though. I should have told him. Well, he wouldn't remember. I'll have to text him like right before he gets off work and be go get more salsa. Oh, I'm good today. I don't know what's causing it. The last time I had headaches like this, I'd been eating a lot of sunflower seeds. Remember, you guys, I used to eat sunflower seeds all the time, and I thought that's what was doing it. But then I quit eating them, and I was still having the headaches. So then I started eating them again, and then talked to my dietitian, and we decided that might be part of what was causing me to get stuck on my diet, just because I was just like grazing all day on the sunflower seeds and not like eating nutritious meals because I wasn't hungry because I was whatever. But anyway, so that's why I stopped with the sunflower seeds. And she said if I wanted like just flavor in my mouth to get sugar-free gum. And so I've been doing that. So I thought, well, maybe the gum is what's causing me to have headaches. But I don't have a headache this morning, so I'm good for now. So I'm not going to have any gum today and see if maybe, I don't know. I get one thing fixed and then something else goes wrong. It's just story of my life. I don't know.
Is it your testimony that there is no pressure or gases built up in the mouth in a person in a self-inflicted?
No, that is not my testimony.
Is it your testimony that there are
Some pressures that cause the back spatter? In part, that's due to gases from the gunshot. It dissipates, however, it dissipates into the sinus, the lungs, out loose lips. And that pressure is whatever that pressure was, and there was, in this particular case, a resulting back spatter.
Is it your testimony that the pressure completely dissipates or not
At what point?
when it's in the mouth? What goes off?
You can't ever know that.
Have you read literature about it?
About the pressures dissipating?
Yes.
Some general theories on how the pressures may be involved in creating back spatter, such as you can find in Stewart's book. But again, it's irrelevant because the fact is that what you have in this case is a spattering event. You had a gunshot wound, which by definition is a spattering event, and the patterns that resulted are there.
Patterns and distance in back spatter?
Yes, distance and patterns are both. The distance that blood can go is part of an overall interpretation, along with the size, along with the distribution, and along with a lot of factors that you can never know, such as the exact position of the gun, and that is case specific and is different than what you can do in the laboratory, where you can create, for example, a very nice symmetrical, because you're set up symmetrical. And at a scene, you can never know exactly where that gun was in terms of a slight angle one way or the other, how loose the lid, that's going to be perfectly symmetrical. In most cases, it seems you do not get a perfectly symmetrical pattern that you get with laboratory studies.
And when you
So-
talk about, I'm sorry, I keep interrupting because I
So
think you're
all
finished.
those things are involved in the interpretation, the size, amount of force used, distribution patterns, signs of movement, transfer, all of those things are
And
involved.
shape is also involved, right?
Yes.
So we started out by asking, I asked you, do you understand there's a difference between the distance in a blood spatter pattern determination and the pattern?
Guys, I don't know what I'm gonna do if it keeps doing this during the hearing lead trial. Because hopefully, hey Terry, hopefully I'm gonna have new people. Hopefully.
One is orientation, but you have to consider both at the same time.
And it's your testimony faces where you examine the bloodstained clothing where the deceased died of an intraoral wound. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it's your testimony that you don't believe that the gases in the mouth affects the distance of what you're looking at in terms of how.
I hate it when a lawyer says, correct me if I'm wrong. They're gonna correct you if you're wrong. You don't have to tell them that.
Matter that's associated with gunshot wounds that is called back spatter and falls in a particular size range. There are physical, mathematical, chemical properties that tell you something about how far those particles can go before they will fall to gravity.
Well, along with that, you told us on Tuesday that there was general agreement, remember that, use that term, general agreement, scientific community, that in a non-intraoral wound can only go 2 to 3 feet. Remember telling us that?
I didn't say in a non-intraoral wound, I said back spatter in general of that size. There is a general agreement. There are numerous articles and books published in which the general agreement is that that size stain can travel approximately 2 to 3 feet before it drops due to gravity as a maximum, or it can impact an object before it actually drops.
Or you're
There-
aware, I apologize, I keep thinking you're finished.
There is literature that shows it can be as little as 2 inches and 11 inches, and a theoretical maximum of up to 4 inches if it's a little bit bigger size.
4 inches or 4 feet?
I'm sorry, 4 feet.
And when you said 2 inches, you meant 2 feet, is that?
I meant 2
general agreement that you testified. Tom Bevel, who is recognized as a bloodstain pattern expert by yourself, indicates that the spatter can go up to 5 feet.
Not that I'm aware of.
Isn't it true that Mr. James, Mr. Kish, and the co-authors, Paulette Sutton, indicates it goes at least 4 feet?
In some cases, it can probably go 4 feet.
And are you,
But on every laboratory study that you do, you have to also consider of a case.
isn't it true that Mr. James indicates that in a non-intraoral wound, it can go up to 4 feet?
I believe they're
Court TV, quit
Talking
mumbling.
about intraoral gunshot wounds.
it really doesn't matter whether it's in the mouth or not. The fact is that what I testified to before is still true. In the majority of gunshot wound cases, you do not see any back spatter. It tends to occur when you have contact or near contact wounds to something like a head where there is no place for the gases to escape. And it's not trapped in hair. When it is seen, that small spatter generally can't go farther than 2 to 3 feet.
My question to you is, were you aware that in all three of these books, the authors were not speaking of intraoral gunshot wounds?
That is not clear in any of their books.
Did you ever call, before you knew Mr. James was hired by Mr. Spector, call Mr. James up to ask him as a recognized expert?
No, I in part based this on my own experience and which I've actually shot bloody sponges and measured it myself.
Are you aware that Herb McDonald, who you took your first course, indicated that even in non-intraoral cases, back spatter can go up to 4 feet?
If it's a particular size stain, it probably can, and those are the larger stains.
Are you aware of the German medical doctors who've done research and published in this area that indicate back spatter can go 5 to 6.5 feet?
No, I am not.
Now, did you ever call Dr. McDonald before you made the conclusion that it's generally accepted that blood spatter can go 2 or 3 feet? Did you ever call anybody who was a recognized expert in this field to ask them or consult on this case?
Why? Why would she?
I did not consult with anybody on this case outside of other people in our laboratory that are trained in this same area.
Well, when you said that you were peer reviewed, we discussed earlier that the indication could be the left hand of Lana Clarkson's hand was caused by Mr. Spector putting the gun there. In a report, so that could not have been peer reviewed by anybody, could it?
Your Honor, this is testimony. She never said that.
Sustained.
Did you ever have that opinion peer reviewed by anyone in the lab?
That assumes facts, not evidence that she ever had that opinion. She did not have the opinion the counsel is
Sustained.
poorly stating.
Now, with regard to the back spatter, we're discussing how far it can go back. And in fact, with regard to the back spatter and how far it could back, you started talking about experiments done with bloody sponges, right?
Yes.
And when you do the experiments with bloody sponges, there can be a different amount of blood put in the sponge for each experiment, right?
Yes.
And all the experiments that you read in the literature, there is no standard by. And so you know, as a blood standard analyst, that in fact, the distance that certain spatter can go backwards depends on how much is placed in that sponge.
The distance on how far it can go backwards depends on a number of properties. And this constant, except the amount of blood in a sponge. Assume you're shooting a sponge. The more blood that's in the sponge to be disrupted, the more blood's going to come off the sponge. But the size range of the droplets is still going to be a preponderance of the pattern that has some recognized consistency, and that includes droplets of a variety of sizes from small to large. And the large droplets can still travel farther than the small droplets. And the laws of physics and gravity and the air that these things are traveling through still will dictate how far those can go if unimpeded.
All right.
On that note, we're going to take our
Okay.
recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes, 3 o'clock. Thank you. You may step down. You all parties, jurors, and alternates and witnesses are present. You may proceed.
Thank you. When we left Dr. Harold, we were discussing these sponge experiments that you were talking about. Now, you were also aware, I assume, that on these sponge experiments, different types of caliber ammunition can be used, correct?
Yes,
And sometimes it can be a .22, right?
yes,
Sometimes it can be a .38, right?
yes,
And in fact, in the case that we're discussing here in court, this is a .38 with highly pressurized ammunition called plus P, right?
well, it's not highly pressurized ammunition.
Your testimony, I'm sorry, your testimony is that it's a high.
Yeah, it's like misunderstanding how you're using pressurized.
Let me ask you, how do you define 38 plus P ammunition? What's important to you with 38 plus P ammunition when you're looking at backspatter, if anything?
Nothing. The fact is that this is a gunshot wound, and by definition is a high energy event.
Do you understand that a 38 caliber has more force than a 22 caliber when it goes off? Do you understand that?
They're both high energy events, and the result is what the result is at the scene. That's what I have to deal with what is at the scene.
And what literature have you looked at discusses in terms of testing a 38 caliber bullet hitting a closed cranial cavity?
A paper by Stevens and Allen.
And what is the name of the paper?
I'd have to look at the in a laboratory
I'm sorry,
shooting
yeah.
into mimic head kind of material, and the back spatter associated with the hand of the person holding the gun and the sleeves and the shirt.
Did that paper discuss distance?
Yes,
Right, and you went to go to your file a second ago. Do you have that paper with you?
I had a copy of it, but I believe I gave that to the district attorney.
And when was that? And that's a journal that's produced by the American Academy of Forensic Sciences?
Yes,
Are you a member of that academy?
no.
Are you, therefore, you're not-
I, since we personally pay for all these memberships, it's not a perk that limit what I am a member of to what I can reasonably afford.
all I asked you was whether you were a member of that academy.
I was at one time.
And you indicated that you are a member of the International Association of Bloodstained Pattern analysts, right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you ever published any document in their newsletter that you talked about on your direct, on blood stain pattern analysis?
No, I have
analysis?
not. No.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
No, I have not.
Okay. And have you ever been certified by any outside agency as an expert in blood stain pattern analysis?
There is no such available certification.
I take it then in the American Society of Lab Directors, which your lab is certified and
Certified, we're accredited. There's a difference between the two, and they are, ASCLD recently began accrediting in field investigations, and under our program, bloodstain patterns will be under that purview when it is available for us to be accredited under.
in other words, ASCLD does not have an independent accreditation for blood stain pattern analysis, correct?
No.
Now, you were discussing how far blood back spatter and spatter can go by showing or referring to the chair that Ms. Clark forward right side of the chair that Ms. Clarkson was found in, correct?
Correct. I was in that testifying as to what I observed on the objects there. I was not, however you phrased it, wouldn't have been the way I phrased the first question.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
And were you attempting to infer to this jury that the back spatter in this case didn't go any further because the most forward stain you saw on that chair was at the front of that right side of that chair?
In looking at this case, there is a limited area that I can observe back spatter in, and it goes approximately to the hem of the dress that she had on and to that front corner of the chair. And beyond that, there is, based on other people in the laboratory handling the field investigation and doing things such as luminol, no evidence of spatter beyond that area.
Let's discuss the luminol, because as a field investigator, you are familiar with luminol testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you are also familiar then, as a field investigator, that luminol reacts with the heme or the iron in the blood, right?
Yes.
And as a field investigator, you then must be familiar with the statements by Stuart James dealing with blood spatter and luminol that you shouldn't do it for at least 48 hours after the spattering event. Are you not?
No. It works best with dried blood, but that doesn't mean you can't use it for the purposes that it was used in this case for within that 48 hours.
Are you aware that luminol may not luminesce with fresh samples that are put down within 48 hours?
If you have the proper controls that you are using with your luminol, which we do, there is no reason that the mixture would not luminesce within 48 hours.
In other words, you're not aware of any literature that indicates that you need to wait until the heme breaks down to do the luminol.
No.
And you are aware, however, that luminol works best with old stains, correct?
It works well with old stains.
And old stains are different than dried stains, right?
There
Or
is,
can be. I
yes,
apologize.
it can be.
Okay?
Yeah.
And when you do luminol on such things as a carpet, you're aware that you have to look to see what the previous situation was with regard to people walking in and out of a carpet, are you not?
I'm not sure I
Let
understand
me
what
see if
you're
I can
asking.
rephrase it. You understand that the spatter that's produced in these situations is very small, right?
Yes,
Some could be 0.2 of a millimeter, right?
yes,
Some could be 1 millimeter, right?
yes,
Maybe 2 millimeters in bigger situations, right?
yes,
But certainly very, very tiny.
yes.
And 0.1 of a millimeter would, or 0.2 of a millimeter would about the head of a pin, the size of the head of a pin, right?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I've never measured the head of the pin, but I know what you by the metric measurement.
People can walk in and walk out and actually take evidence out on the bottom of their feet.
Yes,
Okay, and in fact, that's a principle that your lab even publishes on the website called Locard's principle, right?
yes,
And that sometimes if you go into a scene, you can take things out of a scene because it's so small you don't even know you're taking them, right?
yes,
And you saw that there were people on the scene for nearly 30 hours before the luminol testing were done, right?
yes.
And you saw that no one was wearing booties or anything on their feet, right?
Well, the presence of booties wouldn't have made any difference because it's just the booty contacting the carpet instead of your shoes. So the same phenomenon occurs. Booties are irrelevant.
But you
That's
can collect
more
them.
for
I'm sorry.
foot protection.
You can collect those booties on the outside and then go through them to see if anything has been taken out of the scene, right?
There's always transfers. And your point is?
I'm just asking the questions, Ms. Harold.
There, in this particular case, with the luminol, there was no evidence that there was not only not mislike spatter, but any spatter beyond that area immediately adjacent to the chair.
I'm sorry, that's.
And the larger spatter would have gone farther. So had it been there, I would expect that there would have been some indication of it, even if it was disrupted by somebody walking on the carpet. The blood is going to be still somewhat down in those fibers, and that is visible. And when you do luminol, if you do it properly and you wait for the long sustained glow, it would have been visible, at least in the form of the larger stains, and it simply wasn't there. Hence my statement that it was backspatter limited to that immediate area around her.
Well, that's what we're discussing, whether or not it was done properly, so let's discuss it a little bit more. You are aware that no one got down on their hands and knees with magnification to look at that carpet at the time the luminol was being sprayed and dried, are you not?
Correct.
Okay, and
No one was on their hands and knees that
and
I
you're
know
aware
of.
that to actually see these pin-sized particles on a red carpet with, actually get down on your hands with magnification at the time the luminol was being sprayed, are you not?
Correct, but if they drop off sooner than the large drops do, and there were that preponderance of small drops, I would have expected that there should have been large drops in the carpeting beyond that, because the larger mass goes farther, and those are clearly visible and easily visible without being on your hands and knees. And it was reported to me that the luminol in the entire area and up the wall and up the steps was negative.
But what I'm asking you, when you say larger drops, you're talking something that may be 1 millimeter, right?
Or larger.
How large?
At 1 millimeter drop in luminol is visible.
Question is, ma'am, with regard to luminol, your testimony is you can see it within the first 48 hours, right?
Yes,
And you don't necessarily need to be on your hands and knees, correct?
yes,
You don't need to use magnification, correct?
yes,
Even with any of the work done by Dale, the Ohio Criminal Apprehension, concerning whether luminol should be used on fresh blood spatter.
no,
Okay, and in fact, isn't it true that luminol should be the last resort?
no.
And in fact, are you aware that when you have an intraoral gunshot wound, the blood is usually diffused with saliva and tissue and could actually not be picked up by luminol?
No. You can detect blood under paint, luminol, in an area that's been repainted. Luminol is very sensitive. Saliva being present, I do not believe would mask it. We've found blood mixed with all kinds of other materials, from cleanups to body fluids and smears. It's a very sensitive technique, and I don't think a gunshot wound precludes using luminol appropriately for this kind of case.
You just mentioned, how many cases have you looked at for blood spatter with an intraoral gunshot wound with luminol?
Me personally?
You personally?
I don't know, because I don't remember over 20 years, I don't remember the circumstances of a lot of cases. I've used luminol before. We use a positive, negative control. We test our reagents to determine its application and sensitivity in the lab.
I understand that.
So,
And in fact, your sensitivity of luminol is in parts per million, right?
I'd have to look the number up to state the number correctly. I don't keep it in my head.
Do you know how much luminol was sprayed on the carpet?
No.
Do you know whether it's soaked into the carpet to get any spots of spatter that they have been ground into that weave of the rug?
I was all done. I am the frontier who is a competent examiner, and I am relying on him having done a competent examination at the scene.
In other words, your discussion with Mr. Jackson and your discussion with this jury today, that blood spatter did not point in the...
No, I didn't say the blood spatter didn't go beyond that. I said that that was the limit of where I observed it. And it is within the 2 to 3 foot range of the jacket. And obviously it did go beyond that because it's on the jacket.
Okay.
It hit a target.
So if it did go beyond that, it's true then that you can't look at that chair and say that's where blood spatter went to, because it depends on where it was intercepted in order to determine a range, correct?
In part, yes.
Okay.
If it's intercepted, then it's on a different target.
Right. Now, when blood spatter, back spatter becomes intercepted, have you read any literature, by the way, that when you have a stellate wound, back spatter can go further because the negative pressure kicks in the gases out of the mouth and creates a temporary cavity that closes up and forces the blood outwards?
I've read literature on the stellate wounds and the pressures and the back spatter. It's typically relative to head shots in which you have skin over bone and there's no flexibility or places for that gas to escape or the energy of the projectile. In this particular case, the fact is you have a wound in the tongue area that's stellate. That was a high energy event that resulted in back spatter. Its result is visible as it is at the scene.
Now, when you talked about back spatter, this morning you used the term misting a number of times, correct?
Yes.
And misting is a term of art in the stain pattern analyst community. Okay. And misting, truly, you're aware, reveals stains only 0.2 of a millimeter, right?
Well, I'm not using the term misting. I'm using the term mist-like. There's a variety over the years. There's been a variety of terminologies that have developed. One's relative to the appearance of drops at crime scenes. One is relative to mechanisms, and there's been a whole mix of lingo in between there. So you can have mist size, fine size, medium size. The old language actually used high, medium, and low velocity spatter as a size. Mist is generally about 0.1 millimeters and smaller.
Okay.
And fine is then taken from 1 millimeter down to the 0.1.
Well, I want to see if we can separate this out for the jury, because you were using then the word mist-like, true misting that comes back in gunshot wounds.
Well, misting, I'm not sure I understand your use of the term misting.
Well, let me
When
tell you.
there's back spatter, there's different size droplets can come out. One of the sets of terminology that can be used for those spatters that are in the size range of a millimeter or below is the use of the term or the lingo jargon mist-like.
What I would like to know, ma'am, is gunshot spatter a different terminology than mist-like?
Apparently so, because I don't know what you mean by misting.
Isn't true misting a spatter that is 0.2 of a millimeter or less?
I don't know the term misting as you're using it.
Have you ever read any books on bloodstain pattern analysis by Tom Bevel or Mr. Gardner, who you know in your community are recognized experts in the field?
Yes.
Okay. And in their books, have you ever seen their description that true mist stains from a gunshot wound back spatter are 0.2 of a millimeter or less?
By the way, I misunderstood the word several times. It's not misting, it's mist stains. Does that mean anything to you?
No, misting. Misting.
It is. Now it is misting.
It's misting.
That New Jersey accent. M-I-S-T-I-N-G, right? Okay.
I could say something about hair, Your Honor, but I won't.
No, if I go to the East Coast, I need an interpreter too, so that's.
I'll have to look back in their book to see what they define as the size range. It's because of the way the language and the jargon has changed over the years, it is important for every person to define what it is they're talking about, and I quite frankly can't remember off the top of my head without looking it up what their term
That is beyond 0.2 of a millimeter is actually called back spatter.
No, that's two different things.
So when you were using the term mist-like, you're talking about what appears to be a distribution?
No.
Shoot, StreamYard. Doesn't work. It doesn't have the desired effect when StreamYard screws it up.
Specifically about size?
Yes.
What specific sizes are you incorporated for a piece of spatter in your use of the term mist-like?
Below a millimeter and below.
Is that a generally accepted principle in the scientific community?
For some that use that terminology, yes.
Now, who uses that terminology besides yourself?
Actually, it is in the most recent publication by Anita Wonder.
I'm sorry,
Anita Wonder.
Anita Wonder, WONDR,
Yes,
and who is she?
an analyst going.
StreamYard is such a buzzkill. I can't have any fun. It's not fair.
And that's the most recent publication, and that is called what?
I don't remember the title of the book
In that,
without looking
I'm
at
sorry.
it again to be accurate.
All right, in that book, does she discuss intraoral gunshot wounds?
I don't remember without looking.
Did you ever refer to that book in forming the opinions you gave on the stand today? Did you ever refer back to that book?
Yeah, I referred back to every book. You always.
StreamYard, stop it.
No. Not all back spatter is mist like. There's a difference.
Okay. And left side, correct?
Yes.
How many of those stains did you measure to determine what their size was?
I actually did, at the time, measure every single one, and I photographed them all with a given set of scales on a given microscope so that you could go back and calculate the dimensions if necessary.
When you measured every single one, you have, what did you say, 400 and some pages of notes?
Correct.
Is there any field or lab note, not field note, I'm sorry, lab note from yourself which puts the size of the stains in your notes?
No, you have to go from my photo log that has the dimensions and the magnification of the scale and the magnification at which the picture was taken, and then convert it back to what's on the picture.
Isn't it true that none of the stains on the left side of that jacket are 0.2 of a millimeter or less?
Depends on which direction you measure them, length or width.
Well, how did you measure them?
Can you hear me now? It's because StreamYard muted my mic again. I was telling Jill that she needs to take care of StreamYard. She had one job, and she disappeared. And this can't do this during the Karen Reed trial. You guys are my friends, and you put up with it. But what's going to happen during the Karen Reed trial when we have nude people? New people. That sounded like I said nude people. I said new. New people.
At the time, while I was looking at them, I had a scale in the field of view, the actual stain that was at it.
My question to you was, how did you measure them, length or width?
Width.
Did you use the same standard of measurement on the stains on the slip of the decedent?
I used a somewhat different standard of measurement on the slip of the decedent because the fabric is different and it was not absorbed into the synthetic fiber. So I had several sets of stain that actually had directionality. For the purposes of the jacket, where I had capillary action along the fibers, you can't actually accurately measure the same kinds of dimensions that you can on the other garment.
Dr. Harold, my question to you is, did you measure the stains on the clothing using width, or did you measure them using length on both sets of clothing?
I measured the stains on each set of clothing in a manner that was appropriate for that set of clothing.
My question to you, did you use set, in other words, did you use width on the slip and length on the jacket, or width on the jacket and length on the slip, or did you mix them?
You have to use both.
So on the jacket, you just told us you used length,
No,
you used width on the jacket, right?
yes,
And on her slip, you used both length and width, correct?
yes,
And that's because sometimes the stains were in a different direction. Is that not true?
no,
And you're aware that the slip was bunched up at the seam, right?
yes, it was, the fabric had folds in parts of it.
Okay. And on the folds and parts of it, were you aware whether or not at the time Ms. Clarkson died, whether or not time the gun went off, whether or not that slip had been bunched up the way it was when you saw it?
It's my opinion that it was bunched up pretty much close to the way it was because of the position she was in the chair and the ability to look at the directionality and totality of the stains associated with her clothing, the purse, and the chair, putting her basically in that position.
Going back to the slip, it is your opinion that the slip was bunched up at the time that the gun went off, correct?
Yes,
Have you ever, in your work with the coroner's office for the 9 years that you were there, the coroner's office?
6.5.
6.5 years, known that when people get shot, especially in a self-inflicted wound, they can slump.
I'm not sure what you're asking. When people get shot in a self-inflicted wound, they can slump.
Slump.
Gravity can change a body position.
And in fact, you're aware because you work in the coroner's office and when they had self-inflicted wounds, that even though somebody may die instantaneously, their legs may even move.
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Are you aware that there can be after-death movement of a body, even though the person is incapable of voluntary movement?
Yes, and that is typically due to action of gravity. In some cases, it's due to what I know is a term called posturing.
And were you notified, or did you make any inquiry as to whether or not there was any indication at the scene that Ms. Clarkson's legs had been moved during the law enforcement processing of the scene?
No, I had asked, let me think for a moment. Let me recall, it's been many years. As a matter of fact, there was a discussion about the position of her legs because initially there were some people who thought that it was possible that she was standing when the gun went off and that she fell backwards and stiff-legged into that position. In fact, when people are shot, and I've seen videotapes of people shot and killed, they don't do a television stiff leg backwards. They typically drop like a sack of potatoes right where they are.
Were you aware that there was some indication that her legs had been moved by law enforcement at the scene?
No.
Did you ever see pictures of taser wire lead her feet under her foot at the scene?
I saw pictures of a taser wire underneath a slightly upraised foot with a shoe on it from my personal observations of studying the photos.
Did you ever discuss with anybody how that taser wire got there?
No.
Now, when you measure the blood spatter on the slip, you indicated that the slip was of a slightly different material, correct?
Yes.
And the surface pattern, the surface texture of the slip can make a difference of how a blood spatter appears, can it not? Of a shiny material.
In how it appears in what
In
sense?
size.
I'm still not sure I understand
Let me
what
see if
you're
I can
asking.
rephrase it.
Yeah.
The slip has a certain shiny surface texture, correct?
Well, the slip is made of a synthetic fiber with a different weave than the other garments that were there.
And you're aware that because of the surface texture of the slip, the spatter that hits the slip can actually look larger than it actually is, are you not?
No.
Did you do any experiments by getting an exemplar slip to see how spatter would appear on the slip and whether it would expand at all because of its fabric?
It's a synthetic fiber. It's non-absorbent, so it's not going to appear larger. It has the appearance it has when it hits that garment.
And in fact, it's non-absorbent, and because it's non-absorbent, it can actually make the spatter look bigger, does it not?
No.
Did you discuss, and when you took the advanced course from Mr. James and Dr. Kish in December of 2006, did
You guys, this is the best cross ever. Are you aware? Da 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 da. No. Are you aware? Da da da. No. Are you aware? Da da da. No.
you get a whole presentation about interpretation of spatter on clothing?
A whole presentation? Yes, we discussed spatter on clothing.
And did
We
you?
experimented with spatter on clothing. We also looked at transfer. There were a variety of topics. And yes, spatter on clothing was one of the issues. And yes, the appearance of spatter, and it's not just the class I was in, it's well known that the appearance of drops of blood on different surfaces can take different apparent sizes and shapes and forms as when you're talking about something that is absorbent versus non-absorbent. So if I dropped a drop of blood on this carpet that was absorbent, it's going to have a completely different shape and appearance than if I drop it on something like this desktop. And yes, I take all that into consideration when I'm doing this evaluation.
And were you told in that course of the advanced blood stain pattern analysis that you have to be very, very careful and cautious and conservative? Careful, cautious, and conservative before you start comparing the size of blood drops or blood spatter on one surface from the size of another surface, especially when it comes to clothing.
I was cautious and conservative.
So I gather that you were taught that in December of 2006, correct?
I don't know if I was taught that first necessarily there, but of course, every pattern analyst, and I've been doing this for a number of years, not just since I had the course in December, every pattern analyst that is credible takes all of that into account when doing an interpretation.
And in fact, the fabric, the fiber or the surface on which the blood spatter of the slip was on Lana Clarkson was different than the fabric or the fiber of the jacket from Mr. Spector, correct?
Yes, and I believe I was very cautious and conservative by taking that into account. As I've already stated, there was a difference in the fiber, the fabric, and therefore I applied no directionality to those cases where there appeared to be capillary action.
Well, in fact,
And was conservative in my interpretation.
Well,
I
you-
didn't say it had to be going that way and that way. I opted for the conservative.
I'm only asking you for the appearance of directionality. You said you were conservative, correct?
For everything, I was conservative. You always err on the side of being conservative.
Well, didn't you tell us earlier today that the size of the spatter on the slip was millimeter or sub-millimeter, and the size of the spatter on Mr. Spector's jacket was millimeter or sub-millimeter?
There is some, you're misinterpreting what I said. On the white jacket, there is an array of droplets on the left-hand side that are millimeter or sub-millimeter. There's also the contact transfer, and there's also the one spatter that's on the edge of the cuff. That one is a little bit larger than the millimeter, sub-millimeter, because it's going around the corner. On her dress, there is mist-like spatter that can be found. There's also other larger spatter that is present on her dress, which is directional and is not a function of the fabric. It's a function of the totality of the spatter pattern that was emanating from her after when the gun went off and subsequent activity.
Dr. Harold, I'm not misinterpreting. I'm asking you specifically about whether you made a comparison of size of Mr. Spector's jacket, the blood spatter, to a comparison of the size of the slip.
Yes, I made a comparison.
And you understand that those, and you understand.
Interrupt for a second, because there's terminology that both sides have used throughout the trial. It's been referred to as a slip dress, and a dress. Are you familiar? Can you describe this?
I'm referring to the garment she was in,
Okay.
wearing.
And you've seen this.
Oh, yeah.
Would you call it, how would you define it, using your own terminology? A dress, a slip dress? Is it a slip being worn as a dress, or?
It's a slip being worn as a dress. It has decorative, rhinestones and that kind of thing. And it appears that she was wearing it with the jacket over it as a fancy kind of top. And she had underclothing on underneath it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay. And you were comparing the slip dress to the jacket, even though the substrate or the material of both were different, correct?
You have to do that.
My question to you is, did you?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, haven't you learned, or haven't you taken courses where you've learned that the size of the spatter can become or look different depending on the substrate of the material?
Yes.
Did you ever get an exemplar jacket from Mr. Spector and do any type of experimental testing as to what the size of the spatter would be on the jacket from, let's say, 3 feet?
No.
Did you ever get any exemplar document or exemplar jacket from Ms. Clarkson to do any testing to see what the size of the spatter would be on her from an intraoral wound.
No.
Okay. And in fact, when we were discussing spatter on Mr. Spector's clothes, in fact, you examined, aside from the pockets, the rest of the pants he was wearing, right?
Yes.
And in your report, on the pants, did you put any place where you saw smokeless gunpowder?
On the pants?
On the pants.
To my recollection, no, but I would reserve that answer to go back through all my hand notes. I looked at many, many items, and it's been a long time. It's a lot to remember.
All right. And did you observe, aside from what you told us about the pockets, any blood spatter on his pants?
No, the pockets were the only blood that I observed.
And you looked at the socks of Mr. Spector, correct?
Yes.
And did you observe any smokeless gunpowder particles on the socks of Mr. Spector?
To my recollection, no.
And did you observe any blood on the socks of Mr. Spector?
No.
And you also looked at the black shirt that you discussed with us, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and those were studio shots of that black shirt taken when?
When were the studio shots taken?
Yes.
I could tell you the exact date. It would take me a while to find it.
All right, we'll let you look over the weekend for that, so that you don't have to do that now. But in any event, when you looked at the black shirt, you specifically looked at every inch of it looking for blood, right?
Yes.
And you did a phenolphthalein presumptive, the Castlemeyer test on various areas of the shirt, right?
Yes.
And that was negative for blood, right?
Yes.
And there was no blood spatter on that shirt that you
Correct.
saw. And you talked about a white stain on the shirt. Where in your notes do you indicate that that white stain could have come from the toilet water?
Yeah, she's definitely not intimidating her. She knows her stuff, and she's not afraid to say, no, you're wrong.
I didn't indicate that it could have come from the toilet water. I believe what I testified to before was, were the kinds of minerals present something that could be found in water? And I answered yes.
Did you ever look at or see the photographs of Mr. Spector when he was arrested in Alhambra on February 3rd, 2003?
I've seen only what was referred to as a booking photo, and I've seen photographs of Mr. Spector that were taken, I believe, in conjunction with what we refer to as sexual assault exam.
Your Honor, I'd like to have two exhibits marked. They were previously people's exhibits, but I've blown them up and separated them out. So there's two.
That would be sextuple R.
And then R and, should we do it A and B, or do you want to do them separately?
I think just one, you have two separate ones? Why don't
Two
you just-
separate ones.
Just add, the next one would be S.
Okay. Mark, let's start with this one first. Okay. I take it that you have never seen this picture of Mr. Spector at the Alhambra Police Station at about in the morning sometime.
Nope.
Okay, and can we go to the next one, Mark? And you've never seen this picture of Mr. Spector at the police station then?
No.
From your viewpoint or vantage right there, do you see any white staining on the right area of Mr. Spector's cuff or shirt?
From my vantage point, I can't. If I was going to examine this photo for the purposes of answering that question analytically, I would want to look at the photo original and look at it with magnification.
And no one asked you in the past to ever look at this photo with magnification, correct?
I've never seen this photo before.
Mark, can you just enlarge a little portion of it? From looking at it right there, by zooming in on it, can you see any indication of any white stains like you saw in those studio shots?
Well, I see a white ridge here. Now, whether that's real or not, I don't know, because I would never opine based on digital of what appears to be a Polaroid on an Elmo or coming out of a computer. All of my examinations were based on looking at the original 35 millimeter films available and looking at the actual items.
Do you know that this shirt was left at Alhambra along with the pants and socks for a week before they were picked up by Detective Lilienfeld to take to the lab?
Objection, that's inspect, no.
Sustained.
Testify to you.
He did?
Page,
Let's ask it as a hypothetical.
hypothetically,
Okay.
assuming, hypothetically, assuming that Detective Lilienfeld left the clothes at Alhambra for a week, assuming hypothetically, do you know what condition those clothes were kept in for that week before you got them at your lab?
No.
Now, while we're talking about the shirt, you also looked at the shirt, and where in your notes do you say there's any smokeless gunpowder particles on the shirt of Mr. Spector?
I don't know. I quite frankly don't remember if I do or don't. I would have to review the black shirt. To the best of my recollection, I did not find any. But I would want to go back over my hand notes again.
Well, if you did find smokeless particles, you would have noted them in your notes, correct?
Yes.
And that would be
Yes.
true on the socks, the pants, or the shirt, correct?
Yes, and to the best of my recollection, I found no smokeless powder.
You didn't find any powder that you had in your notes on the white jacket either, did you?
Yes, I did possibly.
Well, wait a second. Yes, you did possibly, or yes, you found something that you looked under the microscope and identified as smokeless powder?
I found something that resembles burnt or partially burnt smokeless powder, and it is on a stub held in a sticky material that I cannot remove to do a complete exam of the item, but stereomicroscopically, it appears to be smokeless powder.
Where in your notes do you say that it is smokeless powder?
It
You need to take a moment to look through something?
take me,
Okay, take your time.
what I turned over to the district attorney stamped as page 106, which is not the same as what you call
Right, I
Bates
understand.
numbers. Stereomicroscopic exam of each disc, 10x to 60x magnification. Right disc has numerous multiple colored fibers, an extensive amount of microscopic particulates. Some particulates may be blood, body tissue, powder at this level of exam. Left disc generally the same as the right disc, but with more microscopic particulates that may be blood. No white particulates suggesting tooth fragments seen.
And in fact, on your notes, which is your page 213, but our page 1433, counsel, on 5/21/03, you wrote, no smokeless powder seen on surfaces of jacket inside or out. Did you not?
Well, that's from looking at the actual jacket. That is different than the sample that was taken from the cuffs of the jacket, which was what I was reading before.
What was the morphology those particulates that you say in that sticky stuff, but you've never tested? What was the morphology?
It had the appearance of, in this case, because I did look at the smokeless powder in its unburnt form is a disc. This had a flat side and twisted morphology, like a half-burned, stretched out particle.
I apologize.
It's described because it's dimensional. I don't know the words for it, but another where a picture would be worth 1,000 words.
And there is no picture of that, is there?
Let's see if I happen to capture it in these. No, all the pictures I have show what looks like blood, and the disc itself have been, part of the reason it's not analyzed or disrupted is it's in its original condition, and in the laboratory I can certainly take a picture of it and bring it.
So, ma'am, we're in the year of June 2007, in the middle of this trial. Are you telling this jury that you've never tested that disc?
I've examined it. There was never any analysis of all the materials on it, because if you look at the disc yourself, you will see it's a career's worth of items.
So
Actually, this may be it.
So there's no
Just
scientific.
1 second, I think she might have located something in the notes. And then we're going to break for the day.
Yeah, this may be it in a larger
Go ahead.
farther away.
What are you referring to?
In my notes, we have a digital capture system that we sometimes use to replace sketches. In the old days, we used to hand sketch things.
Is this something that you can locate, or do you have it there in your file?
Well, I have a printout of this.
Okay, and you think that's what you're referring to, or you're not sure?
I'm not sure. I can.
Why don't you look at it, because we're going to break now.
Yes.
All right, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen, we'll be in recess. Keep in mind the admonition. We will resume Monday at 9:30. Thank you. Witness will return.
Why, StreamYard? Why? See, I had it all ready to go. That would have been a smooth transition, but no. StreamYard wanted to disconnect from the audio again. Yeah, it's coming from Temu, so it's probably going to be a couple of weeks. But I looked on Amazon thinking, with all the new tariffs and stuff, I don't even know if I'm going to get it right now. It might be forever. It could be months from now. I don't know when I'm going to get it. So I looked for Lord of the Rings diamond paintings on Amazon. They don't hardly have any. I was like, you're kidding me. However, Amazon just orders from China. So it's basically the same thing. But I don't know why they don't have a bunch of Lord of the Rings stuff. I certainly hope so. But I'm the one doing it, so who knows? That sounds hilarious. Hey, just because. I know, right? I was like, okay, Amazon, it'll get here faster if I order it from Amazon. So I looked and I was like, what the heck? How come I put it in Temu and I got a bazillion different ones? And I put it in Amazon, I got like 2. What the heck? So I ordered the 2 that I showed you, Jilly. Those are the ones that I ordered. And the first one I showed you that was like so epic, that's one I didn't order because it looked like it was going to be hard. But I can't wait to get them. Okay, let's try this again.
2003.
I'll have to look.
Is the black pants, the black shirt, and the pair of socks.
It appeared that the first time the subject's clothing, including underwear, socks, pants, and shirt, arrived at the laboratory was February 11th, 2003.
Okay, so that was correct, that they did arrive there on February 11th, 2003.
Yes.
Now, one of the things that we were talking about on Thursday, and you spoke at length with Mr. Jackson, was the pant pocket, the left pant pocket of what you said, the defendant's clothing that arrived on September 11, 2003, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also found, correct me if I'm wrong, a few dilute stains of blood in the pockets, correct?
There is blood in the pants pocket. If you look at the bottom edge of the pants pocket, there's an appearance that it at one time had been wet, and there were blood stains there. They appeared dark and different in age than the blood stains that were bright red and sampled in the laboratory.
Is it true that in your notes you reflect the appearance of what is called, quote, dilute, D-I-L-U-T-E, close quote, stains?
I probably did refer to it as dilute because it has the watery appearance.
And you are aware, of course, that when a bullet such as this hits the spinal cord, that sometimes and usually cerebral spinal fluid also comes out with the blood. Are you not?
Yes, but what was in the pants pocket was not that kind of dilute.
And you are aware that and you quoted a woman by the name of Anita Wonder, correct? Thursday, you talked about a blood spatter expert, Anita Wonder.
I mentioned the name, yes.
Okay. And you are aware that she indicates that you cannot chemically tell the difference between dilute blood that is diluted with water and dilute blood that is diluted with cerebral spinal fluid? Are you not?
Well, technically, that's not true. If you were going to analyze for cerebral spinal fluid, you could do that. We're not capable of that. Regardless, the appearance of the blood that I referred to as dilute was, I believe, actually typed back to Philip Spector, and was old blood in the pants pocket from some other incident, and had the appearance of being drawn down into the bottom of the pocket and gone through laundry cycle.
Did you indicate in your lab notes that there was blood in the right and left pockets that were dilute?
I believe that was in both the bottoms of both the right and front pocket.
Let me ask you
of
if you,
his pants.
I'm sorry, let me ask you if you agree with this statement. No biochemical test can differentiate blood diluted with water from blood diluted with cerebral spinal fluid. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Yes and no. I believe that a non-forensic lab, if they needed to differentiate spinal fluid from water, they could do that. I'm unaware, such as a medical lab. I'm unaware of any forensic lab that would be capable of doing that kind of testing.
Are you aware of the name of any testing that could differentiate cerebral spinal fluid from
No, I would have to consult with a medical clinical lab for that.
Okay. Now, when you indicated about the blood that was in the left pocket of Philip Spector, it is true that in that pocket you did not find any smokeless particles, powder particles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, in that pocket that you indicated had some blood in it, you did not find any transfer pattern that would bring that blood back specifically to the .38 caliber gun, right?
That's true.
Okay. And you cannot sit here today and say, as a blood spatter expert, that indeed those stains in that pocket were created by putting the gun in that pocket, can you?
No, I cannot.
Now, some of the blood that you indicated came back from Ms. Clarkson. It was, to your knowledge, very clear and very red, not dilute, right?
Yes.
And that would indicate that it was not mixed with water, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that would indicate further to you, as a trained crime scene analyst, that something was put in that pocket, not mixed with water. In other words, whatever it was not washed off.
Yes.
And if that were the fingers of Mr. Spector, that would mean that he did not wash off the hand that went in that pocket, didn't it?
Objection, that's vague as to time of when.
Are you talking about around the time of the incident?
Yes.
All right, with that in mind, you may answer the question.
I guess my objection would be more focused on before or after he washed his hands.
Well, you can re-ask that if you want. I'm going to allow her. She can answer the question she made.
At the time the blood was transferred to the inside of the pocket, by whatever mechanism created the transfer, the blood was liquid and the blood did not appear to be dilute.
Okay. Now, matter of fact, you don't know the mechanism by which that blood got in the pocket, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to some of the other clothing, and by the way, with regard to those pants, I think I asked you that you did not find any blood spatter on the outside of those pants.
That's true.
Now, going back to the white jacket of Mr. Spector, we discussed a little bit on Thursday this concept of misting of blood spatter. You remember that? Just trying to bring it back to that
Yes.
area. Okay. And one of the stains that you tested, that you thought was initially blood, was a small spatter up here, right?
Indicating the
The right
Thank you.
underarm.
I would have to look back at my notes to be sure it was the right side and that far
I
up.
would appreciate if you would do that. Thank you. And while you're doing that, perhaps we could put a picture up that may be helpful, that referred to. Would that be good?
That would help because I do not
Okay,
have,
that's fine. Mark 4.290.
Is this an existing
It
photo?
is not according to my record, Your Honor.
All right, sextuple T.
I'm sorry.
T.
T. Can you see that? I have a printed out copy here with the,
yes, you're referring to the green arrow?
yes, I'm referring to the green arrow.
Yes.
Okay. And when that presumptive Castlemeyer testing was done on that, correct me if I'm wrong, but that came back as negative.
I don't know because Steve Renteria did the Castlemeyer testing. I'm not sure which ones he tested specifically and what the result was. My analysis was based on microscopic examination.
Did he ever report back to you what the result was?
Objection, no call for hearsay.
Sustained.
Do you know if you looked at this jacket before or after Mr. Renteria looked at this jacket?
Before.
Before Mr. Renteria looked at the jacket?
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
Mr. Renteria was at the field investigation. He was the person in biology who was the initial receiver of the items of evidence. I know that I believe I recall that he transported this jacket back to the lab. So he had initial custody of it. He's actually the one who did the sticky discs on the sleeve. And after that, before any other testing, it came to me and nothing was done with it until I examined it.
When this jacket came to you, did you locate was there enclosed in it a list of, or typed list of telephone numbers?
No,
Okay. Did you find anything in the pockets of this jacket that was extraneous, such as typewritten lists of anything?
there was nothing in the pockets.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that when blood is distributed from backspatter, it goes out in what, or
Yes,
okay, and
approximately.
okay, and I think I have a picture that, Your Honor, that would help with this, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Dixon.
Sextuple U.
What is that, Your Honor? I'm sorry.
U, sextuple
Thank
U.
Mark? Ms. Harold, Dr. Harold, I'm sorry, excuse me, I apologize, is a picture from, as you can see, Mr. Bevel's book, who we discussed the other day. And it is true, is it not, that the further from the impact that they indicate, the more dispersed the pattern becomes on blood spatter. Is that true?
Yes, in general.
Okay. And so just like all of us have seen, something closer can be closer and then go out towards a cone like this indicates here.
Under ideal situations, yes.
Okay. And well, you haven't published yourself on the dispersion rate or this dispersion pattern of blood spatter evidence, have you?
No, I have not published on that topic.
Now, while this is up there, it is true that you did not find any tooth materials on the white jacket of Mr. Spector. Correct?
That is true.
Okay. And you indicated a testing of that spot under the right underarm. And you're not aware of the KM testing, but you looked at it under a microscope, correct?
Yes,
And the microscope you looked at under is called the stereo microscope.
yes.
And the maximum magnification that go up to is 63 or 64 times.
Yes.
Right. And when you have a procedure in your lab that's been approved by ASCLD that allows you to determine whether one blood spatter or one spot is blood by looking at it under a stereo microscope?
Yes, actually, in our last inspection, ASCLD agreed that based on my education and experience with histology, that I in fact was qualified. And I have been qualified numerous times before in recognition of blood microscopically, as well as other body tissues.
And isn't that for wet blood or blood that you appear to have a nuclei or nucleus in it, such as a white blood cell?
No, it's actually for all types of blood cells.
Are you aware of any laboratory in California that adopts your procedure that they could determine whether one item of blood spatter is blood by using only a stereo microscope?
I'm not aware of what the standard of practice is at all other laboratories in California, but I am a person that has been used not only in California, but other states and other countries to look at body tissues for microscopic identification and assist them in their investigations.
Are you aware whether the California Department of Justice, in their procedures and practices for forensic laboratories, approves of the practice of looking at one possible drop of blood spatter and determining its blood?
I have no idea what the current DOJ practice is. You have to understand that histology is among forensic scientists a rare specialty. I happen to have a different kind of educational background that allows me to apply my academic background to the practice of forensic science.
And it's true that in human blood, the red blood cell does not have a nucleus, correct?
That's true in almost all organisms except fish and birds, which do have nucleated red blood cells.
And indeed, animal blood does have nucleated red blood cells.
Animal blood? No, except for fish and birds, which do have nucleated red blood cells. Other animals do not have nucleated red blood cells.
And isn't it true, or do you disagree with the concept that you actually have to wet a blood stain, stain it, and look it under the microscope to make a determination as to whether there's cellular activity?
I can't answer that as you asked it. I don't know what you mean by cellular activity.
Well, can you see one cell under a stereo microscope?
Red blood cells, absolutely. They are the hallmark of histology. They are very regular in size and have a unique appearance, and they are used because of their regularity in size and appearance, actually used frequently as an internal scale for judging the size and position of other cells associated with it.
So it is your testimony that without wetting, diluting, and staining one red blood cell, you can make a determination that's a red blood cell simply by looking under a stereo microscope. I want to make sure I understand that. So
I can identify blood based on the presence of red blood cells through the microscopic equipment that I have at work. I have been provided with the proper equipment to do so.
So the answer to my question is yes. You
Yes.
believe you can identify one red blood cell under stereo microscopic activity.
Objection, Your Honor. That's what she didn't say she believes she can. She said she can.
All right. With that modification, would your answer be yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Next
Okay.
question.
Now, the parabolic, Mark, Please put that back up, please. The parabolic arch that blood spatter takes when it leaves the impact point. Did you do any specific testing on any exemplars of the Lana Clarkson jacket or the Phil Spector jacket that you had in your laboratory?
I'm not sure what you're asking me about. Parabolic, I believe you mean arc, not arch.
Arc, yes.
What kind of, I don't get the sequence of what
Well,
you're asking me in
let me
that
rephrase
question.
it. Did you look at the proportionality of the impact spatter on Lana Clarkson's jacket against the proportionality of the impact spatter on Phil Spector's jacket?
I examined both items, but I'm not sure what you mean by proportionality. There is a difference in the spatter on the two garments in the sense of distribution pattern and density, but you would expect that because the two jackets were not occupying the same space or the same orientation.
And it's true that in making a determination on distance, you have to look at the distribution of the number of spatters between clothing, correct?
No, as asked.
Is it true that you have to look at the distribution of the number of the size ranges of the spatters between the clothings?
If I understand what you're asking, in order to evaluate clothing and the scene for bloodstain pattern interpretation, yes, you have to look at all available information, whether it's the clothing, garments, the chair, the surrounding environment. And yes, you evaluate all of those things for size, orientation, distribution, and look for patterns and determine how those fit together in the orientations available at the scene.
Is it true that you have to look at the shape of the whole pattern and compare the whole patterns of the blood spatters on each of the jackets and when you're doing a distance determination?
Yes.
Is it true that you have to look at the individual spatters with respect to each other when you're doing a distance determination?
Yes, I believe, if I understand what you're asking me, that the answer to that is what I previously stated. In doing this kind of examination and interpretation, you must look at all available information, all the garments, the environment, the chair, the purse, and you evaluate all of those in relationship to each other for bloodstain quantity, size, distribution,
Let me
and
ask you
interpretive.
let me ask you specific areas. Is it true that you have to look at the distribution of the number of spatters?
Yes and no, it depends on the case.
Is it true that you have to look at the distribution of the number of the size ranges of the spatters?
Yes.
Now, when you looked at Ms. Clarkson's jacket and Mr. Spector's jacket, did you in your notes discuss at any point whether or not the size, the distribution of the spatters was different near the impact point on her clothes or Mr. Spector's clothes?
Did I discuss it in my notes?
Did you put it in your notes?
I don't know. I'd have to reread my notes specific to the U.S. size or distribution on her jacket compared to his.
Yes.
To reread my notes.
Do you know, as you sit here today, whether there's any specific report that you did that discusses the difference of the size and distribution on Lana Clarkson's jacket as compared to Philip Spector's jacket?
I did a report that states my observations of the different garments.
All right, and you have that report with you?
Yes, I believe. I found it.
And is that your report dated April 5th, 2004?
Yes.
And that's a final report. You also did a draft report dated March 26, 2004, correct?
Yes, that's our policy in our section of lab. All of our work is 100% peer reviewed, and we generate what's referred to as a draft report, which would be our final report and conclusions. And as the peer reviewer looks at the notes, they look at the proposed report for besides typos, when they catch a few. I'm talking about what I saw, what my official report would be, and they're evaluating it relative to my bench notes.
Where in this report dated April 5th, 2004, does it compare the distribution pattern on Lana Clarkson's jacket against the distribution pattern on Philip Spector's white jacket?
It's only stated as observations of the clothing.
Where does it say that?
Let's see. Well, items examined. Item 19, blood-stained white, off-white colored blazer. And then her clothing is listed as the shoes, the leopard purse, clothing identified as pantyhose, bra, slip dress, and Vertigo brand women's jacket.
Where do you state your observation or conclusions concerning the comparison of the size and distribution pattern on Lana Clarkson's jacket against Philip Spector's jacket?
Objection, this has been asked and answered 3 times now.
I think she's explained how she's done it.
Do you have any specific opinion in this report that compares the two?
No, I've stated observations and I've testified in a court of law about my opinion on how all the patterns in this case fit together or don't fit together.
When you were before the grand jury, you never indicated that you compared the size and distribution pattern from Lana Clarkson's jacket against Philip Spector's jacket, did you?
When I was before the grand jury, I answered the questions that were asked of me.
Is that a yes or a no?
I don't recall without reading that testimony. If it wasn't asked, then I didn't answer the question.
Okay. And you indicated that you had this peer review procedure. With regard to that April 24th, 2004 report, isn't it true that the peer reviewer would only look to peer review the conclusions that you have in that report?
You mean the April 5th report?
Yes.
Yes, he's signed off on the observations that are stated in this report.
And who is he?
Stephen Schliebe, Schliebe.
All right. And do you know what his qualifications are concerning bloodstain pattern analysis?
I can't itemize him. He is a qualified analyst and a respected qualified analyst, not only in the laboratory, but outside of our laboratory.
In the laboratory doing what? What is his position?
Similar to mine, and he is a coworker and sits across the room from me.
All right. In other words, he's a criminalist.
Yes.
He does general work like you testified that you do in criminal
Yes.
investigations. Now, with regard to what he would have peer reviewed, you wrote in this report, did you not, concerning the off-white blazer, you put in one paragraph on page 2?
Yes.
And that conclusion was as follows. Let me see if I can read it and correct me if I read it incorrectly. The off-white blazer, item 19, was observed to be bloodstained on the front and sleeves. Some of the bloodstains on the blazer included quotation mark, mislike, close quotation mark stains on the left front of the jacket and areas of contact transfers on opposing sides of the front jacket openings. The blood was observed on the back torso, inside the pockets, no blood was observed on the back torso, inside the pockets, or on the inner lining of the blazer. Other than blood, no other trace materials of obvious evidentiary value were observed associated with this blazer. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And those were the only observations and conclusions that you put in that April 5th report, correct?
Yes.
And with regard to Ms. Clarkson's jacket, your observation and your conclusion that you put in that April 5th report was on page 4, correct?
Yes.
And that was that, and if I read it incorrectly, please stop me. The black jacket, item 88D, was observed to be heavily bloodstained on the right front. Numerous particulates of unknown evidentiary value were observed with the stained area. Some of the particulates appeared to be possible body tissue at the level of stereomicroscopical examination, but were not characterized further. It was noted that cuts to the fabric were reportedly made during removal from the decedent, and that blood staining to the left side of the garment may be the result of the decedent processing activities, right?
Yes.
And those were the only two conclusions that you put in that April 5th report concerning those two jackets.
Yes, I would call those observations as opposed to conclusions.
They appear under the section examination, observations, and conclusions, and you indicate that they're your observations, not your conclusions. Then, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Where is there any other written report that came out of that you authored in the discovery that you had before you, those 400 and some pages, where you have a conclusion concerning the size and distribution patterns between Lana Clarkson's jacket and Philip Spector's jacket?
There is no other report. I testified before the grand jury as to my conclusions about placement of Lana, the gun, and the jacket, and that occurred before a report was generated, so that became the written record because I rendered those opinions officially and they were recorded officially.
All right, well, we have the grand jury, and yes, you did testify as to what your opinion is in location. My question to you is, where did you ever author a written report comparing the size and distribution pattern of Lana Clarkson's jacket against the size and distribution pattern of the blood found on Philip Spector's jacket?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been asked now 5 times.
Is there any more answer that you have that you have not?
There is no other authored report other than my recorded testimony from the grand jury.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, and in that recorded testimony, that comparison does not exist, does it?
Yes, it
And
does.
then this states the
She
testimony.
just answered. She said, yes, it
I'll
does.
withdraw.
Now, in the grand jury testimony, you indicated that Mr. Spector could have been walking towards Ms. Clarkson.
Yes, the static result of the bloodstain pattern indicates the relative position of those items, being Lana, the white jacket, and the gun, at a particular time, but I cannot tell you whether the specifics of was that jacket moving forward or backward.
And in the grand jury, you also indicated that Mr. Spector could have been running towards Ms. Clarkson and still have had the spatter that you saw on his jacket, correct?
Yes.
All right. So when Mr. Jackson came up to you and stood right upon here, you don't know, based on your opinion, whether somebody came up and did this, do you?
You said you have to describe what you're doing.
with your arms, with his arms up.
You may answer.
No, I do not.
Now, when we were discussing misting on Thursday, we talked about the various sizes of the particles, so the blood spatter that can occur. Remember that?
Yes.
And we have a picture that I'd like to discuss with you, gentlemen. This is the one he sent us. Mark? And could I have this, Mark, please?
Yes, 6 couple B.
And I have one for the witness and one for the jurors because you can't see, so it gets drowned out in some of the, up here. If we could distribute those.
All right.
Now, you are familiar with this picture because it appeared in the textbook of Mr. James that was given to you when you took the course with them, correct?
They didn't give us the textbook.
Okay, maybe you have the textbook anyhow.
I have it anyhow.
Okay, and this, you would agree, would be a exemplar of a backspatter or misting that you would see from a high velocity impact.
No, I would not agree. You can see the bullet hole, so it by definition is forward spatter.
Okay. Are you sure that this is forward spatter?
I can look it up for you, but I don't know how else you would get a hole in the middle of the target unless the bullet went through it.
Have you ever read or looked at the other pictures in the book that discuss whether or not there is back spatter or whether or not this is forward spatter?
Yes, I've read this book at one time, but without going back to the specifics of the figure. I mean, there's hundreds of figures in that book.
Well, perhaps I can help you. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
This figure 7.23. As you're looking at that, do you recall reading that this is back spatter?
It says back spatter, but there's still a bullet hole through the middle of the target.
In other words, are you taking issue with the fact that this is a back spatter pattern?
I would like the opportunity to read the whole thing. I suppose the only way they did that was to have a bullet go through a target, through some bloody object, and then through another target.
Are you disagreeing with whether or not this is the type of spatter?
It's different. She's reviewing. She's
I'm
trying to
sorry, I
review.
apologize. I thought she was finished.
Well, it states that it's back spatter produced on a vertical cardboard placed 6 inches behind a blood-soaked sponge. So it does not give the mechanism by which they made it. So let me make the assumption that it was a bullet that went through a target into a blood-soaked sponge and then through a target again, and that it is back spatter.
Okay.
And yes, back spatter can have an array of bloodstain sizes.
And you agree then that this would be an array of bloodstain sizes from a back spatter pattern?
Yes.
And did you see the width that shows here, or the type of distribution that shows here on Mr. Spector's jacket?
No, what I found on Mr. Spector's jacket was all size ranges that were a millimeter or less, except for the contact stains and the one that's on the edge of the cuff, which is slightly larger.
Did you measure the size between each of the spatters you saw on Mr. Spector's jacket? In other words, how far apart they were from each other?
Just as an overall distribution.
So that you did not measure the individual ranges between each spatter?
No.
And you didn't diagram those individual ranges to see if they were 1 inch apart or 2 inches apart or 3 inches apart?
No, I simply had the garment photographed with the red arrows as a record of that kind of distribution.
And isn't it true that the mist-like stains that you reported on Mr. Spector's jacket were not 0.2 of a millimeter large or small?
They were a millimeter or less. In general, they were, the millimeter was the biggest. They were less than that because they were associated with wool fabric, and they had elongated along the wool fibers. Some of them were that small and some of them weren't.
Where in your notes do you have the specific sizes of each of the on each of the 15 arrows that you have on the front of Mr. Spector's jacket?
I recorded that by photomicrograph along with the scales that were taken, the rulers that were taken under the same microscope so that I could back calculate if necessary. In general, while doing this, my hands were tied up holding this garment in position, so I opted to do it photographically rather than record the individual numbers. While doing it, I formed the opinion that all of them were a millimeter or less, which by my definition was mist-like.
How many were less than a millimeter and how many were a millimeter?
All of them were recorded as a millimeter or less, other than the one that was immediately on the edge, forward-facing edge of the cuff, and the contact transfer stains.
And you are aware that in back spatter pattern analysis, that anything that is 0.2 of a millimeter is what is called true misting, are you not?
It depends on which set of terminology you're using and which authors have authored the book. There are people who use also the term atomized and define mist-like as 0.2 of a millimeter.
Okay.
I have defined how I am using the term, which is mist-like 1 millimeter and less.
And is it fair to say then you have no written documentation that you can sit in front of me today and said there were 3 stains that were 0.2 of a millimeter, 3 stains 0.5, and 3 stains 1 millimeter?
I have written documentation in the form of a photographic record that would allow that specific calculation.
You understand that in blood spatter pattern analysis to determine distance, it is extremely important to know whether a blood spatter is 1 millimeter or a blood spatter is 0.2 of a millimeter. Isn't it true?
No.
Would you agree that it's extremely important to document the size between blood spatter on a clothing or article or any item that you're reviewing?
It is important to make that documentation, but it can be by written record or photographic record. And in this case, I documented the distribution by the use of the red arrows and photographs.
And it's important to look at the proportionality and comparison between 2 items to see whether the same proportionality of blood stain exists on one item and another item when you're doing a distance determination. Would you agree with that?
No. There is no reason to suppose that different objects are going to have the same kinds of stains or the same distribution because they are occupying different spaces and different orientations relative to the spattering event. In fact, you would not expect them to be the same.
That's your testimony,
Yes.
right? And in fact, you did not find a spatter pattern on Mr. Spector's jacket that even remotely resembled this spatter pattern here, did you?
The book.
The answer is yes and no. I found a spatter pattern on Mr. Spector that is a back spatter, mist-like pattern. It is not as copious as your photograph in amount, but that is to be expected. This is a shot through an open bloody sponge, which is going to release more blood in an unimpeded manner. It's not surprising. It's a laboratory study versus actual casework.
Well, in this situation, we have an impact to a very, an area that has a lot of blood in it in terms of the throat and the mouth, correct?
Well, the human body has a lot of blood in it, but the difference is this is a laboratory study in which you're shooting a sponge that is soaked with blood, which has a different configuration and covering than any part of the human body. That's part of the problem in comparing laboratory examinations to case situations. As I stated before, it's very difficult to replicate a shooting incident because we don't shoot people. And, you know, if you tried to shoot an animal, you'd have anatomical differences. So you would never expect to exactly replicate the situation.
And in fact, there are studies and there are medical doctors who have performed studies that have in foreign countries shot animals to make determinations of how far blood spatter can go, correct?
I don't know if they've shot them per se in foreign countries. I know in the early days they used to beat rabbits, but
are you aware of any of the studies by the medical doctors and reported by Carger concerning the shooting of animals to determine how far back spatter can go?
No, I'm not familiar with that, and I wouldn't apply that necessarily to this situation because the anatomical configuration and composition of the body tissues is different. There is no other case like this case. It is a unique case unto itself, as is each case.
And in fact, the studies that talk about shooting of the animals indicate that the spatter can go even further if this were a human being because of the vascular nature of the human head. And are you aware of that?
Objection vague as to which study exactly this Bob is referring to.
Are you aware of any study that would indicate that the results from a human being would be greater than that of an animal because of the difference in the system?
No, the premise of the gunshot, the fact is the small spatter's limited in where it can go once it's out of the body based on the physics of the thing, not the configuration or the animal.
That was along with your opinion that back spatter can only go 3 feet, correct?
Objection.
Mislike back spatter can only go 3 feet.
The objection is sustained. Her testimony was the literature says 2 to 3 feet with a theoretical up to 4. That was her testimony. Correct.
Right. Is that your testimony?
I believe it was.
Are you aware that medical Dr. Carger, in the literature concerning back spatter, reported a suicide where back spatter went 6 feet or 3 meters?
I'm unfamiliar with that paper, and I won't make comment on it unless I have an opportunity to review it.
In other words, you are not familiar with any of the work done by Dr. Carger in this area? Is that true?
I think I said I'm unfamiliar with that paper and I won't make comment on it unless I have an opportunity to review the paper.
Now, with regard to what we were discussing in terms of this back spatter on Thursday, it was your opinion that the gases in an intraoral wound dissipate, correct?
The gases in any gunshot dissipate, not just intraoral.
Was it your opinion that the gases are not trapped in the mouth and come out, but dissipate through the lungs? Is that what you testified to on Thursday?
No, that's not what I said.
Did you make any reference to the fact that the gases dissipate in the head?
I said that the gases can dissipate through a number of mechanisms. That includes the open mouth, that includes nasal passages, lungs. The energy of the impact in general dissipates by the damage it does to other body tissues in the process of the gunshot wound.
Are you, you're not a medical doctor, obviously.
No, I'm a real doctor, not a body mechanic, as we say.
And
It's a standing lab joke.
And being a real doctor then, Dr. Harold, as opposed to a medical doctor, you are not familiar with what would happen to the lungs or what would be reflected in the stomach or what would be reflected in the esophagus of a decedent who was shot if the gases dissipated through those orifices, would you?
Well, that would be the purview of the medical doctor that performs the autopsy, if I understand what you're asking me.
Okay. In other words, you would not be familiar with what happens to the body if gunshot wound gases are carried down to a stomach, an esophagus, or to the lungs of a person, correct?
Well, I am somewhat, based on my experience while working at the coroner's office. For example, I am aware of a case in which there was a shot to the head by a gun that couldn't actually fire a bullet. It was a prop gun that had a CO2 cylinder and it was fatal.
Okay. So you are aware
It's not medical doctor kind of.
Did anyone tell you or did you review the autopsy report and find that there was no sooting in the lungs of Ms. Clarkson?
Well, I don't know what you mean by sooting. I know that there was smokeless powder present in her oral cavity. I don't know that they looked for smokeless powder in other parts of her body.
Are you saying, as you sit here today, that you're aware of any indication of sooting, smokeless powder, or gunshot residue found in the lungs of Lana Clarkson?
Not in the lungs.
Are you aware of any of that, of sooting, smokeless powder, or gunshot residue being found in the esophagus of Ms. Clarkson?
No.
Are you aware of any sooting, smokeless powder, or gunshot residue being found in the stomach of Ms. Clarkson?
No.
Now, when you talked to us on Thursday about the gases, some of them coming out through the mouth, you indicated, you said that it would have no effect on how far a misting pattern or misting blood spatter could travel, correct?
That's not exactly what I said, or at least it's not what I meant to say. It has an effect. Obviously it does, because that's the mechanism backspatter in this case. However, the predominant effect once that spatter event occurs is governed by the laws of physics in how far the mist-like spatter can go.
And when you indicated that to us, you were meant to imply, or did you not mean to imply, that, for instance, air currents couldn't cause misting to go further?
Air currents actually can cause misting to go further if the droplet dries. And there is an indication on some of the material that was associated with her purse, that in fact the droplets dry, they become very light and they can waft on air currents. Otherwise, they will drop. However, what's on Mr. Spector's jacket is not the kind of droplet. It was clearly wet when it impacted that jacket.
So it's your testimony that, for instance, air currents do not allow spatter to go further unless the droplet is dry. Is that your testimony?
In general, yes.
And one of the ways is you talk about physics. You understand, for instance, that hurricanes follow the laws of physics too, correct?
Sort of the laws of weather.
Okay. And tornadoes follow the law of physics also?
Yes.
Okay. And indeed, when you have an explosion type event or a big air type event or an air pressure type of event, that objects that are small can get pushed out further and travel longer distances because they follow the flow of the pressurized event. Correct?
I wouldn't equate the issues of a hurricane and a tornado to the issues of this bloodstained pattern interpretation. I do agree that under unusual circumstances or particular circumstances related to a case, you could have air current events that would extend the distance that dried mist-like stains could go. You could blow them out farther. However, they drop eventually due to gravity, and they exist as nice little round balls, and they just literally sit on top of objects. In this case, that's not what is present on the white jacket. It appears that it in fact was liquid at the time that it impacted the jacket.
So what you're saying is that all blood spatter dries in the air if it's going to go before it can go further. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sorry, I
Are you
missed the
saying that the
last
blood
half of
spatter
the
dries
question.
in the air before it could go further due to a pressurized event? Is that what you're saying?
No,
So blood spatter that is still wet can travel further if it's transported under a pressurized event. Isn't that true?
no.
Now, you have never, as you testified on Thursday, had an intraoral gunshot wound that you were asked to make an opinion or give a determination on in the past, correct?
I don't recall the circumstances of all the gunshot wound cases that I've looked at. I've had other cases that were shots to the head, but I don't remember if there were specifically intraoral ones.
As you sit here today, you cannot remember any intraoral gunshot wound you've had, correct?
Correct.
And part of the premise that you're basing the travel distance of spatter on is on the fact that you believe that there's no difference between an intraoral gunshot wound and a non-intraoral gunshot wound, right?
No.
Do you believe that there is a difference in distance that spatter can travel in an intraoral gunshot wound?
Compared to what?
A non-intraoral gunshot wound.
I don't know how to answer that question because I don't know exactly what you're asking.
All right, at this point, we're going to take our recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Keep in mind the admonition, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Does anybody know where she's going with this? Why is she trying to prove that the blood spatter can go farther?
The size of back spatter, is it true, Dr. Harold, that spatter created from satellite spatter hitting something and then of back spatter from high velocity gunshot wounds?
Yes.
Okay. And that lapping of size can be, well, determine whether something is satellite spatter by size versus gunshot wound. Let me ask you, for you to define it.
Satellite spatter can occur by two different mechanisms. Basically, one is where blood's dripping in the blood and you get a secondary satellite spatter. It has a particular pattern and shape to it. The drops tend to be highly variable in size, and they have, I guess I would almost call it a reverse triangular shape. They're a little more elliptical. They look a little better, in which a little drop. That's the kind that can overlap in appearance with what I've called mist-like. In this particular case, given the circumstances and the objects that I've examined, I have eliminated that possibility as a source of the spatter on item 19 based on where the other garments that she had other relationships and seeing.
To also overlap the satellite spatter for gunshot wounds, and I gather the answer to that is yes.
I started that answer with the word yes.
And it's your opinion that what I just gathered, that the spatter on Mr. Spector's jacket is not satellite spatter, correct?
Yes.
Where in your final work did you eliminate the spatter on Mr. Spector's spatter from being satellite spatter?
It is not stated in my final report.
To travel, we were talking about whether a spatter that's under pressure can go further. Now, if I have a garden hose with water in it and a misting spray, isn't it true that that garden hose and the water can go further depending about the pressure, depending on what kind of pressure I put it under?
No.
And you then therefore say that is no, and therefore you also say that it's no, that pressurized back spatter can't go further. Is that your basic assumption?
No, that's not my basic assumption. I have to kind of explain this answer when I say no, it's yes and no.
Which is the answer to that yes and no, I'm sorry. Which answer was a yes or
Just go
no?
ahead and explain your answer.
When examples such as a garden hose, or even a spritz bottle that is under pressure and you have a mist, like you turn the nozzle to mist as opposed to spray, and you have the fluid in mist. No matter how hard you pump that spritz bottle, once you reach that maximum distance dictated by physics for the size of the particle, it's not going to go any farther. If your bottle of Windex requires that you be within 2 feet of the window to get the mist on it, it doesn't matter how much pressure you put that under, that size particle is only going to go that far. And you have closer to the window. So once you high velocity spatter, it's just not going to go any farther, even increasing the pressure.
So my question to you is it one of your basic assumptions here that back spatter cannot go any further or any farther, no matter what type of pressure it is under?
Can't answer the question.
With regard to some of the assumptions that you made, you also made that she had taken no agonal breaths, correct?
Yes.
And you sat in meetings with the coroner's office for a number of times, including 2003, correct?
No. Can I go back to the previous
You need to clarify.
vaginal breaths? My understanding was that she minorly could have inhaled, but because of the neurobiology damage, she was incapable of exhaling. So there is a difference that I have to consider in those two. Word of the neurobiology of substantially exhaling. In addition to that, we're looking at these patterns. If the spray comes from exhaling, a lot of times you will see air bubbles in the spatter, and for that, there was none.
What I'm trying to ask you, ma'am, is did you assume that she took no action?
Yes, I assume doctors were correct, and she was not capable of subduing that in my examination, and actually looked for the presence of any air bubbles that may have been included in the back spattered blood.
Is it your testimony then that the only way that you determine whether or not there is an expirated blood or you can have expirated blood without air?
StreamYard,
And
knock it off.
that's exhale. If you're inhaling, it's going in.
You're taking that as an inhale, not an exhale.
Yes.
Okay. Analogy of what an agonal breath was with the neuropathologist from the coroner's office, Dr. John Andrews.
No.
Now, with regard to the one jacket that we were discussing earlier, and discussed Thursday, in your final report, in your on or about March of 2003, did you put that no smokeless powder of obvious morphology stain on Phil Spector's jacket?
Yes.
Okay. And did you also indicate that in your final report, April of 2004?
Well, that would be April 4th.
I believe it was April 4th.
Yes, I believe that's the case.
Okay. And in fact, in your final report, you indicated no smokeless gunpowder particles were observed in the adhesive, and that would be the adhesive of the tape lifts taken from Mr. Spector's jacket, correct?
No.
You have your report with you?
Yes.
Under examination observations, see that?
Yes.
Did you write, quote, no smokeless gunpowder particles were observed in the adhesive, close quote?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not a tape lift.
Okay.
That's why I answered no. It's a methystomix, it's a different thing.
All I asked you was whether or not you wrote in your report, no smokeless gunpowder particles were observed in the adhesive, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you have a blood spatter, you can actually get a transfer of the fiber. Isn't that true?
Yeah, well, transfer is different than a spatter.
Okay. Can you get transferred blood on fibers?
Yes.
Okay. And one of the ways to tell whether a blood is transferred onto a fiber is whether or not it is in the fiber or remains on the fiber top, correct?
Yes.
And when it remains on the fiber top, it can be removable with a disc, correct? A sticky disc.
It can be removable with a sticky disc, whether it's spattered or transferred.
Okay. And one of the articles that you said that you gave the prosecutor on Thursday was an article by a criminal.
Familiar with the article, I don't know that I gave it to the prosecution on Thursday.
Okay. Did you give them some article from Jim Peck's on Thursday? Isn't that what you discussed with us on Thursday?
We may have discussed it, I don't know when I don't know, did I? I'm familiar with the article. I believe I testified to being familiar with the article.
Okay. And in regards to the article that Mr. Peck's has written on blood spatter, he recommends, does he not, that duplicate a pattern with similar fabric, the same weapon and ammunition before you make a determination on distance, does he not?
Well, it's a different situation. That's a laboratory study, and they're talking about inches. And obviously, in this case, we cannot duplicate the situation. We cannot mimic another intraoral shot. We can't find the ammunition that hasn't been manufactured for 15 or 20 years, as I understand it. So it is not possible to do a laboratory study that exactly mimics the situation in this case.
My question to you, isn't it true that Mr. Peck's, one of the articles you gave to the prosecutor, recommends that that in pattern analysis, you get similar fabric, the same weapon and ammunition, and do a test to confirm your conclusions?
In general, you would like to be able to do that when you have patterns that are unexplainable or not common. In this case, it's not possible to do that.
Okay. Did you ever discuss, by the way, in that Peck's article, that's one of the articles that in that situation limited the distance that back spatter could go, correct?
Well, there's several studies, laboratory studies that use different weapons and different techniques for creating back spatter and examining where it goes and how far it goes.
And that testing that Mr. Peck's reported in that article had to do with a specific case dealing with homicides involving some children. Correct?
I don't think we're talking about the same article.
Well, let me ask you this. With regard to your conclusions in this case, is it fair to say that you did not have anyone outside the lab independently peer review your conclusions that you testified to?
No, our peer review is done with other analysts from from our same laboratory, except under very odd circumstances. And in this case, we followed our standard operating procedure. And I did not discuss this case with the defense experts.
My question to you is, did you have your conclusions peer reviewed by anyone who's a recognized blood spatter pattern analyst? Anyone outside the laboratory?
No,
In fact, you, for instance, you didn't call Mr. Jim Pex and discuss this case with him.
no.
Now, with regard to the parabolic arc that we discussed, isn't it true that the further back somebody is from the impact site, the more dispersed the pattern becomes?
In general, that is the case, as can be demonstrated in a laboratory kind of setting. That up there in your display is an ideal laboratory setting. In practice, applied to casework, the impact spatter and dispersion is rarely as symmetrical as the theory, because you have circumstances that cause it not to be symmetrical.
Well, let's take out the actual complete symmetry. As a general concept, isn't it true that the further back someone is from the impacts, the point of impact, the more dispersed the pattern does become?
Yes, unless it impacts something, in which case it stops.
Did you ever, you discussed that you limited how far back the backspatter can go here was because you did not find it, or Mr. Renteria did not find it on the carpet, correct?
I'm not
You
sure.
limited how far the distance the backspatter could go in this case because Mr. Renteria did not find it on the carpet with the luminol test, correct?
That was part of the consideration, but that was not the total consideration in making the statements and conclusions that I have.
One of the things that we talked about on Thursday was this luminol test. Are you aware of what the pH balance of the luminol that your lab used in this house, Mr. Spector's home, on February 4th, 2003 was?
No.
Okay. But as a trained criminalist in regard to crime scene reconstruction, you are aware that pH can affect, the lower the pH, the lower the ability of blood to luminesce, correct?
Lower the pH. I have to think for a moment.
Well, let me see if I can rephrase it. Maybe that was not too artful. That when you have luminol that has a low pH, that spatter does not luminesce very much, even if you find it.
Regardless, we have a operating procedure with positive and negative controls to demonstrate that each reagent batch, as it is made and while it is being used, is operating properly. And in this instance, that would be recorded in Mr. Renteria's field notes. There's no indication that the reagent was not operating properly at the time it was being applied.
Well, we're going to discuss in a few minutes the procedure that's written in your Scientific Services Bureau Biology Manual. But what I asked you was, isn't it true that luminol, if it is a lower pH, also does not make the luminescence of an object of blood very clear?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware of any luminol called blue star luminol that increases the brightness of the luminescence because it has a higher pH?
There is a different reagent called Blue Star. I personally have not used it or compared it to the existing luminol that we use in our laboratory.
Now, you discussed just a second ago that your laboratory does have a procedure for luminol, and it's true, it does, correct?
Yes,
And you also discussed that you have to have a positive and a negative control, correct?
yes,
And the positive could be control would be something that is a known human blood stain for positive control, correct?
yes,
And the copper penny is also a control that is required by your lab to be utilized whenever any luminol procedure is done, correct?
I don't know that they require the copper penny at the moment. They do require the blood to be used, and in fact, we're required to have a whole written record of the blood source, the age. It's a blood standard that's actually numbered and itemized.
In December 2003, isn't it true that one of the reagent controls required by your lab to be utilized to make sure that the luminol test was performed properly?
Protocol to confirm that.
If I showed it to you, would that possibly refresh your recollection?
No, because I would want to see our original documents in the lab.
If you saw 2 pages of a document, would that refresh your recollection as to whether or not it's a duplicate of the original that's in your lab?
No,
Now, one of the reasons why you utilize a positive or negative control is to make sure that the testing is functioning properly, correct?
I believe I said that, yes.
Okay, and you also have to utilize, whenever you do a luminol test, a dilution control. Isn't that true?
No,
Okay. And when your lab in 2003 did luminol, and you're a criminalist in the biology section, correct?
no,
You're not in the biology section. Do you
No.
know whether there was a requirement that even a negative luminol test be photographed?
no,
In other words, you're not familiar with the parameters of the luminol testing in your lab in 2003, correct?
I am familiar with some of them, and I am not recalling whether there is even currently any requirement that a negative test be photographed. We record this on film, so you would take pictures with lights on, lights out, and if there's no glow, you end up with a black frame. And I don't know that it was ever required that a negative or non-luminescing test be recorded.
Now, as a member of the International Association of Bloodstain Pattern Analysts, have you ever read any articles by the same man you mentioned as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis, Jim Pex, concerning whether luminol in looking at spatter?
No, I don't recall reading any article about luminol being used for backspatter.
Now, with regard to your opinions that the backspatter in this case could not travel more than 3 feet, did you ever receive any item of physical evidence that suggested otherwise?
I can't answer that question as asked.
Okay. Did you receive any item of physical evidence concerning another blood stain at the home of Mr. Spector?
Yes. I believe I understand what you're asking.
What did you receive?
Are you talking about the blood stain on the step?
Yes.
Okay. I received a package from our assistant director, Heidi Robbins, who had received a FedEx package with a return address from Henry Lee. And she entered it into the laboratory chain of custody and gave me the package.
Okay. And in that package, there was a blood stain that was allegedly collected from the first step of the stairwell at Mr. Spector's house on February 4th, 2003, correct?
No.
What did you understand it to be?
There was a blood stain collected from the second step.
Okay. And how far away is that second step from the chair where Ms. Clarkson was seated?
Based on my examination,
Yes.
based on an approximate measurement, looking back at the original crime scene photos and comparing that to the existing formation, I guess, arrangement of items in the foyer as of June 1st, 2007. That's about 85 inches horizontal from the space where the blood drop was to the approximate center of the seat.
Okay. And you tested that piece of blood spatter, correct? In your lab?
No,
Did you look at it under a microscope?
yes,
And did you see that it had a gunshot residue particle in it?
no, not in it. It was stuck on the post note.
Okay. Did you find any tissue in the spatter?
Well, do you mean body tissue?
Yes.
By definition, blood is one of the 7 basic body tissues. So yes, there was blood there. There was not any other apparent body tissue present.
Okay. And when you got that spatter, did you ever request that it be tested for DNA to see whether that spatter that was 85 inches horizontal from where you thought the chair was, whether that blood came back to Lana Clarkson?
No,
Now, with regard to the scene collection of the spatter, you would agree that it's important for the hands of a person who is shot to be carefully examined for back spatter, correct?
yes,
And you would also agree that it's extremely important that good photographs are taken, correct?
yes,
And the need for a thorough documentation prior to moving the body cannot be overemphasized, can it?
in any case, I would say that thorough documentation can't be overemphasized from not just bloodstains, any of the evidence perspectives.
Right, and the photography of items at the scene should be overall, correct? An overall photograph, right?
Generally, we take overall photographs.
Mid-range photograph, correct?
Yes,
And close-up photographs, correct?
yes,
And that once the body is moved, a lot of times changes are inevitable, correct?
yes,
And that's why good photographs and supporting documentation is extremely important when you have to analyze a blood spatter case, correct?
yes,
And in this case, for instance, there were blood stainings all over both the right and the left side of the jacket that actually covered up a lot of the cloth of the jacket, correct?
no,
Did you see blood flow down the right side of Ms. Clarkson's jacket?
yes,
Underneath that blood flow, were you able to look to see what the misting pattern was of the spatter underneath that blood flow?
no, you can't, and that's true in general. When you have blood flow, there could be an existing pattern that is covered by blood flow or subsequent spattering events, in which case that information is lost. You cannot always distinguish the two.
Okay, and therefore the spatter pattern that's underneath that blood flow that was on Ms. Clarkson's jacket would be lost, correct?
If there was one, we don't know that there was one.
Well, you can't tell whether there was one because it's covered up by the blood flow on top, correct?
I said, if there was one, we may not be able to see it because of that flow. I don't know whether there was or was not one present before the flow.
Now, with regard to the other items of clothing that Ms. Clarkson was wearing, you indicated in your notes that she was wearing a slip, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you are aware that there was an acetate lift taken of that slip,
yes,
okay? And you actually looked at that acetate lift under a stereo microscope, did you not?
yes,
Okay. And do you recall when exactly you looked at that acetate lift? If you have it in your notes.
I opened it on March 20th, 2003.
And when did you actually look at the lift under your stereo microscope?
Beginning that day.
Okay. And when you first saw that adhesive surface, and that was a standard acetate sheet made by a company for the purposes of taking lifts, correct?
Yes.
And when you first saw that, you indicated that it had a plethora of various fiber and particulates, correct?
Yes.
And minute apparent blood stains, correct?
Yes.
Did you count the amount of blood stains that were on that tape lift from the top of the slip?
No, I did not.
Were you able to utilize the position of those blood stains in making or doing your determination that you discussed with Mr. Jackson as to the location of where the head was when the bullet struck Ms. Clarkson?
No, it would be inappropriate to do that because the way the adhesive lift is used, whether it's an acetate sheet or a tape lift, is that it is not applied. Just a minute, I don't want to lose my place here. It's not applied once and lifted. It is typically applied multiple times until the stickiness is lost. And in so doing, you lose the information about relative position, possibly break up small blood stains and that kind of thing.
And in fact, there was no diagram made at the scene by the coroner's investigator, Ms. Lintemuth, as to exactly where the blood that appeared on that lift was located on the top portion of that slip, correct?
I have no idea. I haven't seen a diagram. I assume there wasn't.
Well, in fact, you asked Mr. Renteria to discuss this issue with Ms. Lintemuth, did you not? Once you saw the blood and plethora of particulates on the acetate lift.
I don't know what you mean by I asked Mr. Renteria to discuss it.
Well, did he report back to you at your request a conversation he had with Ms. Lintemuth? Without discussing the contents, did he report back to you a conversation?
No.
Your testimony is he never reported back to you any conversation he had with Jamie Lintemuth about this collection?
Correct.
Do you have that note, those notes in front of you?
I see what you're referring to.
Okay.
I have a brief note in here that he said that I was thinking about that in context of fibers.
In other words, Mr. Renteria did report back to you a conversation. I don't want to know the contents, but a conversation he had with Ms. Lintemuth about this tape lift, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that notation is made on your notes, you further looked at the tape lift on April 16, 2003, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you further looked at that tape lift, you saw what you wrote down in your notes as one white opaque fragment, parens, question mark, part of fingernail polish, close quote, close prints. Is that what you put in your notes that you saw?
Yes.
Did you do further testing of what you thought to be part of fingernail polish on that fragment that's in that acetate lift?
No.
And you never took any pictures of the white opaque fragment of what you questioned to be part of the fingernail polish, did you?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back through my photo logs.
I'm sorry.
Offhand, I don't remember.
Well, can you look at the page of your lab notes, Council Bates 1627, on 4/16/03, and see whether you specifically recorded that you did not take photos or video records?
Yes, it says that, noted that no photos or videos recorded or record made at this time.
All right. Also on 4/16/2003, you did not take a photo or video record of that white opaque fragment that was on that acetate tape lift that you thought was part of fingernail polish.
I didn't say I thought it was part of fingernail polish by putting that question, the way I made that notation in parentheses with the question mark. That is a way that I take notes that say, go back to that possible idea. So I'm not saying that, how to explain this, I'm not saying it's possible fingernail polish. I'm saying as the case goes on, go back to that possibility of an idea.
As we sit here today in 2007, has that white particle, that white opaque fragment ever been tested to determine whether it's fingernail polish or a piece of an acrylic fingernail? Measurements in that the blood spatter on the bottom of the slip indicated to you that Ms. Clarkson needed it there, correct? When she was shot. That lead to two-dimensional pictorial presentation that you had of the chair, correct? In other words, it wasn't a three-dimensional reconstruction, was it?
Yes, it was.
And your idea of a three-dimensional reconstruction, please tell us, define that for us, please.
When you're talking about area of origin for spattered blood, you have two dimensions, the direction it's going and let me think of how to without props, let me think of how to state this correctly. You have two considerations, two-dimensional space and three-dimensional space. So you can look at spattered blood from different perspectives to tell its direction and its angle of impact on a target, but then you need to relate that to height and distance. Just like this piece of paper is flat and you think of length and width, but if you're talking about a cube, you have yet a third dimension. And we refer to the three-dimensional as back to an area of origin, a place in three-dimensional space, as opposed to the two-dimensional point, what's called point of convergence or area of convergence, where all those spatters in two dimensions come back to.
Mark, can we have K6 up, please? K to the 6, defense exhibit, please. And these are the arrows that you placed on the slip, correct?
Yes.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but when I look at the arrows are all going in different directions, correct?
No.
Well, do you have some going downward, some going to stage left, some going stage right, some going upward?
I have arrows that are going, let's see. Some of these that you're probably referring to as stage left, stage right, are not giving a direction, stage right or stage left, but are 90-degree impacts, I guess. way to phrase it. The issue about her head being turned slightly to the right is based on these arrows that you see going to the right, and then some that were going to the left, and the preponderance of the stains. And I could see some of these in the original scene photographs.
Is it true that you have stains going in different directions reflected by these arrows?
No.
And to determine an angle of impact, you have to determine the width to length ratio, right? And then take the sine.
The sine of the angle of impact is the width of the drop over the length for those stains that are directional.
And when you saw the slip in the scene pictures, the slip was kind of bunched, correct?
Part of it is, or folded over, I guess I would say, as opposed to bunched.
Right. Isn't it true, Ms. Harold, that it would be improper to indicate in any blood spatter opinion as to whether or not Ms. Clarkson's head was turned slightly to or the right? The only thing you can do is say that the impacts came from above.
No.
Now, with regard to the slip that we are discussing, when you talk about
Man, Linda is like the Energizer Bunny, I swear. The nose don't even slow her down. She just keeps going.
the impacts, you indicated the conversion was at least from above, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question with the terminology.
Wait, you're talking, if two voices, if you hear, and this is to you as well, two voices at the same time, it means the reporter cannot possibly be taking it down. Someone has to stop. Now you may proceed.
Do you know whether it came from Ms. Clarkson's mouth or nose or both, the blood?
Deep breath, Linda, deep breath.
The spattered blood appears to have originated from her mouth based on information from the autopsy showing her airway to have been clear.
Are you saying then, as one of the underlying basis of your opinion, that no spatter came out of her nose when the bullet hit?
No,
Are you saying it did come out of her nose?
it could have. The point is, it was not a through and through wound, and her bleeding injury is the source of the blood, which is by definition going against the direction of force and is back-spattered blood.
As a person who has not done or analyzed that, as you can sit here today, remember an intraoral gunshot wound, is it your testimony in an intraoral gunshot wound that most of the blood comes out of the mouth rather than the nose? Or do you not know?
I don't know, and I don't know that anyone except those who are present to witness what actually happens with a particular intraoral wound would be able to answer that. I imagine it depends on whether it hits the tongue, hits the palate, hits sideways in the mouth, and that's something we can't know unless you were there or it was videotaped.
Did you ever have a discussion with any forensic pathologist as to whether in an intraoral gunshot wound, spatter comes out of the nose?
No.
Now, when we're discussing back spatter generally, you're aware that the particles are very minute, correct?
No, I believe that, I'm not sure what you're asking, but doesn't that contradict what you tried to point out with this picture? They are varied in size.
Are you aware that some of them are the size of a pinhead?
They may be,
And some of them can be 1 millimeter, correct?
yes.
And are you aware that once those particles of those size dry, they easily flake off?
No, not necessarily.
Isn't it true that the article from Mr. Pex that you gave the prosecutors discusses the fact that small droplets may flake off from their support with time?
That's true of any blood stain regardless of its size. It depends on how the item's handled, what the surface texture is, whether it's rigid. I'm not sure what you're asking me with that question.
Is it true that in handling any type of evidence that has blood on it, especially blood that is spatter, that you have to be very careful because the particles can drop off?
Oh, certainly. I did not find any evidence of blood, for example, on Mr. Spector's pants or shirt. That doesn't mean it wasn't there. And there's synthetic fibers. So he was moving around, and in fact, they could have flaked off, and I would not find it.
In your reports, have you ever discussed the possibility that Mr. Spector's pants could have had blood spatter on them and flaked off?
I don't discuss that in my report.
Where in your reports do you discuss the possibility that Mr. Spector's shirt could have had blood spatter on and flaked off?
I don't know that it's discussed in my reports. There is, that's kind of general common knowledge with bloodstains and other trace evidence. And there's a saying in the profession, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Are you trying to infer to this jury that Mr. Spector's shirt, pants, and socks had blood spatter on it, and now there's none because it all fell off?
Objection, that's argumentative.
He's asking if that's what she's attempting to do. The objection is overruled. You may answer.
No, I'm saying that you asked me a question about flaking blood and whether it was important to handle objects carefully, and I'm merely pointing out that that is the case with all kinds of objects. And the absence of evidence is often inconclusive in terms of a conclusion. You can't say one way or the other. I saw no evidence of it, and it was stated as an observation. It was not a discussion in a report.
Okay, and in fact, one of the items that we do know did have blood at the scene on it was the death gun, the .38 caliber Cobra, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever look at the pictures? And I think I asked you this. You said you never looked at the pictures of the gun at the scene when you had testified on Thursday, correct?
I absolutely looked at the pictures of the gun at the scene.
Did you ever look at the pictures of the gun being handled at the scene?
Yes.
Now, with regard to this gun, one of the reasons that you indicated to us on Thursday that it was white is because the barrel, the 2-inch barrel of the gun with the Colt Cobra insignia lie, was modeled, correct?
No, that is not what causes me to conclude that, and I very carefully have worded the reports to say that some of the blood has been removed or moved. And that's based on the differential deposition of the blood, not based solely on the presence of the hazy modeling.
One of the things that you discussed with this jury on Thursday was the barrel of the gun appeared to be modeled, correct?
Yes, it does.
And you said to this jury, did you not, that it looked like it had been wet in some way, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that according to the evidence that this barrel, this gun had been in Ms. Clarkson's mouth, correct?
Yes.
And that in your mouth you have saliva, correct?
Yes.
And that saliva is wet, correct?
Yes.
You're also aware that there would have been cerebral spinal fluid from this wound in this mouth as soon as the bullet hit, correct?
Possibly.
All right. And cerebral spinal fluid is also wet, correct?
Yes.
And that you're aware that when this barrel came out of the mouth of Ms. Clarkson,
And Burns hurt. I wonder if she's related to Wolf.
It came out of the mouth and possibly hit her teeth, right?
Not possibly, it did.
Okay, and because you found natural tooth material embedded in the back ramp of the front sight. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when you talked about the wetness that appeared to be modeling on this barrel, did you exclude the fact that this wetness could have been caused by saliva or cerebral fluid?
I can't exclude that possibility. However, the blood that's deposited in the recessed areas does not appear dilute.
I'm asking you specifically about the recessed areas. You talked with the Colt, you said the Colt brand is there, correct?
On the barrel?
On the barrel.
It does not appear dilute.
Okay, and is there a specific chemical test that you can discuss whether or not something as small as that is dilute?
I was examining it under the microscope and particle picked it, as we say in the lingo.
Is there a specific chemical test that you can utilize to determine whether blood has been diluted?
No, that's a visual statement based on knowing what blood looks like in the whole condition.
In fact, you don't know whether or not this gun, the outside, the unrecessed areas were wiped on Miss Clarkson's lips as it went out of her mouth, do you not?
I'm sorry, objection, maybe I missed it. Which part of the gun are we talking about?
The barrel, we're specifically talking only about the barrel.
I'll withdraw, thank you.
All right.
As I recall, the hazy modeling extends back toward the handle farther than the lips.
Did you say anywhere in your notes that the modeling until today extended back beyond the barrel?
I don't know. I took quite a few photographs of the gun.
Did you put anywhere in your report that the modeling extended, in your final report that you gave, that the modeling extended beyond the barrel?
I'll have to reread the final report.
All right, at this point, we're going to take our noon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition, 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you. Yes, all right.
Quick second.
All right. We need to take up some of which are interrelated. My understanding from talking to the parties is that they believe Dr. Harold today. Try not to jump up and down. Too excited. All right. And yeah. People, of course, have one additional witness at least, and that is Ms. Kaplan that they wish to. The appeal has denied the writ today. They denied that just at noontime and have dissolved the stay. However, I have indicated that, and I'm waiting to get a hold of Mr. Nassatir, as I told her counsel, that I would give them a brief, and I do mean brief stay, because the writ is already prepared to go to the Supreme Court and attempt to get relief from ordering. That's fine. Do not grant relief, then the stay will be lifted and we will proceed accordingly. But because of that, the people cannot rest their case, but they are done with witnesses that they have available to not rest, tell the jurors that the people, and then the defense is prepared to begin calling witnesses now and through the rest of the week, and then we're off for the July 4th week as we have agreed previously. And that's how we're going to proceed.
Waiting, any appropriate motions have to be made at the close of the government's case.
Absolutely. And further, if you wanted to go on the record, Mr. Jackson, about the writ that was filed by because problem was filed.
Friday, I
Did we
received,
approve that?
If there's anything that's privileged in there,
No, it's not a matter of privilege, it's just, it's an ancillary matter. It's not about privilege.
So can we maybe go on this, and then if there's something else you want to raise? I mean, there's nothing, we've had this discussion in
No,
chambers.
I understand that it's a related issue. It'll take me less than 30 seconds. I could have already explained it to the court by now.
Okay.
Thanks.
Jackson.
on Friday afternoon, I was in my office with Wiley, another deputy attorney approached me, and I wish I knew what time it was. I want to say it was around 3:00 in the afternoon. He had the filing, the writ filed by the defense on their behalf, on Mr. Spector's behalf. I took the writ in my hand, and literally there was a disc in the middle of it attached as an exhibit. It was sort of like in a magazine that's got a hard page. When I flipped it open, just as the court has done.
This is your copy, because you'll explain why I have your copy of the writ.
All right, and before even reading the birdcage on the red front cover, as I flipped it open, it naturally fell open to a page that had a disc, and the disc said Levinson interview. From my understanding of everything that's been going on in this trial, I realized immediately what that probably was. I closed it, handed it back to Mr. Wiley, asked him kindly to bring that back down to Wendy, the clerk, and file it with the clerk, and explain to her that I believed that I had gotten an unredacted or potentially unredacted copy of this writ with potentially privileged material. I did not read anything except I saw, as I flipped it open, I saw that one of the signatory pages bore the name Brad Brunon, and then I saw the Levinson interview disc, and that's all I saw. I didn't read a single word. I didn't look any further at the document itself, and haven't seen it since then.
What I suggest that we do is I will remove the disc from your copy and now hand you.
I don't think
You
that's
want it?
necessary. I believe that
Okay, yeah, that's fine. But I'll remove this one, and I give this back to you, Mr. Rosen. And Wendy, if you get the one from our file, we don't want it either because of what it may contain, and just give it back to the defense. Okay, you ready to proceed?
one other matter.
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd like to ask the court to take judicial notice before we go on a redirect with this witness of the lawyer's obligations under the Fairbanks and Meredith cases that we've all talked about. It will help the jury make sense of a hypothetical that Mr. Jackson plans on asking this witness.
Well, you better give me an offer of proof as to the hypothetical before and I don't know that that's judicial notice because I'd have to read in the decisions. I'm not sure I could take judicial notice of sort of a standard of practice. You can submit written authorities to me, but I'm not going to be prepared to rule on that today.
I guess to pinpoint the issue, Your Honor, the hypothetical would deal with, and Ms. Bodden brought up, the issue concerning Henry Lee and some of the collection of evidence by Henry Lee on or about February 4th, 2003. The hypothetical includes, given the fact that Dr. Harrell has been subjected to cross-examination, questioning her completeness of evaluation in this case, and whether or not she completely evaluated all the evidence and how she was able to come to the conclusions that she was able to come to. Whether or not having a piece of evidence that was not provided to the prosecution could have a question to ask the witness, but I fear that the jurors, not knowing what the state of the law is in California, would simply say, well, wait a minute, if you guys missed it and they found it, that's kind of tough cookies for you.
The court taking judicial, just say, assume a piece of evidence was removed from the scene at some point. That's based upon the facts of the case as we know them. It's a legitimate hypothetical.
It is, and I guess taking it one step further, that the jury is left to wonder and almost mentally shrug, well, if you lost it, or if you didn't see it, or if you not lost it, rather, if you overlooked it, then isn't that on you? And in reality, it's actually not on us. It was incumbent upon the defense team to turn something, if they had it in their possession, over.
At this time, the request for judicial notice is premature, but you can proceed with the hypothetical.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's bring out the jurors and the alternates. The record will now reflect the presence of the jurors and the alternates. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the late start, but we were resolving some matters outside of your presence. You may proceed.
Thank you. Dr. Harold, before we went to lunch, we were discussing the gun that you examined. Now, along with the gun, you mentioned to us previously you examined the left side of the slip of Lana Clarkson. Recall that?
Yes,
And there was a staining on the left side of the slip. Do you recall that?
yes.
Like the jacket, could you see under the staining to see whether there was any mist under that portion of the slip?
No,
Okay. And in fact, just like the jacket, that would cover up, that kind of blood flowing would cover up anything that was on that area of the slip.
yes.
Okay. Do you know whether or not when this gun left the mouth of Lana Clarkson, whether it fell on that area of the slip?
No, there's certainly no evidence of that, such as an outline of the gun.
Well, with the outline of the gun, if you saw an outline of the gun, wouldn't it be covered by that flow?
Then I misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking me, was there any evidence that the gun fell on her slip dress? The flow that's on her slip dress was from the subsequent contamination, so that stain on the slip dress could have covered other spatter.
That's all I was asking you.
Okay.
Okay.
And it could have, if a bloody gun, for example, had come in contact with the dress, it could have covered an outline of the gun. Anything that was there before would have been covered.
Okay, that's simply that I was asking. Thank you for
Yes.
clarifying that. Now, with regard to the gun that we have been discussing, that gun entered your laboratory about February 5th? And I'm looking, counsel, at page 2632, 2633.
That gun entered Tory on February 5th, 2003. Oh, hang on one second. Yes,
Okay,
it
and,
did.
yes, and then on February 13th, it went to the photo lab. Correct?
Yes. Actually, no, Steve Renteria and I were working on this together. So the gun actually came into our evidence control on February 5th at 1:30 in the afternoon. And by the time Steve Renteria was ready to look at it, he acquired it February 13th, opened it, brought it to me because it had physical evidence on it, and we had it taken to the photo studio, followed by, got transacted.
Bite your tongue. No, he is not. Because Edward Scissorhands is Johnny. No, that's just not right. No, absolutely not.
From photo to him to me, all at the same time in essence.
And then in your notes on February 14th, you indicate you received the gun hand carried to you by Steve Renteria in a box, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you opened the box, you know that the gun was on top of the manila envelope and was loose, correct?
Yes, it had to be safety checked, so it was taken out of the envelope.
When you opened the box on February 14th, you found the gun lying on top of the manila envelope, correct?
Yes,
And the gun was loose, correct?
yes.
Okay. And in fact, you wanted to determine why the gun was loose on top of the manila envelope, correct?
Well, no, it was taken to the photo studio. It had to be taken out of the envelope to be photographed.
I understand that. the gun was not tied down in any, right?
Correct, and we typically don't do that.
Did you put in your notes that you typically don't put the gun back to where, in the envelope you found it in?
I don't know what I put in my notes. I'd have to reread that.
I think it's probably on Europe number 321, R. Bates Council 2613.
Okay, I just understand what you're at. Please ask again.
Okay. The gun, I started by asking you, the gun was found loose, right? Right? Did you get any information from Steve Rentieri as to why the gun was found loose?
I believe the gun was never tied down in the box. The fact is that Steve Renteria opened the box. Let me give you the date. Evidence control on February 5th, 2003.
Right?
After it came in at 1:30 in the afternoon and was safety checked at 1:35 the same day, it was checked out of evidence control to Steve Renteria. Steve Renteria did not open it or work with it until February 13th. At that time, he opened the box and brought it to me. This is how I remember the day clearly, how I got involved in this case. And said he believed that he saw trace evidence associated with the gun. And would I take a look at it and assist him with handling that before he proceeded with the case. And I looked at it in my section. I said, we need to get it photoed. And this was actually February 13th. It was transacted and taken down to photo at that time.
And you put in your notes that the gun was found loose in the package after studio shots. Isn't that true?
No.
Would you look at your page, I think it's year 321 on February 14th, 03? Let me clarify this. Was the debris found loose in the box?
No. I particle picked it.
What does particle pick mean?
In the parlance of trace evidence, because a lot of what we work with is microscopic in nature, we refer to handling very small items as particle picking. When the gun was brought to me, when you look down the barrel, there was some actually burnt smokeless powder that was taken down to Photolab photograph and retrieved it with what's called a tungsten needle into the box, and that's refers to the loose debris evidence item A.
Did you put in your notes that Sierra relayed that item 1 was found loose in the...
No.
Your Honor, may I approach?
I'm missing what you're asking.
Maybe if I page that I'm on, I'll be wrong.
Oh, okay. I'm up here. That's
I'm
why,
done here.
okay.
Right, let's-
Okay, yes, the answer to your question then is yes, eventually it was loose, but that's part of the photography transfer project. It was smokeless powder.
All I wanted to ask you is,
Yes.
was it found loose in the box?
Yes,
Okay, that's what I was asking. Now, right above that line that we just looked at, you also put a note, a quote, "mottled haziness to barrel surface," correct?
yes.
Right. Did you say in that note that the mottled haziness extended back to the hand grip of the gun?
No, and I don't believe I said before it was back to the hand grip. I said back toward the hand grip.
Yes.
No,
Now, the gun also then went to various other locations within your lab, correct?
yes,
And in fact, you have to keep a documentation of that to show the chain of the custody of where the gun went, right?
yes,
And would it be fair to say that it was assigned to other sections, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, at least 9 times, or it was in and out 9 times through July 2003?
no,
Well, after, you have a evidence receipt lab that's required to be kept in your lab, correct?
no. I misunderstand what you're saying. And
Okay.
we have a chain of custody and an evidence control system in the laboratory. An evidence receipt is attached to the item to give it a specific item number, and that is a record of its ingress and egress from the bureau proper.
And after it went to yourself or Steve Renteria on the 14th, the next time that work was done on it was May 29th, assigned to yourself, correct?
No,
Who do you see it was assigned to after Mr. Renteria and yourself?
it was in my possession until I was done working with it, and then I hand carried it to Gina Persons in chemical processing. She is at that time, was administrator, so to speak, and technical lead of chemical processing. So I hand carried it to her. It got put into that location's storage and was subsequently assigned to Donna Brandelli on June 5th,
Let me just stop.
2003.
Let me just stop you on dates. You brought it to Ms. Persons on May 29th, 2003, correct?
Yes,
And then it was brought subsequently to Donna Brandelli, who the jury has already heard from, on June 5th, correct?
yes, it was actually put in storage in chemical processing. And Donna Brandelli retrieved it from their evidence control on June 5th.
And then you got it back on June 6th, right?
Correct.
And then it went on June 9th to Mr. Renteria.
Yes,
And then it went back from Mr. Renteria on June 9th to yourself.
yes,
And then went over to Mr. Carroll of the firearms section, who this jury's heard from, correct?
yes.
And then it came back to you on July 2nd, 2003, right?
Yes, it actually, I was the one hand carrying it between the sections, hence my name is in between every one of those.
So that this gun was looked at or worked on at various times, all the way, according to this particular record, until at least July 2nd, 2003.
Yes, basically it was in my possession until
I love this witness, and her voice itself doesn't bother me, but it's got like a stuffy quality. Like, she needed to have her adenoids removed when she was a kid, I think, because I want to breathe for her. I think it's the nurse in me that the reason why it bothers me. It doesn't bother me like I can't listen to her. It's like I feel like she's having trouble breathing. But she's probably not. Like, she's probably used to it. Like her whole life it's been like that. But like usually when people have that, that stuffiness quality. When they're kids, they get their adenoids removed and then it changes. But like, I want to breathe her. She sounds like she's having such a hard time. I feel bad for her.
May 29th, at that time, I had completed all of my work on it, and I was the person in control of seeing that it went through the other sections in an orderly manner, so that it was handled for prints, for example, before it was test fired.
And in fact, before it was handled, going through all these sections, you actually looked at that gun and you found smokeless powder particles on that gun, correct?
There was smokeless powder in the barrel.
And you also found burnt fragments without carbon coating, correct?
That's the same thing as what I was just referring to.
Okay. And when you had the gun, you indicated to us on beforehand that there was blood in some of the recesses, but not the adjoining areas, right?
Yes.
Donna, can I have the next exhibit marked?
W. You want this marked sextuple W?
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if it's not clear, I do have copies in case what I'm referring to ends up not being clear for the jury. When you took had the studio shots taken of the gun on sextuple W on the right, and this is two pictures with a blow up on the handle. You had already seen, I think you testified to pictures of the gun being handled at the scene, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see in the blow up of the handle this little spot of blood on the grip that I'm pointing to with the laser pointer?
Perhaps I see it. I would
Okay, I
like to
have a
see the
copy.
original.
I have a copy here for you, and Your Honor, and then Henry's.
Do you think it's necessary to publish these to the jury?
Well, if she can't see it, I'm wondering whether they can.
Well, perhaps when she identifies what she's looking at, maybe then it'll become necessary.
Okay.
Let's wait. What she's looking at, maybe then it'll become necessary.
Perhaps I see it. I would
Okay, I
like to
have a
see the
copy.
How come that one, this is all the same gun? How come this one has like ridges and recessed area and then that is smooth? Or it's not smooth. Okay, is that like a blow up of that? It looks smooth there, but okay, this is all the same gun, right? That is a enlarged picture of that. It looks smooth from farther away, and then that's enlarged and that's enlarged. Is that right? Somebody tell me. Like that's far away. That's closer up. That's closer up. And that's closest up.
original.
I have a copy here for you, and Your Honor, and then Henry's.
Do you think it's necessary to publish these to the jury?
Well, if she can't see it, I'm wondering whether they can.
Well, perhaps when she identifies what she's looking at, maybe then it'll become necessary.
Okay.
Let's wait.
There is a red stain there. I can't tell from this picture necessarily that it's blood, but I agree that that is a visible red staining there.
And does it appear to be on the upper surfaces of the grip, is what you can see from this picture?
Oh, yeah, there's blood on the upper surfaces of the grip. I never said there wasn't.
Okay, Mark, can we go back to him? And is that blood that's here, is that visible to the eye at the studio shot taken in the lab on February 13th?
It may or may not be because there's a difference in the scale of your pictures and there's a time frame difference, and blood changes its color with age and goes from bright red to darker brownish red. And ultimately, if you looked at it today, it probably would be very dark.
Or missing, because of all the handling, correct?
Yes, well, I'm saying that I can't tell from these pictures without comparing equivalent location. For example, I see a dark brown. Let's see, is this? There's some dark brown discoloration. I would want to do, it could be missing, but I would want to do a better comparison of the two items to determine that.
Do you have anything in your notes that reflects that when you had these studio shots taken, that there is blood in the location that we're looking at that was here at the scene?
In my notes?
Yes, in your notes.
I don't know who had these studio shots taken. Those aren't the ones I had taken. So they could have been taken at any, the gun was photoed over the years several times for different purposes.
Is there anywhere in your notes that you?
I'm not sure. I know at least a Friday and a Monday. There's like 10 parts, an hour a piece. So at least 10 hours. So with breaks and all of that, it might have been 3 days. Could have even been 4 days. Because there was some stuff outside the presence of the jury in the middle of some of her testimony. So I know a Thursday and a Friday. At least. So at least 2 days.
No blood on the outer surface or the exterior surface of the grip of this gun.
Yes, and I testified to the fact that there is blood on the grip
Okay.
and on the upper surfaces. I never said there wasn't.
And you're aware then that the constant handling, or the handling, not even constant, of small stains could cause them to flake off over the years, right?
Oh, yes. That's why the gun was specifically in my possession from the time the box was opened until I was done with the examination and the photographs on it. Nobody else had it. I had it locked up the whole time.
Now, you testified to this jury on Thursday that blood on this gun was moved or removed. Do you remember that?
Yes, I said some of the blood on the gun was moved and or removed.
Where in your final report do you indicate that Mr. Spector moved or removed blood on this gun?
I never said that Mr. Spector moved or removed blood. I simply said there was blood on the gun that was moved or removed.
Okay. Now, there was also ridgeline characteristics on this gun when you saw them that you thought were fingerprints, right?
There is what resembles friction skin ridge detail in blood, but I am not a fingerprint expert. I could not tell you whether that was enough to be identifiable or not. It was merely a clue to me to have it sent for chemical processing and to the fingerprint experts.
And where did you see this ridgeline characteristic?
I believe we had an exhibit up already with it. I don't know the exhibit number.
Well, can you just tell us without referring to?
Well, it's on one side of the grip or the frame.
On the grip ring?
I don't remember without going back to my notes here.
Is it true that there is nowhere in your written report that you filed, your final reports, that indicates you saw a ridgeline characteristic anywhere on the gun?
No, and I would, other than in my bench notes, say possible ridge detail. I'm not a fingerprint expert, and I would not opine about that in a official capacity.
And in fact, dealing with the purse, you actually thought that you saw bloody fingerprints on the purse, correct?
No.
Did you?
I made note that there were 3 similar areas on part of the strap, and not that I saw any fingerprint ridge detail in it. And it's also a purse strap that was not flat. And I had no idea whether it was fingerprints or not. That's why I sent it to chemical processing.
You saw something that you thought could possibly be fingerprints. You didn't know when you sent it to chemical processing, correct? And it turns out that no fingerprints came back from that purse, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the ridgeline detail, I'm not sure if this is marked as a prosecution exhibit or not. 3.139. Okay. In any event, Your Honor, could we have this marked as this particular shot? Thank you. Studio shots that were taken?
Yes.
Okay. Did you note any ridgeline characteristics on the frame of this gun?
There might be on the frame of the gun, but when I was talking before about ridgeline detail, this is not the area that I was recalling.
I understand that. I understand that we're talking about 2 separate areas. Your Honor, this does get drowned out. I would like to hand one to the witness and one to the jurors. This does get drowned out in the...
If she can testify and she can point it out, I'm not so sure. I only really want to publish things to the jury because we have to collect them if it's absolutely necessary, and I'm not sure that it is absolutely necessary.
Your Honor, perhaps if I showed you, Your Honor.
Okay,
it's
that's fine.
Thank you. May I approach that?
What is it that you're? Okay. Well, I think she can testify to it, and then if it's a problem, we'll go from there. Why don't you go ahead and?
Can I give her a copy?
Yes, please. That makes it a lot easier.
Mark, please blow up the area of the frame. Did you note any ridgeline characteristics in this area of the gun?
In this particular picture,
Yes.
this one does appear to have it.
Okay. All right. In your bench notes, did you note any ridgeline characteristics?
I don't remember. I'll have to look back. Let's see, from the first time I had it, I have noted on here that I did no swabbing or KM testing at this time pending print exam. So it's apparent that when I started working with it, I saw something. That clued me into possible fingerprints. And I probably took some general photos or photo micrographs. But being not a fingerprint expert, I didn't detail what it was I was seeing because I wouldn't be qualified to
Thank you.
make that observation other than general ridge detail.
Okay, thank you. I'll take that, Mark. Now, you were on 329, still looking at physical evidence to determine whether or not the gun was outside the mouth of Lana Clarkson, were you not?
Yes, actually, I did not make any final determination about the gun being inside her mouth until I actually did the electron microscope examination of the white material on the back of the ramp. And as it turned out, that happened to have been one of the very last things I did in the scope of all my examination. So probably was not even until June, July.
And in fact, you were working and discussing with Mr. Carroll, the ballistics criminalist from your lab, about whether or not the gun was inside or outside the mouth of Lana Clarkson, even until June or July 2003, correct?
Well, I knew he was waiting for me to hurry up and finish with the gun so that he could do test fires for distance determination.
Okay. Did you ever tell by the way, let me just ask you, there was a man at this time in your lab named Dean Girolamus, if I pronounced that right?
No.
Okay.
His name was
I know that you'll correct me if I pronounce it.
Girolamus.
Giralamas?
No. Gialamas.
Right.
No R.
No R. Okay. Did you ever have a conversation with him? Did you ever talk to him about whether or not Lana Clarkson had been shot on the stairs and moved to the chair?
Objection, I'm a copy. Here's
Ask her whether she did,
I'm sorry?
whether she discussed it. That's what she said.
So it's, even if the witness who is testifying, if it's not while they're testifying under oath, it can be hearsay. But the bottom line, given her conclusions at this point, if she ever had such a conversation that might be inconsistent, I'll allow it. You may proceed.
I don't recall if I did or not. Dean Gialamas at the time was an assistant director in the laboratory. He was administrative. So we may have had a casual conversation, but he was not an analyst in the case.
Okay. And when you finally made a determination that from your criminalist review, not anybody else's, that the gun was inside the mouth, you did that in part because you looked at the white particulates on the back side of the ramp of the front side of the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you got those particulates on, let's see, June 28th, 04?
I particle picked him off the gun before I released it to chemical processing.
Okay.
I may not have analyzed it until later because all the trace evidence was being analyzed only by me, and I can only work with one item or do one thing at a time. So it just so happened that the analysis of that white material was like almost the very last thing I got to.
Okay. And you superseded, in other words, you had the gun as item 1, right?
Yes.
And then you superseded the particulates, item 1.
Yes.
Okay, now, in your report, you say the report is covered from the inside of the car, right? And I refer you to your report dated April 30.
Yes. I guess I do.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you picked these particles out of the inside of the gun barrel? Or were these the ones that were found loose in the box where the gun was?
Well, it started out in the barrel. I saw it in the barrel. I saw it in the barrel under the stereo microscope.
Why did you use the word reportedly in your final written report that was peer reviewed?
That probably, after the fact, isn't the best of terminology, but it's clear from the documentation and the photograph taken and the particle that I have, which exists to this day, that in fact it was the same particle.
Okay. And item 1D, which is a subreceipt from the gun, was one white particle removed from right side of gun barrel site, correct?
One.
What just happened? I don't know what just happened. Hello? Okay, that was weird. Just decided it was done listed. I have no clue. Hey, dude. Well, dang it. That was Court TV. That one StreamYard. StreamYard's been behaving for the most part. What part are we on? Thanks. And here comes the tricky part, trying to get it back to the right exact spot. It's not like a YouTube video where you can just start where you left off. Unless we get lucky and maybe they saved it for us. Yeah, that's going to happen to Debbie. Court TV. Those are
back from that first, correct?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the ridgeline detail, I'm not sure this. 3.139. Thank you.
Thank you. I had to yell at her to get her to do it.
Okay. You recall this being one of the studio shots that were taken? You note any
Free on the frame of the gun, but when I was talking before about ridgeline detail, this is not the area that I was recalling.
I understand that. I
Yes.
understand that we're talking two separate areas. Your Honor, this does get drowned out. I would like to hand one to the witness and one to the jurors. This does get drowned out in the,
If she can testify and she can point it out, I'm not so sure. I only really want to publish things to the jury because we have to collect them if it's absolutely necessary, and I'm not sure that it is absolutely necessary.
Your Honor, perhaps if I showed you, Your Honor.
What is it that you're? Okay. Well, I think she can testify to it, and then if it's a problem, we'll go from there. Why don't
Okay.
you go ahead and,
Can I give her a copy?
yes, please, that makes it a lot easier.
Mark, please blow up the area of the frame. Did you note any ridgeline characteristics in this area of the gun?
In this particular picture,
Yes.
this one does appear to have it.
All right. In your bench notes, did you note any ridgeline characteristics?
I don't remember. I'll have to look back. Let's see, from the first time I had it, I have noted on here that I did no swabbing or KM testing at this time pending print exam. So it's apparent that when I started working with it, I saw something that clued me into possible fingerprints. And I probably took some general photos or photo micrographs. But being not a fingerprint expert, I didn't detail what it was I was seeing because I wouldn't be qualified to
Thank you.
make that observation other than general ridge detail.
Okay, thank you. Take that, Mark. Now, you were on 329, still looking at physical evidence to determine whether or not the gun was outside the mouth of Lana Clarkson, were you not?
Yes, actually, I did not make any final determination about the gun being inside her mouth until I actually did the electron microscope examination of the white material on the back of the ramp. And as it turned out, that happened to have been one of the very last things I did. in the scope of all my examinations, so probably was not even until June, July.
And in fact, you were working and discussing with Mr. Carroll, the ballistics criminalist from your lab, about whether or not the gun was inside or outside the mouth of Lana Clarkson, even until June or July 2003, correct?
Well, I knew he was waiting for me to hurry up and finish with the gun so that he could do test fires for distance determination.
Okay. Did you ever tell by the way, let me just ask you, there was a man at this time in your lab named Dean Girolamos. Did I pronounce that right?
No.
Okay.
His name was
I know that you'll correct me if I pronounce
Girolamos.
Giralmas.
No. Gialamas.
Yes, right.
No R.
No R, okay.
Yes.
Did you ever have a conversation with him? Did you ever talk to him about whether or not Lana Clarkson had been shot on the stairs and moved to the chair?
Objection, I will call for hearsay.
Ask her whether she did,
I'm sorry?
whether she discussed it. So she said.
So it's, even if the witness who is testifying, if it's not while they're testifying under oath, it can be hearsay. But the bottom line, given her conclusions at this point, if she ever had such a conversation that might be inconsistent, I'll allow it. You may proceed.
I don't recall if I did or not. Dean Gialamas at the time was an assistant director of the laboratory. He was administrative. So we may have had a casual conversation, but he was not an analyst in the case.
Okay. And when you finally made a determination that from your criminalist review, not anybody else's, that the gun was inside the mouth, you did that in part because you looked at the white particulates on the back side of the ramp or the front side of the gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you got those particulates on, let's see, June 28th, 04?
I particle picked him off the gun before I released it to chemical processing.
Okay.
I may not have analyzed it until later because all the trace evidence was being analyzed only by me, and I can only work with one item or do one thing at a time. So it just so happened that the analysis of that white material was like almost the very last thing I got to.
Okay. And you subreceded, in other words, you had the gun as item 1, right?
Yes.
And then you subreceded the particulates. Item 1A was yellow particulates reportedly recovered from the inside of the gun barrel?
Yes.
Okay, now, in your report, you say the reportedly recovered from the inside of the gun barrel, right? And I refer you to your report dated April 30th, 2004.
Yes, I guess I do.
Okay. Is it your testimony that you picked these particles out of the inside of the gun barrel, or were these the ones that were found loose in the box where the gun was?
Well, it started out in the barrel. I saw it in the barrel. I saw it in the barrel under the stereo microscope.
Why did you use the word reportedly in your final written report that was peer-reviewed?
That probably, after the fact, isn't the best of terminology, but it's clear from the documentation and the photograph taken and the particle that I have, which exists to this day, that in fact it was the same particle.
Okay. And item 1D, which is a subreceipt from the gun, was one white particle removed from right side of gun barrel site, correct?
1B?
1D,
Oh.
as in dog.
Yes.
And item 1E were white particulates removed from the serrations of the gun site ramp.
Yes.
Now, items 1A, 1D, and also, item 1F was apparent blood and particulates removed from the serrations. was apparent blood and particulates removed from the serrations of the gun sight ramp also. Correct?
Yes.
Right. Now, could you look at your bench notes of June 28th, 2004?
On the same item?
Yes.
Or a different item?
Of these items. It's in the bottom of your page 382. Counsel for us is 5549.
The bottom of my page 382, I actually have examination and bench notes related to this well before that number. So you want me to go to 382?
Perhaps if I showed her, Your Honor, because it's three
Fine.
different markings. We have different markings, maybe. 382.
Yeah, because this is all continued, this whole thing is in front of here
This
as
is-
part of it.
But wait. If you talk to each other, unless you ask permission to go off the record, then the reporter is going to have to try to take it down. And since you're speaking very softly, she can't do it.
What I can do, Dr. Harold, is just look for this page. Perhaps if I hold it here, it'd be easier to find.
It'll take me a moment because the sequence in here has been changed. Okay.
Now, item 1D, which was the subreceeded one white particle removed from the right side of the gun barrel ramp. You indicate in your notes that it's 1D posted in small petri dish. What does that mean?
These are actually notations of on June 28th, 2004. It's a year plus later, when I was finally packaging all the items to go into long-term storage and securing them for transport to another facility and to be put in long-term storage. I took some of those particles, which were on a mounting device for the electron microscope and could be knocked loose, and demounted them and put them in paper bindles and put them in a small plastic petri dish that's clear. And then I taped that all closed around to seal it and protect it, along with some that were in the same package that remained on the stub. You'll notice it says continued on the next page. And I did that for all the samples, 3 small petri dishes, and the electron microscope stub were then put into a plastic box that were stuffed with paper to prevent movement. That was put into cardboard outer box, also with some tissue paper to reduce movement. The box was sealed by me.
Your paper bindles, Dr. Harold, were made of a Post-it note on item 1D, correct?
Yes,
And your paper and your bindles for item 1E were 2 Post-it notes, correct?
yes, on
And-
purpose. I needed the adhesive.
Now, one of the things, and we were discussing, were that the gun was in the mouth. It's true that when you look at different areas of your work, you're trying to put everything together in one cohesive picture, correct?
Well, eventually, when these cases start out, we're at the very basics of not knowing what happened or what the items are. So I start out at the basics of looking at everything, back to what is it, where did it come from, and then put it into an association relative to the case.
Okay, and in fact, when you looked at the pictures of Ms. Clarkson's left hand at the scene, you had a blood spatter that clearly showed directionality, did you not?
Yes.
Okay, and Mark? Ron, may I have this marked when it comes up? This is not.
Yes, it would be sextuple Z. You're correct. It is Y. Thank you.
Okay, Mark, could you close in on this area here?
Okay.
I'd just like to point you, that's what the area that I'm going to be discussing with you right there. Can you see that
Yes.
from there? Okay.
Yes.
All right, you can bring it back, Mark, to the main picture. Thank you. Okay. And that, you understand as a blood stain pattern analysis, that one exclamation point is not consistent with Lana Clarkson's hand being up with the palm pointed in your direction, as I'm doing now. Correct?
Not necessarily, because as you are standing there holding your hand, part of the difficulty and the reason that I have stated that I cannot position the hands is because this is a curved surface here. So as you're holding it, you could have a drop going that way that would photograph in that appearance.
Is it your testimony that directionality of that stain is consistent with this hand as I'm doing it right now with my palm facing you being up?
No, not with the thumb closed. No.
And in fact, it is more consistent, is it not, with hands being up towards the mouth, just like this, is it not? Which I'm pointing, putting my hands together this way.
No, it is not.
Is your testimony it's not consistent with this?
No.
Do you anywhere in your notes review that specific exclamation point type stain and discuss that specific stain anywhere in your notes, your 477 pages?
I don't know if I specifically do, but I have testified at the grand jury that there is difficulty with the photography of the hands and the perspective that the photographs are taken and what is or isn't clearly visible. I agree that appears to be a directional blood stain, and I stated that in this particular case, the problems with the photography and my ability to clearly see the stains, other than this one, has prevented me from making any positive statement about where her hands were at the time of the discharge.
And in fact, you also discussed when the chair on Thursday with Mr. Jackson, correct?
Yes.
And you discussed the legs of the chair, correct?
Yes.
And they were upright, right? The legs of the chair are at a 90-degree upright.
No, it's actually not, they're curved.
And isn't it fair to say that you would not expect to see back spatter on the below legs of the chair?
Correct. I was not expecting to see back spatter. My statement about no blood below the chair was in reference to possible sources of secondary spatter from the dripping in the purse.
Okay, and so just so that we're clarifying, then it had nothing to do with whether or not back spatter would be expected, because you wouldn't expect it on the legs of the chair.
No. No, I would not expect it on the chair. Yes, you are correct in that question.
Okay. Now, in regard to discussing all this evidence that you were reviewing, you just didn't look at the blood spatter as you've told us earlier. You all some other items such as the shoes. In fact, you showed us a picture of the shoes on Thursday. There was something that you had to do in terms of trying to find what appeared to be a missing white item on the bottom of her shoe, correct?
No,
Were you looking for a white particle that appeared in the camera work at the scene and the coroner's office that did not appear in your studio shots?
yes.
Okay.
You mean relative to the shoe?
Relative to the shoe. We're
Yes.
specifically right now talking about the right shoe, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you actually were looking for that white particle for a long time, correct?
no, actually, I was looking for, there was an item picked up from her abdomen labeled as possible fingernail. There was actually more than one item picked up as possible fingernail. And when I examined the item, it was not fingernail. And she had a right thumbnail that was broken. So I was looking at all the white objects that I could find in pictures to see if the broken nail was somewhere. There was a white object on the side of her right shoe that that appear in the photographs at the scene and appear in photographs at the coroner's office. But when I received the shoe, there was no white object on the outside of it.
And you actually examined the shoes and you did an analysis that the white particle on the outside of the shoes could not be a fingernail, correct? Since you've just mentioned the fingernail, correct?
Yes, based on not examining the item, obviously I couldn't, it wasn't there, but doing measurements on the shoe to determine how big that object was.
And you concluded that that object that was on the bottom of the shoe was not a photographic flash, but was an object that was no longer attached, correct?
It appeared to be an object that was no longer attached.
And you actually looked to try to find that object for a period of time, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you noted at one point you indicated that there was adhesive material inside the shoe, correct?
yes,
And that adhesive material was clear inside the shoe, correct?
no.
Do you have your notes from April 28, 2003? It's probably your page 270, counsel, it's our page 1491. Dr. Harold, when you find that, just let me know.
Yeah, I call it white.
Did you write in your notes on April 28th that the adhesive material inside shoe appears clear?
Oh, that's a different adhesive material on the inside.
Did you write in your notes that on the right shoe that the adhesive material appeared clear?
Yes,
And that the adhesive material or the adhesive streak on the shoe appears white or opaque?
yes,
Okay. And you never did find out what happened to that apparent adhesive material that had been attached to the shoe at the scene and at the coroner's office, correct?
I never did find the white object that was on the outside of the shoe in the pictures.
And obviously, since you never found it and it had some adhesive resonance to it, you don't know what or anything was attached to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did anyone ever come to you and say, hey, that was a Band-Aid from her pantyhose?
No. Yes and no.
Well, yes or no?
There was a Band-Aid associated with her pantyhose.
When you were looking for whatever that white piece was that was attached to her shoe, had anyone come to you during that period that you were searching for it and indicated to you it was a Band-Aid?
No.
Now, also, as part of your duties in this case, you indicated to us you examined at one point some of the teeth particles or crowns or caps that were given to you by the coroner's office, right?
Yes.
And you actually got vials from the coroner's office, 3 vials, correct?
Yes.
And 1 vial was item 5, correct?
Yes.
1 vial was item 10, correct?
Yes.
And 1 vial was item 11, correct?
Yes.
And you did a report dated March 18, 2004 on these vials? About these vials?
Do you happen to have?
Yes, it's your number 91, counsel. It's our number 1560.
Yes, I'm with you on the page.
Okay, the last paragraph, Dr. Brooks.
Apparently, Spike does not like blueberries, but he kept begging for them. And I thought he was eating them. He was not eating them. He was catching them in his mouth and squishing them and then spitting them out. Now I have a bunch of blueberries to clean up.
Okay. When you received item 5, you put in your report that it was found to contain 3 pieces of dental material instead of the 2 pieces reported in the field investigation report dated February 26, 2003, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you also received an item vial 10, correct?
Yes.
Ron, may I have this slot? I think this is the Z.
Yes.
And this would be the vial item 10 that you received, the different views of it, without this little white particle here.
Yes, that appears to be pictures taken at the coroner's office.
When you got item 10, it was not in this condition, was it?
Yes, it was not in that condition.
And in fact, the vial had been broken,
Yes.
right? And you tried to piece together the glass particles of the vial to see if it made a whole vial, right?
I recall doing that. I don't recall what my conclusion was.
And, okay. Do you recall whether that you determined that some of the glass particles did not exist in the package of item 10 that you received?
Yes, when I received it and received a broken vial, I did an extensive amount of researching the white particles, including looking at item number 5 and number 11 and going back to their original photographs at the scene to establish that what was in those items was not including item 10. The item 5 that had 3 particles in it but was referred to as 2 in Steve Renteria's report clearly were 3 particles at the scene, and those same 3 particles existed. Item 11 clearly was item 11, and item 10 clearly was missing.
Okay, so this little piece here was missing that we're seeing in these.
I assume so because I never saw it.
Okay. Did you ever receive any reports from Dr. Anselmo concerning whether or not the appearance of item 10 had the same appearance as items 5 or 11?
Somewhere I have an odontology report. I don't recall what it stated. I do remember, I believe it was Dr. Fortman who stated that part of 10 actually may have been some natural tooth material.
Okay.
It didn't affect anything that I analyzed.
But you knew from reading the reports that you had in order to do your search that this was a 3 by 3 millimeter fragment, correct?
I have no idea if that's what was in the report. It didn't affect anything I was doing.
Well, you came to a conclusion at some point that none of the items in vial 5, which now amounted to 3, could have originated as item 10, correct?
Correct.
And one of the reasons that you did that is because the size of the particles in item 5 were 3.5 by 4.5 millimeters, right?
I suppose so, but part of the reason the establishment of how many particles were in item number 5 was based on at-scene photographs and their distinct shape. And those 3 particles still existed, and you could see their distinct shape in the photographs well enough to equate them to what I had.
And one of the size of the particles in item 5 was 3.5 by 4.5 millimeters, correct?
In item 5?
Yes.
It might be. I'd have to look back at the numbers.
Okay. Do you recall whether one was 8 by 7 millimeters?
I don't recall the numbers without looking them up.
Okay. Do you have a report there where you indicated what the sizes were?
It'll take me a moment to
Let
find
me
it.
see if I can go on. Do you know if you offhand, do you recall if you measured the sizes?
Yes,
Okay.
I did, but I don't remember all the numbers.
Okay, and one of the reasons why you know is you discovered that none of the items in vial number 5 could have originated as item 10 based on your review of the photographic record of these items, correct?
Correct.
All right, this time we're going to take our afternoon recess. Keep in mind the admonition, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Didn't have the next one ready. Just gonna buffer.
Court's in session.
Parties, jurors, and alternates are present as heretofore, along with the witness. You may proceed.
Thank you. You also examined, as you told us on your direct examination, the diaper that was found in the lower bathroom outside the stairwell, Mr. Spector's house.
Yes.
Okay. And when you examined that diaper, you reported in your notes that there was no obvious smokeless powder on the diapers. Isn't that correct?
Probably.
Okay. You indicated that somebody had manipulated the face of Lana Clarkson. You remember that?
Yes.
And you implied that you
Cats lose their baby teeth. They swallow them. I don't know about dogs, but I know that cats do. I've had kittens, like teenagers, you can tell when they start getting like long and lanky. And I've played with them and like pulled my hand away and there'd be blood and blood on their mouth, but no bites, no scratches, no anything. Because they'll lose a baby tooth and they just swallow their baby teeth. And I was like, that did not just happen. Cats don't have baby teeth. And I looked it up and yeah, they do. Spike's my sweet boy. I wanted him gone so bad when he bit me. Not because he bit me, because he was trying to kill my chihuahua. That's why I wanted him gone. And Travis wouldn't do it. And I'm usually not like that. I'm usually like, you get a pet, he's yours for life, no matter what, you take care of him. So that's not my normal. But I was just so mad because this poor little chihuahua who had been abandoned, basically. I mean, I love my friend, but still abandoned by his owners. And I took him in, and then my dog was treating him like crap. And I was like, this poor puppy. I mean, it wasn't a puppy. He was 10, but this poor little dog had lost everything, new house, new people. And then this other dog just kept attacking him. And I was just so mad, but I'm glad we didn't get rid of him now. He's my sweetheart. And he only did it because he was so jealous because he loved me so much. And he wasn't getting all the attention anymore because he wasn't the baby anymore. That was why he did it. But yeah, he's my sweetheart. Okay, let's try this again, StreamYard. Except now I'm itching. I don't know why I'm so much more allergic to him than I am to Belle. Belle, I can hold her and kiss on her and love on her all day and I won't itch. Spike, I'm in it and I'm itching all over right now. I don't know what. And they have the same dad, and Belle's sister is his mom. So they're practically the same dog. I don't know. I don't get it.
A lot of blood on the diaper, which was probably used to wipe the face because of the clot transfer.
Well, that's what I asked you, that you indicated that the diaper had been utilized to wipe the face of Miss Clarkson.
Well, you said to manipulate her face, and by using the term manipulate, I took that to mean movement.
Okay.
And then wiping.
Now, by looking at the diaper and her face, can you tell whether somebody used the diaper to wipe away evidence or to help the person?
Objection regarding the scope of this witness expertise to wipe evidence or to help a person.
I believe the question is truly an argumentative question, and therefore the objection is sustained.
Did you in your notes draw any evidence or make a report as to why a diaper was used?
In my notes, I don't recall if I did or not.
Okay. Did you put anything in your final reports that indicated why a diaper was used?
No. Do you mean why a diaper was used, specifically a diaper as opposed to any piece of cloth? I'm not understanding what you're asking me.
Did you put in your notes, did you draw any conclusions because you had blood on the diaper as to the motivation of somebody using a diaper?
Objection, that would be beyond your expertise.
Sustained.
Now, you did look at all this evidence for a period of what, about a year or more?
Or more, yes, it's over a long period of time.
And you had about 400 and something pages, I think you indicated to us, 470 some pages?
446.
446 pages.
Yes.
And you did a number of reports in this case, correct?
Yes.
In any of your final reports that were peer-reviewed, as you told us, did you conclude with any scientific certainty that Philip Spector pulled the trigger of that Colt Cobra on February 3rd, 2003?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Thank you, redirect.
Thank you. How you doing, Dr. Harold?
I'm fine. How are you?
I would say let's start at the beginning, but I might get a jury revolt. So I will not do. I heard moaning coming from both the audience and the jury. All right, there are just a few points, all kidding aside, Dr. Harold, that I want to bring up and visit with you about for just a second. Some points that Ms. Bodden made or attempted to make on her cross-examination. And the first thing that I want to bring up is to kind of bring us back home about blood spatter in general. Do the laws of physics change, Dr. Harold, when blood spatter is the product of an intraoral gunshot wound versus a wound to the arm? Do the laws of physics change?
No.
Do the laws of physics change whether a .22 caliber rifle is used or whether a bazooka is used?
No.
Do the laws of physics change whether you're seated or standing?
No.
Are particulate blood drops and their flight through the air, the laws of physics that act on particulate blood drops and their flight through the air dictated by a set and standard rule of law? Law of physics.
Yes.
So if you have sub-millimeter sized particles, no matter what their initial velocity might have been, are those sub-millimeter or mist-like particles going to travel through the air at a given distance and basically, because of the air resistance and the effects of gravity, travel no further?
Yes.
All right. And if I understood your direct testimony and your cross-examination testimony,
Is that anything like an alligator?
in your expert opinion, the mist-like spatter that appeared on Mr. Spector's jacket, and some of it appeared on Ms. Clarkson's slip dress as well, correct?
Yes.
The mist-like spatter that appeared on Mr. Spector's jacket traveled at most approximately 2 to 3 feet, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you said that in some circumstances, in laboratory experiments and laboratory environments, theoretically, that mist-like spatter can travel up to 4 feet as well, correct?
Yes.
Just because something can travel 2 to 3 feet or even 4 feet theoretically, does that mean it did travel 2 to 3 feet or 4 feet?
No. It's all laboratory study, empirical observation overlaid with the specific circumstances from any particular case.
And I asked you the difference between intraoral blood spatter, let's say, and say a head wound blood spatter and an abdomen wound blood spatter. What is the device, or what is the thing, if you will, that's going to dictate how far that spatter can travel? What is it?
It is the laws of physics that tell you the size of the particle, the mass of the particle, along with some environmental conditions and gravity that will dictate how far spatter can go. And in general, the larger the particle, the bigger the mass, the farther it can go.
So it's the size and the mass of the particle. Plain and simple, when we boil it all down, it's the size and the mass of the particle. Correct?
Yes, with all other things being equal.
As a matter of fact, Ms. Bodden asked you about Pex and Vaughn, the forensic criminalists Pex and Vaughn who have published in this area, and specifically, they indicated in a study that they did that the use of a .38 caliber weapon or ammunition and the use of .22 caliber ammunition had absolutely no relevance and that showed no difference in how far spatter can travel, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you've read other literature in this area as well. Is that right?
Yes.
I don't want to bog you down with everything that's been written because it's been written on quite a bit, correct?
Yes.
I mean, there are a lot of publications out there about blood spatter and the physical effects of blood spatter, et cetera, correct?
Yes.
And
More than I can remember.
You're aware of a book called Forensic Science and Introduction to Criminalistics by Lee DeForest and Ganslin, correct?
Yes.
In that book at page 307, there's a quote, "The blood droplets produced by shooting wounds have a range of droplet sizes, regardless of the direction in which they are projected." And that means regardless of whether or not it's forward spatter or back spatter moving backward, correct?
Yes.
These fine mist-like droplet patterns are characteristic of highly energetic interactions between objects and liquid blood, such as in shootings, correct?
Yes.
And Leaf, DeForest, and Ganslin go on, and by the way, Ganslin is spelled Gaensslen, 2 S's. Lee, DeForest, and Ganslin go on to say that very fine droplets do not travel very far in air, rarely more than a yard, even if they had high initial velocities, correct?
Correct.
It's dictated by the size, correct?
The size along with amount of drying, gravity effects, and air resistance.
Ms. Bodden asked you whether you were aware of several different publications concerning, and I think some of them were foreign publications, some German studies. As a matter of fact, she quoted a German study this morning and asked you if you were aware of one set of scientists who had seen a backspatter travel up to, I think she said 5 feet or maybe 6 feet. They did it in meters, 2 meters or something like that, correct?
Yes.
The mistakes.
I'm sorry, I'd have to hear who you were relating to her question.
Correct.
Somewhere 3 meters was mentioned.
Right, and I think that was a mistake. 3 meters is actually closer to 9 feet, correct, Dr. Harrell?
Yes.
Yeah, and in actuality, over the break, I downloaded that particular study. Is that right, that paper?
Yes.
And I let you read it, right?
Yes.
It was actually 2 meters that they talked about, which is closer to 6 feet. Is that right?
Yeah.
And in their terms, in these scientists' terms, they simply said backspatter, the word backspatter, and did not define it by size, correct?
It was a comment that was made in the discussion part of the paper relative to a case example and was not part of the actual study that they had done in which they were shooting animals.
And as a matter of fact, they were shooting calves in the head, correct?
Yes.
All right, in most of that study.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, there were 9 gunshots in total for that whole study, correct?
Yes.
Not a real representative number of shots to be fired for a scientific study. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, you have to start somewhere, but the authors actually cautioned the interpretation or application of statistics because it is in fact only 9
right,
at
so-
this point.
And
So they're starting basic study.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. I want to make sure that we're clear and nobody's being misled. Dr. Harrell, you agree with the scientific precept that larger than mist-like spatter, larger backspatter, can in fact travel several feet, maybe even a couple of meters, correct?
Yes.
Take no issue with that, right?
No.
Now coming back to the fine mist-like spatter. That's the spatter that only travels 2 to 3 feet and in some theoretical sense may travel as much as 4 feet, correct?
Correct.
All right. As a matter of fact, Dr. Spitz. Didn't know he was going to get called on in this class. Dr. Spitz has joined us. He's a member of the defense team that you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
The man in the blue jacket and the red striped tie.
Yes.
Has published, at least in his book, he's edited a book that includes chapters on some blood stain pattern analysis and backspatter relevant to gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
And he talks about high velocity backspatter and how far it will go. And he indicates that it, quote, usually these minute droplets will be found within 3 or 4 feet of the impact point, correct?
Yes.
And that comes right out of his book. Is that right?
Yes.
Stuart James, who had joined us, and I think, as a matter of fact, Mr. James is here. Stuart James has published a lot about this particular issue, correct?
Yes.
You're aware of his book, Principles of Bloodstain Pattern Analysis, is that right?
Yes.
In that book on page 135, Mr. James, who's seated here in the courtroom and also a potential member of the defense team, depending on whether or not he testifies, he indicates, quote, the extremely fine spatter may often only travel 6 to 12 inches. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Mr. James also published with a man named Ecker, and I think Ms. Bodden did, in fact, quote this book, Interpretation of Bloodstain Evidence at Crime Scenes, and that's from back in 1989, wherein Stuart James and William Ecker indicate on page 59, quote, many of the blood droplets produced by this type of impact, and he was referring to high velocity impact, are extremely small and create a mist-like dispersion. And because of their low density, travel only a short distance, parentheses, 2 to 3 feet, in parentheses, through the air. You're aware of that?
Yes.
And that agrees with your understanding of the physics behind this mist-like spatter pattern analysis, as well as the studies that have been done and published by men like Stuart James and included in edited books by people like Dr. Werner Spitz, correct?
Yes.
And of course, there are others. Aside from the people, I chose a couple of publications of men that I knew would be in the courtroom. You're aware of a paper by Stevens and Allen in the Journal of Forensic Science, published back in 1982.
Yes.
And in that particular case, a .38 caliber revolver was fired into a bloody sponge with no obstruction whatsoever. And the blowback from the high velocity backspatter was limited to 30 to 50 centimeters. Is that right?
Not blowback, the backspatter.
I may have misused a word. I'm sorry. The backspatter was limited to 30 to 50 centimeters. Is that right?
Correct. I calculated it into inches. I believe it was 11 to 19 inches.
Okay, we've just about exhausted that area, I think. Do you agree? Is there any...
We have an alligator emoji now, but I don't know if you guys have to refresh or something to make it work, because I've never done one during a stream, so I have no idea. And I'm gonna have to get on my other account because I'm not a member on this account.
Is there anything that, well, let me rephrase that. Do you have any quarrel with any of the publications or sightings that I've just read to you concerning the general industry consensus about how far mist-like or sub-millimeter-like particles will travel through the air?
No.
You see, as I'm turning pages, everybody's getting a little bit more excited because I'm not actually going to ask a lot of these questions that I originally had written down. KM testing. There is one thing that I want to ask you about KM testing. It was briefly mentioned by Ms. Bodden. There was a backspatter noted by you microscopically. I'm sorry, I should rephrase that. It was noted by you visually on the back of Mr. Spector's right sleeve, somewhere close to the tricep area, correct?
Yes.
All right. If his hands were down, it would actually be on the reverse side of the jacket, back behind the tricep area, correct?
Yes.
That was a very fine mist-like spatter, correct?
Yes.
Extremely small.
Yes.
Sub-millimeter in size.
Yes.
And ultimately, it was KM tested by Mr. Renteria that you're aware of, correct?
Yes.
The KM test literally requires somebody, the tester, to wet a Q-tip, is that right? And try to touch the edge or some other portion of that blood stain, is that right?
as Steve Renteria applies it, he is using a swab that is the cotton on the
Well, I deleted it because there's already an alligator. YouTube already has an alligator emoji, although mine was cuter. I don't want to use up my emojis for just any emoji because I only get so many. So I don't know how many I get, but I don't want to use too many. I was going to use AI and I was going to have them make an alligator with a bazooka, and it didn't work. Because I figured that would be, nobody else would have an alligator with a bazooka. But it wouldn't work. See, I don't like AI. I'm afraid of it, number one. And number two, it doesn't work right.
The swab is the size literally of Q-tips, like you clean your ear with.
Okay.
And
Well, you assume I do.
yes. and he takes that and he applies it to a visible stain. He applies the other chemicals for the color reaction, and he's sitting there looking at that swab for the color reaction. It is sensitive. It can detect blood that's not visible. For example, if you're at a scene and you think somebody took a shower, it could detect blood in the shower drain, but that whole swab is saturated with liquidy kind of blood, multiple cells.
In other words, that might be an example of where you're wiping literally all over a particular area.
Yes,
All right.
a large area. In this particular case, because Steve Renteria and I did discuss it, I personally did KM a couple of those before I even turned the jacket over to Steve. And because the blood is spattered onto those onto the fibers, I actually picked part of it off with a tungsten needle, put it down on a piece of filter paper while looking through the stereo microscope, and applied the chemicals to it to actually see the chemical color change. Part of what you want to see is a rapid change. If you leave those swabs laying around after the chemicals are on them, they'll eventually all turn pink. So I did it under the microscope and watched it do an immediate reaction in addition to my visual identification.
Right. So even though, because it was such a small stain and he was applying a relatively large Q-tip, trying to get just the edge of the stain so he didn't draw the stain off the fabric completely and render it useless, he might very well come up with a KM negative just because he couldn't see the color change.
And the one he originally called me on, I looked at under the scope and it was still on the fiber.
So he missed it.
He missed it.
Okay, which is, when you're dealing with tiny, tiny particulate matter, that's completely understandable.
Yes. My world is a lot smaller than his world.
All right,
He's a big jacket guy and I'm a fiber.
Okay, so let's get into that world. Did you ultimately, microscopically, histologically, look at that particular stain at the cellular level to determine whether or not it was blood?
Yes.
And was it?
Yes.
Which is an absolutely conclusive determination that that was in fact blood.
To me, it is.
Okay. I'd like to ask you a quick question about a defense exhibit that Ms. Bodden used. Ms. Bodden, could I see a copy of, I think it's 6U's, if you have it. 6U's. It's, I can't remember the author's name, but Bell, showing the trajectories.
As long as sent you an email.
I don't know if you sent an email or not. I don't know. Yeah, that'd be great. That's it. Yeah, 6U's. You were asked a couple of questions about this by Ms. Bodden, correct?
Yes.
This is a very basic and illustrative dispersion pattern, correct?
Yes.
If I understand this correctly, the further you get from the point of impact, or the impact point, the greater the dispersion pattern of the dispersion is going to be, correct?
Yes, given that there's nothing impeding it or asymmetrical about it, it's, in theory, is a cone
Okay.
that goes out in up 3 dimensions.
All right, like the Big Bang. As the further it moves away, it's moving, the particles are moving further and further apart, correct?
Watch it, I've been to JPL. That's,
Fair enough. We don't even want to
we
go
don't want to go into
No, we don't.
astrophysics, please.
Let me see if I can get this back down to my level, which is very basic. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
So if I understand you correctly, if the impact point might be where you are, a dispersion pattern maybe, for instance, down to the floor and all the way over my head as we are looking at that graphic, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but the closer I get, if I take a step in, the dispersion pattern is narrowing, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and if I get closer, it's narrowing even further.
Yes.
And if I continue to get closer to the impact point, it's narrowing even further, correct?
Yes.
My understanding is you found blood, the pattern of blood on Mr. Spector's jacket at about mid-thigh level on me. It may be a little bit further down on him if I'm a couple of inches taller than he is, and about up to the breast level on the left panel of the jacket. Is that right?
Yes.
You didn't find any on his shoulder, correct?
No.
You didn't find any on his pants beneath the jacket?
No.
One of the other things that Ms. Bodden asked you several questions about, as a matter of fact, she spent some time on this, is whether or not the, thank you very much, appreciate it, whether or not the pattern on Ms. Clarkson's slip dress was exactly like the pattern on Mr. Spector's jacket.
You can reach.
I'll rephrase it. I thought the word exact was in there, but I'll take it out. Let's assume that her question was closer to whether or not there was a consistent proportionality between Mr. Spector's jacket and Lana Clarkson's slip dress and the pattern that you saw on them, okay? Taking that into consideration, do you expect to find the same pattern on two separate garments that are occupying two different areas of space,
No.
even if they're close to one another?
It would be erroneous to assume that you should find equal and opposite kinds of patterns. Obviously, two objects cannot be in the same space and the same orientation, and when you have a dynamic event, by definition, they have to have different patterns on them.
Ms. Bodden specifically asked you questions following up on that. So let me ask you one or two more questions about that. So you would not expect, as a forensic scientist, as a criminalist, to find the exact same pattern on Mr. Spector's jacket as you necessarily find on Lana Clarkson's slip dress, because there are intervening factors like guns are in the way, possibly hands are in the way, hair may be in the way, things like arms may be in the way.
Correct. They're in different places and different orientations.
All right. And given that, you would expect to find differences in what you find on him versus what you find on her, even if they're next to each other.
Yes.
Ms. Bodden followed up by asking you several questions about what wasn't on Mr. Spector. The fact that you didn't find blood spatter on his pants, correct?
Correct.
The fact that you didn't find blood spatter on his shirt, correct?
Correct.
So the shirt was being worn, as you understand it, under his jacket. Is that right?
I assume so. My knowledge is that the jacket was recovered on the second floor.
All right. Assuming that, don't even assume that. I think we all know where I'm going with that. With regard to the pants, Ms. Bodden asked you several times whether or not you found any blood whatsoever other than the pocket area, any blood spatter on Mr. Spector's pants. Have you, I think you may have cited this to us, you've heard the phrase, the scientific precept, the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence.
Correct.
Do you know who Paul Kish is?
Yes.
Who's Paul Kish?
Paul Kish is actually a co-editor, along with Stuart James, of the book that you were referring to, and he also is an instructor along with Stuart James for a number of bloodstain pattern classes. He is a practicing bloodstain pattern analyst.
And you're aware that he is a member of the defense team as well, as a consultant at least?
Yes.
Are you aware of the following publication from the Journal of Forensic Identification, published back in 1996, where he was a guest editor? And he editorialized and wrote an article called, oddly enough, Absence of Evidence is Not Evidence of Absence. Have you read that article?
Yes.
In that article, does he say the following? Cindy, I'll try to read this relatively slow. Quote, "The complete absence of blood stains on a defendant or his clothing is frequently assumed by many to be definitive evidence that the defendant did not directly participate in a violent act. This is a misconception fostered and exploited by those who have insufficient knowledge and experience in bloodstain pattern interpretation, or by those who hope that such an opinion would aid in their client's defense." Explanations for the
That's my AJ. Use their experts' own words against them. Good job.
lack of blood staining on an individual who has actively participated in a violent act are innumerable. These include the assailant cleaning up prior to his being apprehended, removal of his clothing prior to committing the act, or simply not being stained because the spattered blood was intercepted by some intermediate target, end quote. Are you aware of Mr. Kish's recitation that opinion in that particular paper?
Yes.
Do you agree with that opinion?
It's a generally held concept in all of trace evidence, whether it's blood or other fibers. The absence of evidence is not exculpatory. It is more an inconclusive conclusion. We can't say one way or the other.
So if a scientist were to say, or anybody were to opine, any expert were to opine that they would expect to see more blood on Mr. Spector because he was, if in fact he was close to the bloodletting event, that would be an incorrect statement based on the scientific literature.
Overruled. You may answer.
That would be an incorrect statement because in this case, the blood staining you have at the scene and on the clothing is what it is, and we are using that information to people and objects at the scene. We are not using that state information, for example, to provide investigative information where we're saying, okay, based on this pattern, go look for a 9mm gun. That's a whole different line of reasoning. In this case, we know the location. We know it's a single gunshot wound that is not through and through. We have a limited physical area. We've determined that there was only one bleeder, and we have a given number of bloody objects that can move about the location. So we're interpreting the patterns we see in that location based on that kind of known information.
Concerning what was and wasn't there, one of Mr. James's books, Principles of Blood Pattern Analysis, Theories and Practice. And I don't know, quite frankly, what this was marked as. This is a 6 V's? Okay. V to the 6th power. All right. This photograph was shown to you and passed out to the jurors, as a matter of fact. That photograph, to your understanding, was taken following the mechanism of a bullet being fired through a piece of white paper or cardstock, something like that, and 6 inches away, 6 inches, a soaked bloody sponge, correct?
Yes.
All right. That photograph is the back spatter that emanated from that particular mechanism, that gunshot, correct?
Yes.
Is this the backstabber that we should expect to find in every case, every real human case?
No.
Why not?
Depends on the case circumstances and the distance. In fact, you do not find a backspatter in many, many cases. More often than not, papers I've read indicate that a third of the time or less do you even find backspatter in gunshot wound cases.
So to suggest that if Mr. Spector's jacket didn't look like this, he couldn't have fired the gun, that would be, all right, let me put this a different way. To suggest that Mr. Spector's jacket, if it didn't look like this, he wasn't close enough to have fired the gun, that would be an incorrect statement, not based in any science, correct?
Correct. That's not the proper reasoning.
As a matter of fact, Lana Clarkson's slip dress didn't look like that, did it?
No.
And we know where she was when the gunshot was fired, correct?
Yes.
That was a photograph from an exposed sponge, not covered by skin, correct?
Correct.
There's no hair involved,
No.
to your understanding, correct?
No.
There's no arm in front of the white piece of paper at the time of the spattering event.
No.
There was no gun in between the sponge and the spattering event. I'm sorry, between the sponge and the white paper.
No.
Certainly there were no lips or teeth or gums or cheeks between the sponge and the white paper, correct?
No.
If in fact Ms. Clarkson was shot through the back of the throat into her soft palate, would you expect that a lot of the backspatter that you might get ordinarily from the impact point would be absorbed into the flesh of the surrounding area, the oral cavity, the cheeks, the gums, the mucosa, the teeth?
It's possible. Typically, forward spatter, which in this case was contained in the head, is much greater than back spatter. If back spatter occurs, you can't really easily predict how much, and you shouldn't predict, how much do you expect based on it being a mouth shot or a head shot. You can do that in a laboratory study for the purposes of studying the dynamics of these events as the science has evolved. You can apply that to a case and say, I expect if you were shot in the head, in the right temple versus here versus there, that you would have this much blood. You simply can't do that with case-specific circumstances being a myriad of possibilities.
You simply apply your interpretation to what evidence is there rather than what isn't there, correct?
Correct, although sometimes what isn't there is important too. We call that void areas in the bloodstain pattern world. When you have a spatter and then there's a space indicating that something was blocking it, for example.
You've told us about that with regard to your examination of the chair. There was a void area where Ms. Clarkson's body was, correct?
Yes.
And then you saw spatter to the right where there was no void area, and behind on the arm, the upright back portion, rear-facing portion of the right arm of the chair, correct?
Yes.
By the way, Ms. Bodden asked you a couple of questions about the orientation of Ms. Clarkson's head. Did you take into consideration in coming to your determination about the orientation of her head being slightly to the right as opposed to straight forward or to the left, the fact that the blood spatter appeared to be predominantly on the right side of the chair?
Yes, that in addition to the apparent position of her head, allowing for bleeding to occur over the back side of her right shoulder. Her head would have had to have rested in that position for some period of time while she was bleeding from the wound.
And of course, there was spatter that you saw on her purse, correct?
Yes.
Which side was her purse on?
The right side.
All right. Ms. Bodden asked you a couple of questions about air currents causing the droplets to waft in the air and move further than the 2 to 3 feet that you talked about, and the possible theoretical extra foot, that possible extra 4th foot that you've talked about. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You looked at the crime scene photographs, correct?
Yes.
Was there a fan behind Ms. Clarkson's head?
No.
Did there appear to be, and I guess I need to ask this to make sure that the record's clear, you didn't have any indication that there was a hurricane in that foyer, did you?
No.
No indication that there was a tornado in the foyer, did you?
No.
All right. So the normal laws of physics, you would assume, would be applied to the area in the foyer at about 5 a.m. on February 3rd, 2003, as you would in any other crime scene, correct? No hurricanes, no tornadoes, no fans blowing.
No.
I just need a quick couple of seconds, Dr. Harold. By the way, there was one photograph, and I don't think we need to show the photograph. We've all seen it several different times. There's a photograph of Miss Bodden called it an exclamation point style or sized blood stain on Miss Clarkson's left hand, basically in the webbing of her left thumb. Is the gunshot the only spattering event that could have caused that blood stain?
The presence of that blood stain is not inconsistent with back spatter from the gunshot, and it does have directionality, and it does have dimensions that you could, in theory, measure. But the other thing you have to remember about blood stain pattern work is you're talking impact angles and direction relative from source to target. And when you have two movable targets or two movable objects, you have to be careful on how you interpret it. So if you said, for example, that this drop impacted at a 10-degree angle, that could be 10 degrees this way. You have to bear in mind it's source to target.
Right.
Another possibility is if the face was wiped with the wet diaper or even the dry diaper, you could have another spattering event being caused by that wiping motion if the diaper got saturated enough to allow drops to come off of it. I would have to say it doesn't appear to be dilute in the picture, but the picture is such poor quality that I would not draw that as a firm conclusion in this case. Hence my statement, I cannot specifically place her hands based on the documentation of the hands and the blood associated with it.
So there are at least two events that you've explained that could account for that particular almost a rogue spatter by itself. One is the obvious gunshot, that bloodletting event. The other is if the face was wiped and a bloody rag was used. That could, as a hand is drawn across or something, that could snap off a little drop of blood and it could leave that pattern, correct?
Yeah, not exactly snap, but okay.
Best word I
For
can come up.
general,
It's the best scientific word I can come
Yeah.
up with at this
There's-
hour.
There's other movements, that occurred over a period of time that for a single spatter that I can't see well, I'm not going to form a positive opinion on and commit to that as being a mechanism when there's other possibilities.
Dr. Harrell, Ms. Bodden also asked you about the blood stain that was sent to you. It was photographed and ultimately sent to you by Dr. Henry Lee, correct?
Yes,
And that was the blood stain. You reviewed the photographs.
yes,
That was a blood stain, at least according to the information that you received from the defense, that was found directly beneath the banister, correct?
correct,
On that second step. Is that right?
correct.
Did you ever have an opportunity to determine the size of that particular blood stain?
Yes.
Okay. What did you determine the size to be approximately?
Approximately 5 millimeters by 5 millimeters.
Certainly not what you would consider to be high velocity backspatter.
No,
And it did not have that exclamation point, telltale exclamation point shape to it, correct?
no, it actually appeared to be a drip off the banister. The banister, the curling scroll work above it had blood smeared on it, and it is actually in the photographs, you can see what appears to be a drip coming down the side. And if you drop a plumb line down, it is right in line with that drop of the plumb line, and with a little forward momentum, maybe 1 centimeter.
All right. And that was, of course, the only stain in that area that you were aware of.
That I'm aware of, yes.
Ms. Bodden asked you if you reviewed the photographs in an effort to try to find, I wrote down a missing white thing. That's probably not exactly how she put it, but a small white object at the scene. And I think Ms. Bodden was referring to a photograph that indicated that there was something white on the right heel of Ms. Clarkson's shoe that was not there when you actually received the shoes, correct?
Yes, it was in not the heel such as the bottom of the shoe, but on the heel area, the side of the shoe.
Okay. Did you take a pretty close look at those shoes in an effort to make a determination of what that might have been?
Yes,
Did the outside heel area on the outside of the shoe where the photographs indicate that white thing was, did it have some residual adhesive looking stuff to it?
yes,
And you're aware that there was a Band-Aid that was found on the outside of Miss Clarkson's pantyhose, correct?
yes.
And in addition to that, there's a second thing that I want to ask you about. There was also a relatively new label. I guess I should say the shoes appeared relatively new because there was a label that was still attached to the heel, correct?
The shoes appeared very new. They actually didn't have any foot imprint, or even, how your shoes get the outline of your feet from where there was no dirt or imprint inside the shoe. There was a residual paper label in the insole.
Okay. And that paper label had adhesive on one side of it, correct?
Yes.
Did that paper label appear to be completely intact?
No.
Describe that for us.
It was an adhesive with a white paper, and it was not torn, but kind of abraded. And then on the inside of the right heel, there was some residual paper and adhesive. And it's possible that that label worked itself loose from being new and worked its way up and over the edge of the shoe.
Okay, that's certainly one possibility, correct?
It's possible.
And that would be consistent with your finding of adhesive on the outside of the heel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You're aware that there is, in this case, another missing item from the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Or potentially there's a missing item from the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
All right, I want to give you a hypothetical. Ms. Bodden asked you about Dr. Lee and him sending you certain information in a FedEx package, and you've already described that FedEx package to us and when you got that. Assume for purposes of my hypothetical, well, I should ask you this first. You've indicated to Ms. Bodden on cross-examination and to me a couple of different times that one of the things that you were unable to do is specifically position Ms. Clarkson's hands at the time the shot was fired, correct?
Correct.
Let me ask you a couple of questions about that. Assume for purposes of this next question a series of facts, all right? Assume for purposes of this hypothetical that an attorney for the defendant, Mr. Spector, was at the location of the foyer area along with certain other defense experts, including Dr. Henry Lee, after the crime scene had been given over to the defense team on February 4th, 2003. And by the way, for purposes of my hypothetical, because everybody may not be aware, when I talk to you about an attorney for the defendant, I'm not talking about anybody on the current defense team, okay? As a matter of fact, just assume that her name was Sarah Kaplan. This attorney saw on the ground in the foyer area what she described to be a small, white, flat, solid object with uneven edges. She described it to be about the size of a fingernail when she was asked. Assume for purposes of my hypothetical that she pointed it out to Dr. Henry Lee. Dr. Henry Lee looked at it and then recovered the small, white, flat object with tweezers and put that object in a vial and put a stopper in the vial. Assume for purposes of this question that Dr. Henry Lee was the last person in whose possession that fingernail-sized item was seen. Assume for purposes of my question that that item has never been turned over to the court or to the prosecution or to any one of the defense attorneys. That that item was, in fact, last seen in Dr. Lee's possession and has not been seen since. If that small, my question is this, Dr. Harold, if that small, white, flat object had in fact been properly turned over either to the court or to the prosecution and ultimately turned over to you, would that have assisted you in your ability to reconstruct other parts of this crime scene potentially?
Maybe and maybe not.
All right, describe that to us, please. What do you mean by that answer?
When you have any object that is picked up at a crime scene, you treat it as potential evidence. The first thing you need to do is confirm what it is or identify what it is. Sometimes you pick up something because you don't know what it is and whether it's relevant or not. So we're back to I need to know what it is, and not because somebody told me what it was, but I do something that will positively identify what it is. Frequently when working crime scenes, objects may appear to be, you're working in less than good environmental conditions. So they're not always what they were thought to be when you pick them up. So first you need to confirm what it is. Then you ask yourself, where did this come from? What is its possible source? And then you ask yourself, what has that got to do with the rest of the information that you have about the case? And it may or may not be relevant to the case. You don't know if you don't have the object to examine whether it is important or not.
So it could have been important.
It could have.
And you will never know because you don't have it.
Correct.
That item or an item that can reasonably be described as looking like that item has never been turned over to you or the Scientific Services Bureau of the Los Angeles County Crime Lab, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Harold, my last question, despite any missing or potentially missing evidence or concealed evidence? Were you still able to scientifically analyze what was present at the scene and make scientific conclusions about the relative positions of Lana Clarkson, of the gun, and of Philip Spector's white jacket?
Yes.
Thank you.
How much time are you going to need?
15 minutes.
We're going to break for the day. We'll take it up. We'll meet you in the morning and then we'll be finished tomorrow morning at 9:30. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Council, please remain. You may step down. Thank you. The jurors and the alternates have left. I want to, so everyone's aware of what the situation with Ms. Kaplan is. My clerk has been in contact with Mr. Nassatir. Mr. Nassatir has indicated to my clerk that the writ will be filed with the Supreme Court by the close of business tomorrow. Based upon that, I am going to further stay her confinement until 3 o'clock on Thursday, which will be the 28th of June, and that is part of the time we will be quitting for the day. If the court has acted before that time, either by issuing a further stay or granting a hearing or doing something proactive along those lines, then obviously she doesn't have to be present. But if for any reason the court has not acted by that time, Ms. Kaplan is to be present in court and she is to be prepared to go into custody or to testify, one of the two. Clerk will communicate that to Mr. Nassatir.
And we'll be prepared to put on witnesses until that time.
Exactly, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, this is the last part of her testimony. I didn't get it ready, so it's probably going to buffer. Don't buffer, don't buffer, don't buffer. That's the last part. I wanted to get done with her because tomorrow, hey, I'm not gonna get any sleep tonight, y'all. I'll be every hour looking at the clock. Is it time to get up yet? Is it time to get up yet? I need to get up. I need for the drill to start. I've been waiting too long for this. Come on, friend. Stop it. If I get it ready after we've started, it wants to crash StreamYard. But then if I have it ready before,
All right, the defendant's present.
then StreamYard doesn't run well. And then if I wait for the next part to play on its own, it buffers. So I just can't win.
With his counsel, the district attorneys are present, the jurors, alternates, and witness previously sworn and so under oath are present. And I understand, Mr. Jackson, you want to reopen to ask a question or two?
Very briefly, I simply forgot, and
You may-
Dr. Harold,
Knock it off. We've got 25 more minutes. That's it. Knock it off.
you recall that testimony?
Yes.
You indicated, and you were showing the jurors an example of the clotted blood on the diaper. You indicated right here is an example of some what we call stringy clotted blood. When blood leaves the body, it starts to clot, and after a period of time, it becomes stringy, and this is sitting on the surface of the diaper. My single question, Dr. Harold, that I forgot to ask you is, how long does it take for blood to clot in the manner in which you described?
Literature references will cite anywhere from 3 to 15 minutes. It's dependent on a number of environmental factors, including the surface it's on, the humidity, the temperature. So that's an approximation. Stringy, what I call stringy. And by stringy, I mean when you have a pool of blood, if you run something like a glass rod or a stick through it, it will pull a gelatinous-looking thread of clotted blood up out of the pool, as opposed to the entire mass being clotted
That's what you
and
describe as
solid.
clotted or stringy.
Stringy,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you, Dr. Harold and council, thank you very much for your patience. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Your Honor, thank you. I have nothing
All
further.
right, thank you. Proceed.
Dr. Harold, yesterday when Mr. Jackson talked to you on redirect, you talked about the laws of physics, correct?
Yes,
Do you understand that there was an explosion of a gun inside Lana Clarkson's mouth?
yes,
Do you understand what the laws of physics are related to an explosion?
basically, yes.
Do you understand that small items and particles in an explosion will go further than they will when it's a regular back spatter?
No,
Did you read the books of Dr. Kish and Dr. James that you mentioned yesterday?
yes,
Okay, and you also talked about an article with Dr. Kish, and you said you indicated there were 3 areas that he talked about. One where there was a cleanup, that you wouldn't find blood spatter, correct?
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't talk to Dr. Kish.
Well, we know that you have not talked to Dr. Kish, but in the article that Mr. Jackson referred to you, Dr. Kish indicated that there may not be blood spatter on a alleged defendant when there's a cleanup, correct?
Oh, you're referencing a different article, not his book.
I'm referencing the article that you discussed yesterday with Mr. Jackson. He indicated that there wouldn't be blood spatter if there was a cleanup, correct?
Slow down.
You said to me, I discussed an article with Dr. Kish from his book. That's not what you're referring to. I take it you mean the article, the guest editorial published by Dr. Kish that District Attorney Jackson referred to.
Dr. Kish indicated that sometimes you won't find blood spatter when there was a cleanup, correct?
In that article? Yes.
And in fact, you reviewed, did you not, the nurse's notes with regard to whether or not there was any trace evidence in Mr. Spector's hair at the hospital, correct?
His hair?
His hair.
I reviewed what information was available, and I do not recall specifically. Let me think for a moment. I do recall that there was nothing recovered from his hair.
There was nothing recovered from inside his ears, correct?
Correct?
But you didn't find any blood spatter on his pants, right?
Correct?
You didn't find any blood spatter on his shirt.
Correct?
You didn't find any of his socks.
Correct?
And the police never gave you his shoes to examine, right?
Correct.
Okay. And Dr. Kish also indicated in that article that sometimes that somebody won't have spatter on them because they can remove their clothing before they actually do a spattering event or engage in a spattering event, right?
That's one of the reasons that he gave, yes.
Did you have any indication here that Mr. Spector removed all of his clothing and just left his jacket on at the time this gunshot went off?
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And Dr. Kish also indicated that sometimes something could intercept blood spatter and not be on objects, correct?
Correct.
But here there was some spatter on Mr. Spector's clothing, correct?
Yes.
And therefore it was not intercepted, right?
And therefore
It was not intercepted by anything else.
Oh, the blood that is on the white jacket was not intercepted by something else, or it would have been on something else and not on the white jacket.
And then when you refer to Dr. Spitz's book, you understand that in his book he was not talking about spatter from intraoral wounds. Don't you understand that?
I didn't refer to Dr. Spitz's book, Alan Jackson did.
When you answered the question concerning Dr. Spitz's book, you understand that Dr. Spitz was not referring to intraoral wounds, correct?
I I would have to have the question read back to me. I believe I was asked if Dr. Spitz's book cites backspatter going a certain distance, to which I answered yes.
Do you understand that? Did you ever speak to Dr. Spitz and ask him whether he was referring to intraoral gunshot wounds in that section?
No, I've not been permitted to speak with the defense experts in this case.
Did you ever speak to Dr. James ever on any case and ask him whether he was talking about intraoral gunshot wounds in his book?
Is there a difference? I guess when they put their case on, I guess it's on.
I don't remember if we specifically addressed the issue of intraoral versus other gunshot wounds when he and I had conversations together, not relative to this case, but other experiences.
You understand Dr. DeMaio in his book is not speaking about intraoral gunshot wounds in terms of the distance backspatter goes. You understand that?
No, I don't understand that because the way it is stated, you can't exclude that possibility.
Did you ever call him up at any time and ask him whether he was speaking about intraoral gunshot wounds?
No, in this case, we've been prevented from communicating with the defense experts.
Did you ever review the reports?
Yes.
Now, speaking about another article you mentioned yesterday when Mr. Jackson questioned you, an article about back to the Jim Pex, correct?
Yes.
And we've already discussed the fact that you never spoke to Mr. Pex about what case he was speaking about in this article. But you did say yesterday that the size of the misting does not travel more than 3 feet or 4 feet in his article, correct?
I'd have to look back at it because I have several published articles floating around, and I would want to confirm that. Those articles cite distances actually less than 3 feet, but they are laboratory studies.
Understand that. And you understand that in Mr. Pex's article, he was talking about blood spatter that was 1/10 of a millimeter in size, correct?
Yes.
He was not talking about blood spatter between 2/10 of a millimeter and 1 millimeter, correct?
If I'm recalling the numbers out of PECS correctly, yes.
And in fact, Mr. Spector's jacket had blood spatter on it that was bigger than 1/10 of a millimeter in size, did it not?
Yes.
And also, when Mr. Pex in his article indicated that when you have a .38 special cartridge, because of the kinetic energy and the associated gases, it increases the number of blood spatter that is ejected from the spattering person or item.
It may. It doesn't necessarily. What you're doing is translating the energy of gunshot wound to tissue damage and or creating spatter, and you can actually have a larger drop that goes a little bit farther, or you can have many more smaller drops, and the smaller the drop, the less distance it travels.
Did Mr. Pex in his article state the following? The 158 grain bullet from a .38 special cartridge develops approximately 60 foot-pound greater energy than a 40 grain bullet from a .22 long rifle cartridge. Our observations indicate that an increase in kinetic energy with the aid of associated gases will increase the number of droplets escaping from a bloody surface. Did he say that in his article?
Yes, he said that in his article. You just read it.
Right. He didn't say may, he said it will, correct?
That is an observation based on the laboratory study he was engaged in.
And in fact, he showed pictures of the sleeve of somebody who had actually shot a gun in a close contact wound in that article, right?
I have to pull the article out again. I believe you're correct.
And in fact, the distribution, the number, the proportionality of those veins on a right cuff of the shooter were different than what you saw on Mr. Spector's jacket, correct?
No, I wouldn't equate the two circumstances because one's a laboratory study and one is a case study.
And in the second article you discussed with Mr. Jackson on redirect yesterday, you had read the Carger article that was pulled out and actually talked about it, and that's what I'd like to turn to now. You stated in the Carger article that was mostly laboratory studies also, correct?
No,
Right. Well, in the Carger article, is it true that Mr. Carger says in laboratory studies you have to be careful because even though gunshot spatter can travel approximately 4 feet, casework suggests it is greater when it comes out in a man or a human being?
he says that, but he also does not specify the size of the drop that he's talking about.
And in that article, did he also say, quote, in a recent suicide, we measured a back spatter traveling of 2 meters, that's 6 feet, after a frontal contact shot with a .22 high velocity rimfire ammunition.
He says that, but again, what he's not specifying, that's a general statement. When there's back spatter, there is a variety of droplet sizes, and they actually, because they're different in size and mass, will travel different distances. What I'm talking about is the millimeter and smaller size. So that is a non-specific statement in that article that is not contradictory to what I've testified to.
And in fact, in a .22 high velocity, you understand the energy or the energy in a .38 is even greater, correct?
No, not necessarily.
Do you understand that a rimfire cartridge doesn't exert as much pressure or power as a centerfire cartridge?
Once again, the pressure and the kind of weapon are not important in the consideration in the sense that what is at the scene in case study, what you have as the so-called end result to evaluate. And it is what it is, regardless of the weapon that was used. I'm not going backwards and looking at the pattern and saying, here's a pattern, therefore you should go look for this kind of weapon. That's a different kind of reasoning.
And in the case studies that you've been involved with, none have involved intraoral wounds. You've testified to that already, correct?
No, that's not what I said.
And you also indicated that you could see cells under the microscope at the cellular level with your stereo microscope, correct?
Yes.
And the stereo microscope goes up to what, 64 magnification?
Minus 63, yes.
63 magnification?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you cannot see whether something is a blood cell unless you magnify it 400 times?
No, that's not true. In fact, it's a classic teaching study to take, if you take your fingernail and you put a drop of oil on the cuticle, in there you have what are called looped capillaries, and you can actually put your finger under the stereo microscope and see a capillary is only as big as an RBC, red blood cell. You can see the individual cells moving through.
That's when a red blood cell is wet and not dried, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that on a dried blood cell, you cannot see cellular activity unless you magnify it 400 times?
I don't know what you mean by cellular activity. You can certainly see cellular and tissue morphology, which is structure, at that level.
And where in your notes, by the way, you said that you actually, correct me if I'm wrong, that you pulled the thread on the alleged spatter you saw on the Mr. Spector's jacket on the right underarm here. Did you say you pulled the thread and looked at it under the microscope?
No.
Did you ever do a micro KM testing under the microscope of that?
Yes. I said I particle picked.
Where in your notes do you have that?
I'd have to go back through my notes. It'll take a while. On my page number 216.
Your Honor, may I approach to see what, so I could coordinate the base number with her?
mud standard area scope.
What was the date of that?
June 5th, 2003.
All right, and what state did you,
Particular notation is in reference to 19D,
and which is 19D on the jacket?
numbers on the arrows.
Do you have 19D set forth in your final reports?
I don't understand that question.
When you subreceive,
I
you identify the stain on the jacket, which is 19, do you put that in your report that 19D is the stain you tested?
No, it's in my bench notes.
Okay, and there is no reference into your bench notes besides saying 19D as to which stain it is, correct? You don't diagram where that is.
No, it's recorded by photography.
And it's your testimony that 19D is a stain under the arm, right?
I don't know without going back. I visually identified all of the red arrows that were placed. Some of them I KM tested. It's a presumptive test. The visual exam and identification is actually in my realm of trace evidence, better than the KM testing. I'm not clear what you're asking.
I'm asking, where in your notes do you identify specifically what stain 19D is?
It is based on me placing the arrows, and as I took the photo micrographs for those stains, the frame number from the 35 millimeter film was placed on the red arrow to record its location. So you have to go back to the photographs and read the number that appears on the red arrow.
Did you say yesterday, or attempt to infer yesterday, that you KM tested that stain underneath the right arm of Mr. Spector's jacket?
No, I did not. That, in fact, had a green arrow and was DNA typed by Steve Renteria.
And that's what I was asking you. So that you did never KM tested that stain?
I don't know if that was number 19 or not. I'll have to go back and research it.
Now, in fact, when you were doing the testing on Mr. Spector's jacket, you actually dropped the KM stopper bottle on it and created a stain, correct?
Yeah, I didn't drop the bottle on it. It's a little, it's a plastic bottle that has a cap that fits down in it. And you take that cap out to refill it. And what happened was sometimes with the, when you squeeze it, that top pops off. So that did happen with the first reagent. It actually was ethanol and water, and it did create a stain. I circled it in pen, initialed it, and had it photographed and indicated that that in fact happened.
Now, yesterday, at the very end of the day, Mr. Jackson asked you a hypothetical question concerning a possible white piece seen at the alleged scene by hypothetically a Sarah Kaplan. Remember that?
Yes.
Before we talk about that specifically, you indicated that you don't know whether it was of evidentiary value because you don't know what it was, correct?
Correct.
You don't know what the white piece lost in the bottom of the shoe was either, do you?
No.
And you don't know whether that was of evidentiary value in that it could have exculpated Mr. Spector, do you?
No.
You don't know what the white piece that was lost as Particle 10 was, do you?
I believe that that was adequately documented as part of the dentition before it was lost. It was photographed, and the odontologists had actually previously examined it, and as I understand, the vote was subsequently broken after examination.
You or Samuel believe on the scene? don't you?
Dr. Anselmo believed that it was actually natural tooth enamel as opposed to the porcelain crown.
And in fact, all the other articles were sent to you to examine to see whether they were natural tooth or some other type of article, correct?
They were sent to me, but that was not why.
So in any event, you know the defense never had access to that Article 10 that was lost, correct?
Correct?
And you don't know whether that Article 10 would have been exculpatory to Mr. Spector, do you?
No.
Thank you. I can speak further.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just a couple of questions. With regard to the little item on the shoe, the white item on the shoe, and this goes back to Ms. Bodden's last couple of questions, you don't have any indication that anyone actively concealed that from you or the prosecution or the court, correct?
No, in fact, we actively researched where it could have gone, if anyone saw it. I looked at all the pictures. I know when it ceased to be on the side of the shoe.
And most likely, based on your examination of the shoe and the resin, if you will, the sticky substance on the back of the shoe, it appeared to be either part of the Band-Aid hanging over the shoe or part of the label hanging over the shoe.
Correct. And it's well documented
And with
that we
regard-
looked for it.
I'm sorry. And with regard to, I'm sorry, Diane, did you? Sorry.
That we looked for it.
Thank you.
Sorry.
I apologize. And with regard to item 10, that item has been adequately photographed. As a matter of fact, it was studio photographed. The vial it was in was studio photographed. It was documented at the scene and the location of where it was recovered from at the scene, correct?
Yes.
And it was actually examined by a forensic odontologist, correct?
Yes.
And notes were made about that.
Yep.
And all of those notes and photographs and documentation have all been provided to the defense, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, it's recorded as such in my notes, and I know they've got my notes.
And yet again, there's no indication that anybody actively concealed that item from you or the court or the prosecution, correct?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Recross.
Didn't you just speculate as to what that piece of white particle was in the bottom of the shoe?
I wouldn't call it, I would say it's not speculation. I'm saying I, for a fact, don't know what it was.
And you don't know what could have been attached to it either, correct?
He asked me, could it be a Band-Aid or the label? The answer is yes, but I don't know that for a
And
fact.
you understand, in this court, we don't deal with possibilities, we deal with evidence.
Objection, this is argument.
Sustained. Won't answer the question.
I have nothing further to this.
Thank you. Subject to recall, you may step down. Thank you very much for being
Thank
here.
you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to need to resolve something outside your presence. So if you will keep in mind the admonition, step into the jury room before we call the next witness. Thank you. You may step down.
What is up next? Wait, why does it say? Oh, never mind. We're on part 117. The vice president. Do you know the vice president? Our vice president? He's not Catholic. He was 88. He was asleep, right? Right? Didn't you say he went like... He is? I didn't know that. Huh. I didn't know he was Catholic. Well. Okay. But he died in his sleep, didn't he? Didn't you say it was like 7:30 in the morning? He's old. He sleeps in, right? Well, I don't know. He's a pope. He probably has stuff to do. I don't know. I don't know anything about Catholicism. Like, this thing isn't even going to the next video at all now. Because it's outside the presence of the jury is the next one. I was going to see if that was Sarah Kaplan again, but we'll quit. We've been here all day. At least we got done with Lynn Harold. That poor woman. I bet she's so glad to be done. Linda was getting feisty there at the end. Like, geez. She started to take it personally. But man, Lynn held her own. Like, no. Are you aware of? No. Are you aware of? No. My cousin read J.D. Vance's book because I guess he was raised like our parents were raised up in the mountains and stuff, so she wanted to read it. I don't like memoirs. I just don't. Unless it's somebody like I really, 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 really like. I gotta really like somebody to read their memoir. I don't remember whose book I've read. I read Marcia Clark's book about the OJ trial. If it's true crime, that's different. Okay, guys, so tomorrow morning, we will be back here at 8 to do whatever the outside, the presence of the jury thing was. And I don't know how long that is, and then maybe start the next witness. Oh, really? Huh. I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I never heard of him before he became vice president. So, do they have somebody like lined up and ready to go if something happens to the Pope, like they do with the president or the king or? Because I don't know how that works. So, I really want to start when the trial starts, like at 9, but you know it never starts on time. And plus, I don't want to stop our at a weird point with ours either. So, we'll probably start at 9:30 or so. What's a conclave? I know nothing. I've been to a Catholic funeral, and that's it. I've never been to. I take that back. I did go to Mass one time. I was a teenager, and our church was doing some kind of a thing. Oh, so the Pope's elected. Um, it was like a thing where um it was like a community thing, like even though we're different denominations, we're all Christians, so we should like support each other's church. And so we went to other churches like one service a month or something like that. So I went to it, and I remember we had to leave early because the what's it called, the the thing they swing with the smelly stuff. I don't know what it's called. I was a teenager. I don't know what that thing's called. The incense thing. Um, my mom like had like an allergic reaction or something and couldn't breathe, so we had to leave early. But I also did as a teenager. One of my friends died. He fell asleep while he was driving and died. And no, I might have been my early 20s. but it was a friend from high school. And I went to a Catholic funeral, which was like major culture shock. But interesting. And I've been to a Mormon funeral. I went to a Church of Christ wedding. It was weird going to a wedding with no music because they don't do music. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know a lot about other religions. I just. I don't know about that. Um, I've always thought that Methodists are more like Baptists, but I don't know. When I was a kid, we went to a Baptist church, and there was a couple that I can't remember which one went to our church, but there was a couple. One went to our church, and one went to the Methodist church. They've been married, and it was an older couple. They've been married for years and years and years. And they were both Christians, but one was Baptist, one was Methodist, and they went to different church every Sunday, like every time it was open. But they just went to different churches. They've been married for years and years. I thought it was the coolest thing. I was like, that's so cool. They didn't fight over religion or anything. They were just good with it. I was like, okay, neato. When I worked at one of the nursing homes that I worked at, my director of nurses was married to a Lutheran. I don't know if they call them priests or just ministers, but they wear a collar like a priest, but their outfit is like a gray color instead of a black. And that used to always blow my mind. Why is she married to a priest? I thought priests couldn't get married. And they were like, no, he's not a priest. It's Lutheran. They're allowed to get married. Oh, okay. They're close enough. Well, we went from Baptist to Assembly of God. So, which Assembly of God is just Baptist with all the shouting, basically. Okay. So I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm so excited. I know Karen's not gonna sleep tonight. She's probably scared to death. Oh my gosh. That's dramatic. Like the Sistine Chapel, like where Michelangelo painted the wow, that's cool. That to me is like I know it's a real place, but like it's a legend in my head. You know what I mean? Like I know it's real, but I know it's real. Like I don't think it's imaginary. I know it's a real place, but it's so legendary in my head. I don't think of it as a real building that gets used. Did that make sense? Like I'm not stupid. I know it's a real place. Wow, that's cool. That is cool. So there's just no pope until they vote for a new one. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, I have not read or watched those books or movies because of the first one is supposed to be about, and then it's something about Jesus being married to Mary Magdalene. I stay away from that stuff because it's not biblical and I don't want to hear about it. Even if it is a fictional movie or whatever, there are some people that believe that and it's not true. In my faith, anyways, it's not true and I don't want to hear about it. So that's why. Although I do like thrillers and there's part of me that does want to watch it, but then my faith overtakes my curiosity and I don't watch it. So, so the second one, is it about, is it blasphemous? Like, um, I liked Anne Rice until she wrote that book about Jesus, and then I was like, oh no, we're not gonna read that one. No, don't think so. Don't think so. Um, but yeah, I read Interview with a Vampire, and I think I read another one that she wrote in that series. Of course, I've seen some of the movies that were made on her books. And then she wrote the Jesus one, and I was like, oh no, 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 not reading that one. Not happening. But that one sounds good. I don't, that sounds like it wouldn't screw up anything. Is that, what's his name? Dan Brown? Is that another Dan Brown? Okay, guys. Well, I'm gonna run and get me something to eat. Oh, how do they get the different color smoke? I think, yeah, I think you're right, Jill. And I think that is also, I couldn't finish it either. I think I read the first one. See, I watched the movie first, and the movie was so good. And then I read the first book, and I got through it, and then I started reading the second one, and I couldn't finish it. It was too much. Um, Nothing wrong with homosexuality. If you are, I don't care. But it was very much implied in the movies, and it's fine. But in the book, it was a little too detailed for me. I don't want to read details. So I just couldn't. And that's just me. I don't like sex in my books or even like the implication of sex in my books. That's why I like cozy mysteries. I don't like sex in my book. Now, imply that something's being done, then that's fine. But yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, cool. That's neat. Yeah. So now when I was younger, it was different. But as I got older, I didn't know. I was like, no, 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 no. I don't need to be reading that. I don't need to be reading that. I used to read like romance novels and stuff, like I think every young woman does, you know. But then it got, no, I want a story. I don't need to read 4 pages of people doing stuff. That's not cool. No, I want a story. I don't need that. So imply all you want. I don't, but I don't need details. I don't need 4 pages of details of. So that's why I read cozy mysteries now, mostly cozy mysteries, and I like literature, like old stuff. When I can get through it. Sometimes that's hard too with like old English and stuff and my favorite, yeah, leave it to the imagination. My favorite books in high school were I liked Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights, and I read um Agatha Christie, Sherlock Holmes, and there used to be Alfred Hitchcock books that I don't know, they might have been based on his shows. I don't know if they were based on the Alfred Hitchcock shows or if they were just stories that weren't the shows. I don't remember. It's been so long because I'm so old now. But you read a horror novel that made you cry? Judy, do you know like the Cardinals and stuff? Do you know about them and everything? I don't know anything about. I don't know. I don't remember. I just remember they were Alfred Hitchcock. I used to get them from the library in high school and bring them home and just devour them. I loved them. And then it was after high school, I think, my best friend gave me. Oh, cool. I like historical fiction too. My best friend gave me Night Shift by Stephen King and another one. I can't remember what the other one was. But she got me Night Shift because I was going to college to be a nurse. So she thought it was about like a haunted hospital or something because it was a night shift, but it was a collection of short stories that had the Mangler in it, which became a terrible movie with Robert Englund in it, the guy that played Freddy Krueger. Um, the story was good in the book, it was Stephen King, of course, it was a good story, but the movie was horrible. I don't read Stephen King as much as I used to. He's got a bunch of new stuff out now I haven't read. Um, I don't even remember what the last one of his I read was. But I like his old stuff. It, I think, is my favorite Stephen King book. It and The Shining. I don't even remember them. It's been so long ago. I reread The Shining so many times I had to go buy a new copy because it was falling apart. I think I kept it though because it had pictures from the movie um it had pictures from the original movie in it. And I think I put it up somewhere. Um and then I think the new copy I bought had pictures from the mini series. And And the thing with The Shining is the movie, the original Kubrick, how you say his name, Kubrick movie, it's a good movie. If you just look at it, if don't try to make it like the book and just look at it as a movie in and of itself, it's a good movie. But if you try to compare it to the book, it's not like the book. But it's a good movie. The only thing though is when I watch it now, I have to like not think about the circumstances surrounding the movie, because now I just think of it as the movie that made Shelley Duvall go cuckoo, because she lost her mind. She literally lost her mind. I mean, like, she got it back, but then now, did she die? She went nuts in her old age. And then, like, after Robin Williams died, because, he was Popeye and she was Olive Oil, right? So after he died, there was an interview with her. I forgot who did the interview with her. But she was like, oh, yeah, I talked to Robin the other day. We talk all the time. Like, oh, he's not dead. And I was like, oh, my God. She is gonzo. Like, it was so sad. It was so sad. Oh my God, Stanley Kubrick ruined this woman. I thought she did. Which I hope she's in a better place, because she lost. I mean, like, if you see interviews with her, like, while the movie was being made, you can tell something's not right, but she's still there. But then towards the end of her life, she's gone. Just gone. No, I read some of those too. I like history. Um, like I said earlier, I don't like memoirs, but history books, like, written in story form. Like, not like anything like dry textbook type history stuff, but um I do now. I didn't I didn't when I was a kid, but I do now because I want to read the book that Lin Manuel Miranda read, that prompted him to write Hamilton. And I know that he took some license with it, but I still want to read the book. Like, I know the book's not going to be as exciting as the play was, because I know that he made up some stuff. But I heard that history teachers in high schools are really using the play to teach Hamilton. And even though there are things that aren't right, they're still using it because he did get so much correct. I forgot about that, Jill. I remember that. Wow, memory unlocked. I forgot about that. But yeah, I like history too. Some of my favorite movies are history based. Gone with the Wind, Titanic. Um, I like Pearl Harbor, but I like it for the history parts. I don't like the story. She gave up on her husband. He was still alive. So, but Casablanca is another one that I like, but the history part of it, because again, she gave up on her husband. But I really love, for the longest time when I was a kid, because I've loved Gone with the Wind forever. And for the longest time, I have a Scarlett O'Hara diamond painting thing that I'm working on, but it's super hard. So I put it away and started working on easier ones. But when I was a kid, I used to say, Scarlett O'Hara, man, she's my idol. I will think about it another day. And then I realized I was like, oh crap, that's not a good attitude. No, she's not my idol anymore. And then when I read the book, because the movie leaves out stuff, she gave her kids away. She did. She was a horrible person. She wanted to break up marriages. She didn't want her kids. She was just horrible. No, do not aspire to be Scarlett O'Hara. She was a horrible person. Okay, guys, I love our little chats at the end of my live streams, but I'm hungry. I should eat. I don't know. I had fruit for lunch and no protein. No, what am I going to go eat? I need protein. I'm not really hungry, though. I'm kind of hungry. I'm not a lot hungry. Oh, I love the Ten Commandments, too. I started to watch that yesterday with Travis, but as soon as we got done watching The Passion of the Christ, he got up and left to go watch YouTube. So I said, I guess we're not going to watch Ten Commandments. I told him all about the Ten Commandments because he didn't know what Passover was, because I was like, okay. Because I was telling him the story. I mean, he knew the story of Jesus, but he didn't know the story of Passover. And in the story of Jesus, the Passover plays a big part. So I had to tell him the story of Passover because he didn't know what Passover was. So I kind of wanted to watch the Ten Commandments after I told him all about Passover. Hey, I like Twilight. The weirdest thing in the Twilight, is it the first book? Or I can't remember which book it is. It's in one of the Twilight books. When he leaves her, like, because it's better off for him to leave her. There's like, I don't know how many chapters where the only word is the month. And it's like 4 or 5 months. It's just the name of the month on each page. Like, okay, that's weird. Yes, the Ten Commandments is epic. That's the second book? Okay. I couldn't remember. I got into those just because of the girls, because they were at that age when the books came out, and I wanted them to be readers. So that, I mean, they'd already read the Harry Potter books, and I don't even know if they finished the whole series. But I was Team Jacob because I'm like, you need to go with the thing that's the most secure, the thing that's the most normal, the thing that's the most accepted, because that's just, it's like, if you had married Jacob, you could have still had your family. You could have still had kids that you could bring around your family and live normal. You could have family holidays together and everything. I have read Beautiful Creatures and some of the sequels. I don't know if I've read all of the sequels, but they made the first movie and then they stopped. And I was like, where's the rest of the movies? I don't know if I've read all of them or not. I've read, let me see what else. There's another series that they made a movie and screwed it up. Vampire Academy? Is that the one? Really? I bet you people are tired, whoever bought it. I bet you whoever bought it. Oh my God, Jill, are you kidding me? Are we going to keep doing this? Every time we say something, the other one goes, me too. Oh, wow. What was that? I think it was Vampire Academy, where they had like good vampires and bad vampires, and they were at war with the bad vampires, and one of the students was in love with one of the teachers, and then there was a she was friends with the queen of the vampires or something. I mean, or the princess. I don't know, but they did a movie and they messed it up. I was so mad. Yeah, I've read all those books because of the girls. It started with Twilight. I got them reading Twilight, and then they branched off to those, and we all read them, and then we watched the crap that was made because Twilight was the only one that did good. Yeah, we didn't watch that. I didn't watch it. I don't know if the girls watched it or not. I didn't watch it because I didn't have TV because we got rid of our satellite dish and everything, and then just went to streaming services. So I don't know how to. I've never looked anything up on Zillow. Does it have pictures of the inside of it and everything? Oh, can they do like? Well, no. I was gonna say, can they do like a walkthrough of the house? But no, they're not. They wouldn't be allowed to do that, would they? Because nobody knows. I mean, like, because they can't say. What do I 34? Just type in 34 Fairview Canton. Fairview Road. Canton, Mass. Oh my gosh, there it is. $905,000. It's showing it. Show. There it is. Oh, it says sold. I wonder why the people last year sold it. Probably because they're tired of people driving by to look at it. That's it. That's the house where John O'Keefe died. I like the laundry room. There's a basement. And there's the pool. Wonder if that's the basement door right there. And there's the gate. There's the door. There's the gate. Probably. Wow. Pretty. Wow. Well, it's sold. I wonder if the new people have moved in yet. They should wait till after the trial, if you want my opinion. There's going to be a lot of activity around their house for a couple months. Okay, guys. I will see you in the morning. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. And remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you. Bye, guys. I love you.